Tonight we travel far back, not toward marble temples, but toward a world where gods, monsters and mortals moved through a landscape shaped by fate and fire. Tonight you will drift through the entire arc of Greek mythology. From the first breath of chaos, to the rise of Olympus, to the faint echoes of stories that still shape how we understand the world. Here are heroes who bled for glory, lovers who defied the gods, and beings born from sea foam, thunder, and a stubborn refusal to disappear. If this kind of storytelling brings you inner peace, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where in the world are you listening from, and what time it is for you right now. It's always strangely comforting to know who else is out there closing their eyes to the same story. So settle in, let the world grow quiet, and let's dream together for a while. Long before stories were written down, before history learned how to keep records, people told myths to survive the world around them. Not for entertainment, but for understanding. Thunder needed a voice, the sea needed a temper, death needed a place to go. When the night felt endless and the future uncertain, stories gave shape to fear. Greek mythology was born in that space, where wonder met anxiety, and imagination tried to make sense of forces too large to control. These were not tales of perfect gods watching from above. They were reflections of human life, enlarged and set among the stars. The gods loved, envied, raged, and feared just as mortals did, only with greater consequences. In these myths, power is never stable. Every ruler is haunted by the thought of being replaced. Every victory plants the seed of another fall. Violence echoes forward through generations. Passed down like an inheritance no one can refuse. Fathers fear their children. Children rise against their fathers. And the cycle repeats again and again. Greek myths do not move in straight lines. They circle back on themselves. They contradict. They overlap. Like memory. Like trauma. Like history itself. To listen to them is not to follow a single path, but to drift through layers of meaning, where creation and destruction are never far apart, and every cycle begins the same way. Before gods, before earth, before light or darkness, there was chaos. Before there were gods with names, before bloodlines, vows or thrones, before even the idea that time might move forward rather than simply linger, there was chaos. Not chaos as later ages would imagine it. Not noise, not violence, not ruin, but something quieter, older, and far more difficult to grasp. A vast openness without edges or markers. A condition before division, where nothing yet stood apart long enough to be counted or named. There was no sky waiting above, no earth resting below. No light to reveal, no darkness to conceal. Only an unmeasured depth, where existence had not yet learned how to recognize itself. The earliest Greek minds spoke of chaos as a gap, a yawning space, a pause before structure. It was not empty in the way a vessel is empty, because there had never been anything to remove. It was empty only in the sense that nothing had yet insisted on being something. No form pressed itself into permanence. No boundary declared where one thing ended and another began. In this place there was no struggle to exist, no fear of ending. Fear requires memory, and memory requires shape. Chaos had neither. It did not act, did not intend, did not desire. To call it passive would already impose later language upon it. Chaos simply endured, an enduring that did not know it was enduring. And yet, the Greeks were careful. They refused to call chaos nothing. They lived among earthquakes that split familiar ground without warning, among seas that erased ships and names alike. To imagine that everything had emerged from absolute nothingness would have felt too close to annihilation, too final and too cold. Instead, chaos became a presence without personality, a shadow of being, where possibility drifted without direction, and outcomes had not yet learned how to harden into fate. In this way, chaos was unsettling, not because it threatened destruction, but because it offered no reassurance. No guiding hand shaped the world from this openness. No divine plan waited patiently to unfold. The universe did not begin with care. It began with allowance. Creation in these myths was not an act of will. It was an event. Things appeared not because they were summoned, but because the conditions for appearing finally existed. The first forms rose the way land rises from beneath a retreating sea, slowly, heavily, without awareness of what they would become. Chaos didn't vanish when this happened. It did not step aside to make room for order. It remained beneath everything, woven into the foundation of the world. A reminder that structure was borrowed, that even the most carefully balanced cosmos rested on something that could not be governed. Later generations would sense this presence in moments of collapse, in madness that arrived without reason, in sudden reversals of fortune that defied justice or expectation, when families broke apart for causes no one could fully explain, or when cities fell despite their walls, laws and prayers. Chaos was there, not as a force acting against them, but as the ground beneath all things, patient and unmoved. In this telling, chaos is neither enemy nor ally. It does not oppose creation, nor does it protect it. It is indifferent. And that indifference is what gives it weight. Because if the universe began without intention, then meaning was never granted. It had to be shaped slowly through story, through ritual, through the fragile human act of remembering. The Greeks did not turn away from this thought. They allowed their myths to begin not with light, but with uncertainty. Not with harmony, but with a space where harmony had not yet learned how to hold. Their cosmos did not promise safety. It promised continuity, a world where things emerged, endured for a time, and could be undone. From that openness, everything else would follow. Earth and sky, desire and violence, gods and mortals bound together by inheritance and fear. But beneath all of it, the old openness remained, silent and unchanged, reminding the world that it could have been otherwise. Chaos was not the end of things. It was the quiet condition that made all endings and all beginnings possible. The silence does not break. It deepens, and within it, the first foundations of being begin to take weight. From the openness of chaos, something began to settle. Not sharply, not suddenly, but with the slow certainty of weight finding its place. Where there had been no direction, depth emerged. Where there had been no ground, ground began to imagine itself. The Greeks spoke of this moment not as creation, but as arrival. The arrival of forces so fundamental they did not yet know they were forces. First came Gaia. She did not step into existence. She spread. Broad, enduring, unquestioning. Earth was not born with intention or voice. She was simply there, solid when nothing had been solid before. In Gaia, form learned how to hold. Surface learned how to endure pressure. She was not gentle by design, nor cruel. She was stable, and in a universe newly learning how to exist, stability itself was power. Gaia was not a mother in the later sense. She did not cradle or protect. She bore because bearing was what her nature allowed. Mountains rose from her without her choosing them. Valleys opened without her consent. She was foundation, not comfort. A presence that made standing possible, but offered no guarantee of safety. Beneath her something else took shape. Tartarus was not simply below. It was depth made absolute. A downward pull so complete it felt older than direction itself. If Gaia was the surface that allowed things to rest, Tartarus was the reminder that nothing rested forever. It was distance without measure, a hollow so vast it could hold punishment, fear, and forgotten things long before such ideas had names. The Greeks did not imagine Tartarus as evil at first. It was necessary, a counterweight. Where Gaia gave form, Tartarus absorbed what could not remain. It was the space for excess, for collapse, for what the world could not carry on its surface. Even the gods would later fear it, not because it was hostile, but because it was impartial. And then there was Eros. Not the adorned figure of later poetry, but something rawer, older, and far more unsettling. Eros was not love as affection or tenderness. It was attraction, pull, the force that caused separate things to lean toward one another, to bind, to combine, to lose their solitude. Without Eros, Gaia would have remained barren stone. Tartarus would have been endless distance without consequence. Eros was the quiet insistence that things should not remain alone, a pressure that made union possible and separation costly. In the oldest telling, Eros is not a god with desires. He is desire itself, unthinking, unselective, unconcerned with outcome. He does not promise harmony. He only promises connection. And from connection comes creation, but also conflict, generation and entanglement, life and inheritance. Together these three forces form the first balance. Gaia gave the world somewhere to be. Tartarus gave it somewhere to fall. Eros gave it a reason to move between the two. This was not a moral order. There was no justice here, no law, only structure, only conditions. The Greeks understood this deeply. Their universe did not begin with goodness. It began with necessity. From Gaia's surface, forms would rise. From Tartarus's depth, consequences would wait. And through Eros, everything would be drawn into relationship, willing or not. Desire would bind gods to gods, gods to mortals, and parents to children who would one day undo them. In this early cosmos, nothing chose wisely, because wisdom had not yet arrived. Forces acted according to what they were, not what they should be. The world did not ask permission to exist in this way. It simply continued. Later, myths would soften these beginnings, turning Gaia into a mother who loved, Tartarus into a prison for the wicked, Eros into a playful archer. But beneath those stories, the older truth remained. The Greeks remembered a time when existence itself was indifferent, when the foundations of reality were not guided by compassion, but by function. And from this function's ground, depth and pull, the long history of gods would begin. A history shaped not by goodness or evil, but by what happens when permanence, collapse, and desire are allowed to meet. The cosmos had found its first footing, but it had not yet learned how to live with what it had become. The world holds its breath, balance between surface and depth, as new presences begin to gather in the dark. Before light learned how to spread, darkness learned how to settle. From the stillness left behind by chaos, and from the quiet balance formed by earth, depth, and desire, another presence emerged, one that did not rise upward or sink below, but unfolded inward. The Greeks called her Nyx. She was not born in the way later gods would be born. No parent shaped her. No hand guided her arrival. Nyx came forth as a condition made visible, a veil drawn gently across the raw openness of the early cosmos. Where there had been only exposure, there was now concealment. Where everything had existed without boundary, something learned how to withdraw. Nyx was darkness, but not absence. She was fullness without illumination, a presence that did not erase the world, but softened its edges. In her coming, the universe gained its first interior, a place where things could be hidden, where form could rest without being seen. To later minds, darkness would become something to fear, but in the earliest myths, Nyx was older than fear. She was necessary. Without her, nothing could pause. Nothing could recover. Endless exposure would have been unbearable even for gods. Nyx did not rule. She did not command. She simply arrived and everything adjusted around her. In her shadow, new forces were born. Sleep and death, dreams and deception, fate and retribution. Not as punishments, but as companions to existence. The Greeks understood that a world without darkness would be a world without rest, without forgetting, without mercy from constant awareness. Nyx gave the cosmos its first rhythm. With her came the idea that things could withdraw and return, that presence could alternate with absence, that life might move in cycles rather than stretch endlessly forward. She was feared even by the gods who came after her. Not because she threatened them, but because she could not be undone. Zeus himself, king of Olympus in later ages, was said to hesitate before confronting her. Nyx was not chaos, but she remembered it. She carried the weight of beginnings, too old to challenge. In human terms, she resembles the night that arrives without asking, the moment when clarity fades and thought becomes less certain, but also the moment when the world grows quiet enough for reflection, for memory, for grief to settle without spectacle. Nyx was not cruel. She did not choose suffering, but many of her children carried suffering with them. Death did not ask permission. Sleep did not negotiate. Fate did not explain itself. Darkness revealed that the universe did not exist for comfort, but for continuation. The Greeks did not imagine Nyx as evil, because they did not believe light alone was good. Light exposed, judged, demanded. Darkness allowed endurance. It allowed secrets. It allowed the slow gathering of strength. From Nyx came Hemera, day, and ether, the bright upper air. Even light itself was born from darkness, not as its opposite, but as its extension. This was not a battle. It was succession. Night giving way to day, and day eventually returning what it borrowed. In this way, the Greeks saw darkness not as a flaw in creation, but as one of its deepest truths. Every life would pass through it. Every story would end within it. And every beginning would emerge from its cover. Nyx did not vanish when light appeared. She withdrew patiently, waiting, always present at the edges of vision, always ready to return. The cosmos now had depth, ground, desire, and shadow. It was becoming a world that could endure complexity, a world where things could be born, hidden, lost and remembered, where gods would act and regret, and mortals would struggle to understand why clarity never lasted. Darkness had entered the story not as an intruder, but as a foundation. And from this foundation, the sky itself would soon learn how to close in. the veil settles gently over the young cosmos, and beneath it new powers begin to take shape, unseen but inevitable. Above the darkened world, the sky learned how to exist. He did not arrive gently. Uranus did not spread like earth or settle like night. He closed in, a vast blue expanse stretching itself across everything that had come before, pressing down upon Gaia with an intimacy that allowed no distance. Sky and earth were no longer separate ideas. They were locked together, inseparable, complete. At first, this closeness felt like completion. The world was sealed. Nothing escaped upward. Nothing fell beyond reach. The cosmos had found its ceiling. Uranus was endless above and unmoving. He arched over Gaia in an unbroken curve, surrounding her entirely, filling the space between horizon and horizon. To later poets, this union would be romanticized as the first marriage. But the older myth carries no tenderness. This was not companionship. It was possession. Gaia bore children from this union, vast, powerful beings, unfinished in their strangeness, titans of immense force, cyclopes with a single burning eye, the Hecatoncheires, giants with 100 hands, embodiments of excess and raw potential. They were not malformed by accident. They were what early creation produced before refinement learned restraint, and Uranus recoiled from them. He did not see promise. He saw threat. In their size and strength, he sensed a future where he might no longer be alone above. So he acted, not with violence of motion, but with denial. He pressed them back into Gaia, forcing them into her depths, hiding them within her body, refusing to let them touch the world. The sky closed, the earth suffocated. Gaia endured the weight in silence at first. She had endured everything until now, but this was different. This was not natural pressure. It was fear made permanent. Her children trapped within her caused her pain not because they struggled, but because they were denied existence. Uranus ruled not by thunder or command, but by prevention. Nothing could rise without his permission. Nothing could change. The world was frozen beneath his arch, orderly and lifeless in its perfection. This was tyranny before law, domination without cruelty's spectacle. A power so complete it did not need to explain itself. The Greeks remembered this as the first injustice, not because it was loud, but because it was absolute. Uranus did not destroy his children. He simply refused to allow them to be. In this, he became the first ruler to fear succession. Gaia, burdened beyond endurance, began to change. The earth does not rebel quickly, but it remembers pressure. Slowly, deliberately, she shaped a solution. From her own substance, she formed a blade, curved, cold, and final. A sickle meant not for battle, but for separation. She did not strike Uranus herself. She waited. Among her imprisoned children, one was willing to act. Cronus, youngest of the Titans, sharp-minded and patient. He understood what the sky could not, that permanence is fragile when built on denial. When Uranus descended once more to cover Gaia, Cronus rose from hiding. The blade flashed once, clean, irreversible. The sky was wounded, and with that wound, distance entered the world. Uranus's blood fell upon the earth, and from it more beings emerged, furies, giants, spirits of vengeance and unrest. Even in defeat, the sky gave birth to consequence, and from the sea foam stirred by what fell into it, something gentler would one day rise. Uranus withdrew, separated forever from the earth he had ruled. His reign ended not in collapse, but in division. The sky was lifted. Space opened. The world could breathe. Yet even as he fell, Uranus spoke, a warning, a prophecy. He told Cronus that he too would be undone by his own child, that fear would not end with him, that what he had begun would repeat. This was the inheritance Uranus left behind. Not wisdom, not order, but a cycle. Power gained through suppression. Fear preserved through violence. Fathers haunted by sons not yet born. The sky had been the first to rule. And in ruling, it had taught the world how tyranny begins. The sky recedes, leaving space where none had existed. And in that widening distance, fate quietly takes root. With the sky finally lifted from the earth, the world learned how to breathe. Space opened where none had existed before, a fragile distance between above and below. Into that distance, Gaia's children emerged at last. They did not arrive with cries or hesitation. They rose as fully formed presences, shaped by long confinement and silent pressure, carrying within them the memory of being denied the world they were now allowed to enter. These were the Titans. They were not gods of temples or prayers. They were older than worship, older than stories meant to instruct. They were forces given shape, embodiments of how the universe functioned rather than how it wished to be understood. Their power was not theatrical. It was structural. There were many, but 12 stood at the centre of this first generation. 6 sons and 6 daughters, born of earth and sky, holding between them the essential workings of existence. Oceanus flowed endlessly, encircling the world without concern for its conflicts. Hyperion carried the raw brilliance that would later become sun and order. Coeus bore the weight of inquiry, the quiet gravity of knowing and not knowing. Creus marked direction and unseen alignment. Iapetus stood close to the fragile edge of mortality, his lineage destined to feel loss more sharply than the others. And then there was Cronus, youngest among the sons. He was not the strongest nor the most radiant, but he was attentive. He remembered. He understood what it meant to wait and what it meant to strike at the precise moment when waiting ended. Where others embodied vastness, Cronus embodied succession. Time, not as measured hours, but as the certainty that no reign endures unchanged. The daughters of Gaia were no less foundational. Rhea carried continuity, the quiet insistence that life must follow life. Themis embodied order before laws had language. Mnemosyne held memory, without which even gods would dissolve into meaninglessness. Tethys nourished circulation and growth. Phoebe glimmered with distant clarity. Theia granted sight, the ability to perceive value, brightness and worth. Together they formed the first ruling order. There was no coronation, no declaration. Power simply settled where weight and presence already existed. The Titans ruled because they were there, and the world accepted them because it could not yet imagine an alternative. In later memory, this age would be called Golden, not because it was joyful, but because it was stable. The Titans did not obsess over control. They did not reshape the world constantly in their image. Seasons turned. Life spread quietly. Mortals, when they would come, would later imagine this time as peaceful, because it lacked the chaos of divine conflict. But peace, in this age, was not harmony. It was suspension. Beneath the calm, something remained unresolved. The violence that had ended Uranus's reign did not disappear. It lingered in silence. Cronus remembered his father's final words, the warning that what had been done would be done again. Power gained through separation carried within it the certainty of future loss. Cronus ruled with that knowledge pressing constantly against him. He did not repeat Uranus's mistake exactly. He did not imprison his children within the earth. Instead, he chose a quieter erasure. When his children were born, he swallowed them whole. Not in fury, not in haste, but with careful intent. If the future could be removed at the moment of its arrival, then prophecy itself could be undone. The Titans did not stop him. This was not because they approved, but because power, once centralized, often goes unquestioned. The cosmos had learned order, but it had not learned restraint. Fear moved invisibly through the ruling generation, shaping choices without ever announcing itself. Gaia watched again. She had seen this pattern before. Sky suppressing earth, sun suppressing future. The forms changed. The reasoning evolved, but the core remained. Power, once seized, clung to itself. It mistook endurance for permanence. The Titans were immense, but they were not eternal. They belonged to the world they ruled, not above it. Time moved through them, even as one of their own tried to hold time still. This was the tragedy of the Titan Age. They were strong enough to shape reality, but not yet wise enough to accept succession without fear. They ruled a world that had learned how to exist, but not yet how to change without violence. Their era would not end in sudden collapse. It would end the way it had begun, through inheritance, resistance, and the quiet certainty that what is born cannot be swallowed forever. The Titans stand beneath the open sky, ruling a world at rest, unaware that time has already begun to turn against them. Time learned how to fear itself. Cronus ruled beneath the open sky he had created, yet he never truly lived within it. The space above him felt less like freedom and more like exposure. Every horizon carried the memory of his father's fall. Every silence echoed with the same unspoken certainty. What begins will one day be replaced. He told himself that his rule was necessary, that the world required stability after the suffocation of the sky. That order, once achieved, must be protected from disruption. But power, once taken, reshapes the mind that holds it. What begins as caution slowly hardens into fear. Uranus's final words never left him. They were not spoken as a curse, but as recognition, a pattern observed too many times to be coincidence. Just as sky had been undone by sun, so too would the sun be undone by his own. It was not prophecy born of magic. It was the logic of inheritance. Cronus listened. When Rhea bore him children, he did not waver. One by one, he swallowed them whole. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon. There was no rage in the act, no spectacle. It was precise, controlled, almost ritualistic. The children vanished into darkness before they could be seen, before they could become memories. To Cronus, this was not cruelty, it was prevention. He believed himself wiser than Uranus. His father had hidden his children within the earth, where resentment could grow. Cronus chose a more final solution. He removed the future entirely. If succession could be erased at birth, then fear itself could be silenced. The world did not protest. The Titans remained silent, not because they approved, but because authority, once centralized, rarely invites resistance. The age remained calm. Seasons turned. Life endured. To an outside eye, nothing seemed broken, but Rhea felt the cost. She was continuity given form, the quiet insistence that life must follow life. To give birth only to loss hollowed her slowly. Each child swallowed was not simply gone, it was denied a place in the world. The future itself was being consumed. She carried her grief without voice, until silence became unbearable. Gaia watched again. The earth remembers patterns. She had seen this shape of power before. Fear disguised as order. Control mistaken for wisdom. The names had changed, but the logic remained. So she intervened, not with force, but with patience. When Rhea conceived again, Gaia whispered a plan shaped not by violence, but by substitution. When the child was born, Rhea hid him far from Cronus' sight, deep within a cave where stone and shadow kept secrets older than kings. In his place, she wrapped a stone in cloth and offered it to her husband. Cronus swallowed it without hesitation. The deception passed unnoticed. The ruler who believed he had mastered time failed to recognize the weight of what he consumed. The future slipped past him quietly, without challenge. The child was Zeus. He did not grow amid splendor. He was raised in hiding, tended by those who knew how to disappear. His survival was not heroic, it was careful. Shielded by distance, by noise, by the earth itself, he grew beyond the reach of the Titan who feared him. Cronus ruled on, unaware. The world remained suspended in its calm, but something essential had shifted. A fracture, invisible yet decisive, had formed within the order he guarded so fiercely. This was the first betrayal, not the strike against Uranus, but the act that followed. The moment power turned against its own future in the name of preservation. The moment fear replaced balance. The Greeks did not remember Cronus as a monster. They remembered him as a ruler undone by anxiety, a figure who believed that stopping time was the same as mastering it. But time does not obey. It waits. What is delayed does not vanish. It gathers. Zeus would grow. The swallowed children would return. The calm of the Titan age would break, not because it was wicked, but because it was incomplete. Stability built on erasure cannot endure. Cronus had won his throne by severing the sky from the earth. He would lose it by trying to sever the future from the present. And in that loss, the world would learn a truth repeated throughout myth and memory. That betrayal rarely announces itself. It begins quietly, clothed in reason, and ends only when what was hidden finally steps into the light. Time stirs beneath the stillness, unseen but gathering, as the future waits patiently to claim its place. For a time, the world was quiet. Cronus ruled, and nothing openly challenged him. The sky remained lifted, the earth unburdened, the seas untroubled by storms born of divine conflict. The violence that had shaped the early cosmos seemed to recede into memory, and in its place stretched an age later generations would call golden. It was not golden because it shone. It was golden because it endured. Under Cronus, the world moved slowly. Seasons followed one another without disruption. The land yielded without struggle. Hunger was rare, and toil had not yet become the defining mark of existence. Mortals, still distant figures at the edge of myth, would later imagine this time as one without suffering, without division, without fear. But the calm was deceptive. The Titans did not rule through law or decree. They ruled through presence. Their sheer being shaped the world, setting boundaries not through command, but through inevitability. Mountains rose because they did. Rivers flowed because they were allowed to. There was order, but it was an order without choice. Cronus himself embodied this stillness. As Lord of Time, he did not rush the world forward, he held it in place. Days passed, but they did not accumulate meaning. Progress was unnecessary, change was unwelcome. The world existed in a kind of prolonged balance, neither striving nor collapsing. To later minds, this seemed like peace. Yet peace without movement is fragile. It depends on suppression, of desire, of growth, of the unknown future pressing to be born. Cronus understood this, even if he could not admit it. His calm rule was not born of trust, but of vigilance. He watched constantly, guarding against the prophecy that lingered like a shadow behind every moment. The swallowed children remained within him, alive yet absent. The future was contained, compressed into silence. The world felt stable because its next generation had been denied a voice. Rhea moved through this age with quiet grief. Continuity surrounded her, yet she herself was severed from it. Life existed everywhere, but her own children were lost within the body of the ruler who feared them. The golden age was built atop her endurance. Gaia too remained watchful. The earth had learned patience long before the Titans rose. She did not expect perfection from this age. She recognized it as a pause, a moment where the world gathered itself before what must come next. The Greeks, looking back, did not wholly condemn this time. They remembered it with longing and unease. A world without labour, without war, without sharp division, but also without ambition, without striving, without the painful beauty that comes from struggle. Nothing truly new was allowed to enter. The Titans governed broadly, impersonally. They were vast enough to feel distant, even as rulers. Mortals, when they would come to imagine this era, would place it safely behind them, a lost perfection they could mourn without having to live within its limits, because even in its calm, something essential was missing. Choice. Under Cronus, the world did not choose its direction. Time was held, not travelled. The future existed only as threat, not as possibility. The stillness that preserved life also prevented it from transforming. And beneath that stillness, the hidden grew. Zeus matured in secrecy, far from the watchful gaze of his father. He learned not from abundance, but from concealment. His strength was shaped by absence, by the knowledge that power could be stolen as easily as it was claimed. He belonged to a world that had been denied its future, and in that denial he found his purpose. The Golden Age did not know it was ending. That is the nature of such ages. They feel eternal until the moment they are broken. The calm becomes habit. The suppression becomes invisible. And when change finally arrives, it feels like catastrophe rather than completion. Cronus believed he had succeeded where Uranus failed. He had preserved order without visible cruelty. He had ruled without chaos erupting beneath him. But he had mistaken silence for resolution. Time does not rest forever. The longer it is held, the greater its return. The Golden Age shimmered not because it was perfect, but because it was brief. A moment suspended between old violence and new reckoning. And as the world rested in this quiet balance, unseen forces continued to grow, preparing to remind the cosmos that no age, however calm, is meant to last unchanged. The world glows in stillness, unaware that beneath its calm surface, the future is quietly learning how to move. The future does not arrive loudly. It whispers first. In the Age of Titans, prophecy was not a voice from the heavens, nor a riddle spoken by oracles. It was quieter than that. It lived in patterns, in repetition, in the slow recognition that what had happened once was likely to happen again. Cronus understood this too well. He did not fear his children because they had shown strength. He feared them because he had once been a child himself. He remembered the moment when patience turned into decision, when waiting became action. He remembered how inevitability feels when it finally chooses a direction. Prophecy to the Greeks was never about fate descending from above. It was about knowledge rising from below. The understanding that power, once seized, invites its own undoing. And so Cronus acted. The swallowing of his children was not an act of hunger. It was an act of denial. By consuming what came after him, he believed he could fold time inward, collapsing tomorrow into today. If there was no next generation, then there could be no replacement, no overthrow, no ending. This was how fear disguised itself as reason. The Greeks told these stories without haste, without apology. They did not soften the image of a god devouring his own offspring. They understood it not as madness, but as logic carried too far. Cannibalism here was symbolic before it was grotesque. It was power-consuming possibility, authority feeding on its own future. Cronus was not alone in this fear. Other divine figures would later echo the same impulse. Gods who destroyed rivals before they could rise, who cursed bloodlines rather than risk being challenged. In this way, Cronus became a pattern rather than an exception. The first ruler to mistake control for permanence. The world remained outwardly calm. The Golden Age didn't fracture immediately, but beneath that calm, imbalance grew heavier. The future, compressed and denied, pressed inward with increasing force. Rhea carried this weight most deeply. Each birth was followed by absence. Each act of creation answered by erasure. She did not rage, she endured, but endurance has limits, even for the divine. Her grief was not loud enough to disrupt the age, but it was deep enough to reshape it. The Greeks saw in Rhea the cost of prophecy when it is feared rather than understood. She was continuity silenced, life turned inward, the future swallowed before it could speak. Gaia watched the pattern repeat itself, and with it, the slow corruption of balance. When power begins to fear prophecy, it no longer listens to the world. It listens only to itself, and in doing so, it isolates itself from the very order it claims to protect. This was the hidden rot of the Titan Age. Not war, not famine, but mistrust of what comes next. Zeus grew beyond Cronus's awareness, shaped by concealment rather than abundance. He did not learn rule from observation, but from absence. He learned what power costs when it fears succession. He learned what happens when authority devours instead of guides. The irony was quiet and complete. In trying to escape prophecy, Cronus fulfilled its conditions. By refusing to allow the future space, he ensured that when it arrived, it would arrive violently. Suppressed change does not disappear. It accumulates. The Greeks did not believe prophecy enslaved the gods. They believed fear did. Cronus was not doomed because fate demanded it. He was undone because he could not imagine a world where power passed without loss. He believed continuity required consumption. That preservation required destruction. But the cosmos does not move by consumption alone. It moves by release. The cannibal gods of myth are not remembered for their strength, but for their failure of trust. Their inability to accept that what replaces them is not always an enemy. That succession is not always annihilation. As Zeus grew toward readiness, the age of Titans approached its limit. The calm could no longer hold. The swallowed children waited, alive within darkness, carrying the pressure of all that had been denied. The future was no longer patient. It was ready. The weight of prophecy settles over the world, unseen yet inescapable, as fear tightens its grip on a power already beginning to crack. Silence can become a strategy. Rhea had learnt this slowly, through repetition and loss. Each birth had ended the same way, each hope folded inward before it could breathe. She did not argue with Cronus. She did not challenge his authority. In the age of Titans, resistance was rarely loud. It survived by becoming invisible. The world around her remained calm, almost serene. The Golden Age endured. Crops ripened without labour. Time passed without urgency. To those who would later remember it, this era appeared untouched by cruelty. But beneath that surface, something essential was being stolen again and again. The future. Rhea felt it each time she gave birth. Life rising within her only to vanish. Her grief did not erupt, it accumulated. Continuity, denied repeatedly, began to change its shape. Endurance slowly became resolve. Gaia watched her daughter and recognized the familiar weight of imbalance. The earth had seen this pattern before. When power becomes afraid of succession, it stops listening. It closes inward. And when that happens, correction must come from the margins, not through force, through substitution. Gaia whispered a plan shaped by patience rather than confrontation. The solution did not require overthrow, only misdirection. Not a blade, but a stone. Something heavy enough to deceive, inert enough to escape suspicion. When Rhea conceived again, she hid her anxiety beneath ritual calm. Cronus watched, but fear often dulls perception. He believed his control complete. The future had been swallowed too many times for him to expect resistance now. When the child was born, Rhea did not bring him to her husband. Instead, she carried him away, far from the centre of power, to a place where stone and shadow could be trusted more than kings. There, Zeus was hidden, wrapped not in splendour, but in secrecy. His survival depended not on strength, but on being overlooked. In his place, Rhea wrapped a stone in cloth. She returned to Cronus and offered it without hesitation. The gesture was familiar. The outcome, she knew, would be the same. Cronus swallowed the stone. He did not pause. He did not question the weight. Power accustomed to obedience rarely examines what it consumes. The act was automatic, ritualized, almost absent of thought. In that moment, the ruler of time failed to recognize that he had taken in something immovable, something that could not be undone from within. The deception succeeded not because Cronus was foolish, but because fear had narrowed his vision. He was watching for threats, not substitutions. He guarded against resistance, not patience. Zeus grew in hiding, nourished by those who knew how to keep quiet. His childhood was shaped not by abundance, but by distance. He learned early that power is most vulnerable when it believes itself secure. That silence can be louder than defiance. The Golden Age continued, outwardly unchanged. Cronus ruled, unaware that time had slipped past him. The future, once swallowed, now walked the earth beyond his reach. The Greeks lingered on this moment, not because it was dramatic, but because it was precise. The stone mattered. It symbolized the limits of control. A ruler can consume endlessly, but cannot tell substance from appearance when fear drives the act. This was not a battle. It was a quiet correction. Rhea's deception did not shatter the age. It seeded its end. The calm remained, but it was no longer absolute. Something new had entered the world, unseen yet decisive. The swallowed children remained trapped within Cronus, alive but suspended. Their existence pressed outward, increasing the tension within him. The stone sat among them, unyielding, a reminder that what is consumed is not always destroyed. Zeus matured beyond childhood, carrying with him not only strength, but memory. He belonged to the generation denied its place, and in that denial he learned what power costs when it fears succession. The Greeks did not frame this moment as triumph. It was not victory yet. It was preparation. The world does not change all at once. It leans slowly toward what has been waiting. Rhea had not overthrown her husband, she had outweighted him, and in doing so, she had restored the future to the world, not through force, but through endurance refined into precision. The stone settles within the body of time, while far from sight, the hidden future continues to grow. The future learned how to survive by remaining unseen. Zeus did not enter the world with thunder or proclamation. His first shelter was darkness, his first protection distance. Hidden far from the seat of power, he grew in places the Titans did not watch. Caves where stone held sound, valleys where names were forgotten, slopes where even the sky seemed reluctant to look down. His upbringing was not marked by comfort. It was marked by caution. Every gesture around him was measured. Every sound was weighed. Those who tended him understood that survival depended not on strength, but on absence. To be overlooked was to endure. Rhea did not remain with him. Continuity does not linger where concealment must be complete. Others took her place. Figures older than hierarchy, spirits of land and shadow, beings who existed on the margins of the divine order. They fed him quietly, shielded him instinctively, and taught him nothing of rule, only of awareness. The Greeks told this story without urgency. Zeus' childhood was not a montage of triumphs. It was long, restrained, almost uneventful. He learned to listen more than speak, to watch without revealing intention. Power was something he felt growing within him, but never displayed. Above all, he learned patience. Far away, Cronus continued to rule. The golden age held. The world appeared unchanged. Seasons passed gently. The Titans remained vast and unchallenged. But within Cronus, pressure grew. The swallowed children lived, contained yet conscious. The stone lay among them, unyielding, an object that could not be absorbed or dissolved. Time, once held still, had begun to strain against its confinement. Zeus grew aware of what he was not told. Knowledge reached him not through instruction, but through absence. He sensed that his existence was an interruption, a flaw in a system built on denial. He was the future that had escaped consumption. This shaped him. Unlike his father, Zeus did not fear succession instinctively. He had lived as the future denied its place. He understood what it meant to be excluded from the order one was meant to inherit. His sense of justice, if it could be called that, was born not of idealism, but of imbalance witnessed from afar. When he came of age, it was not marked by ceremony. There was no threshold crossed publicly. The moment arrived quietly, when hiding was no longer enough, when survival required movement. Gaia's influence returned then, subtle as always. The earth does not rush correction. It waits until the conditions are exact. Zeus was guided back toward the centre of power, not as a conqueror, but as a reminder. The future does not need to announce itself. It only needs to arrive. The plan was precise. Cronus was not to be struck down. He was to be forced to release what he had swallowed. What was taken in fear would be returned through necessity. Zeus approached his father not with open challenge, but with aid. A drink. A remedy. Something offered under the guise of care. Cronus accepted it. He did not recognize his son. Why would he? He believed the future already contained within him. He trusted the completeness of his control. The drink worked through him slowly, undoing what had been forced inward for so long. The children emerged one by one, whole, unbroken, bearing the memory of darkness but not destroyed by it. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon. And with them the stone fell, proof that what is swallowed is not always mastered. The world shifted. This was not yet war. It was restoration. The return of voices long silenced. The reappearance of a generation denied its place. Zeus had not overthrown his father. He had made visible what had been hidden. Cronus's reign did not end in that moment, but it cracked. Authority built on consumption cannot survive release. The golden age faltered, not because it was cruel, but because it was incomplete. Zeus stood among his siblings, not as a king yet, but as a catalyst. The future had stepped into the present. Time could no longer pretend to stand still. What followed would not be gentle. The Titans would not surrender quietly. But the first, most difficult act had already occurred. Not battle, but emergence. The hidden had come into the open, and the world, long held in balance, prepared itself for division. The silence breaks not with sound, but with return, as what was swallowed re-enters the world and the age of concealment draws to a close. Some things are buried not because they are dangerous, but because they are inconvenient. Long before Zeus was hidden in shadow, before the Titans ruled beneath an open sky, there were beings cast aside for their excess. The Cyclopes had been born in the earliest days, children of Gaia and Uranus, raw expressions of creation before refinement learned restraint. Each bore a single eye, not as a flaw, but as focus. They saw not many things at once, but one thing completely. Uranus had feared them, not for what they had done, but for what they were. Their strength was unmeasured, their presence disruptive. So he pressed them into the depths, sealing them away in Tartarus, where distance swallowed even memory. Cronus, when he took power, did not free them. Fear rarely questions inherited decisions. He left them where they were, bound in darkness, forgotten by a world that preferred calm to confrontation. The Cyclopes remained imprisoned, not as punishment, but as residue, unresolved excess lingering beneath the order of things. Zeus learned of them as one learns of a wound that never healed, through silence, through avoidance, through the unspoken knowledge that something essential had been denied its place. As the Titans' rule began to fracture, Zeus understood that power alone would not be enough. The coming struggle would not be decided by lineage or claim, but by what the world was willing to restore. He turned not upward to the sky, but downward, toward what had been hidden longest. Tartarus opened reluctantly. It was not a place that welcomed visitors. It did not exist to receive, only to contain. Zeus descended not as a conqueror, but as a reminder that the old confinements no longer held absolute authority. When the Cyclopes emerged, they did not kneel. They did not offer gratitude. They simply stood, massive and unchanged, as if time itself had failed to reach them. Their single eyes met Zeus without reverence. What he offered them was not freedom alone, but recognition. An acknowledgement that what had been discarded as excessive was in fact necessary. The Cyclopes were not meant to rule, but to shape. Their gifts were not laws or dominion, but instruments, objects that would alter the balance of power permanently. They forged thunder for Zeus, not merely as a weapon, but as an extension of will, sound and force bound together. For Poseidon, they shaped the trident, a symbol of division and control over the restless sea. For Hades, they crafted the helm of invisibility, granting withdrawal rather than dominance. These were not tools of peace. They were acknowledgements that the coming age would be defined by conflict, not suppression. The Cyclopes did not create harmony. They created means. The Greeks lingered on this moment because it revealed something essential about change. The world does not advance by discarding its past, but by retrieving what it buried out of fear. The Cyclopes were not new allies. They were old truths returned. Cronus had ruled by containment, by swallowing, by pressing away what threatened stability. Zeus chose another path. He released what had been bound, even when it was dangerous, even when it could not be controlled. This decision reshaped the conflict to come. The Titans had strength, numbers, and history, but they lacked adaptation. They clung to a world that no longer existed, defending an order built on denial. Zeus and his allies moved differently. They accepted instability as part of succession. They did not fear excess. They wielded it. The Cyclopes did not join the war as soldiers. They stood apart, creators rather than participants. Their role was finished once the tools were given. What followed would belong to gods and titans alike. But the release itself could not be undone. Tartarus had been breached. The old order had been challenged not with words, but with reversal. What was cast down had been lifted. What was feared had been armed. The world felt it shift. Thunder now existed not as weather, but as intention. The sea learned a new authority. The unseen gained form. These were not signs of peace. They were signs that balance had ended. The Age of Titans was no longer merely cracking. It was preparing to fall. The depths empty their long-held secrets, and the world listens as forgotten forces step once more into the light. War does not always begin with a strike. Sometimes it begins with recognition. The world sensed the shift before the first blow was ever dealt. The release of what had been buried, the Cyclopes, the weapons, the return of swallowed gods, had unsettled a balance that had endured for generations. The calm of the Titan Age did not shatter at once. It tightened, like air held too long in the chest. Cronus knew before he understood. Power recognizes its end, not through defeat, but through resistance. The moment the world no longer moves effortlessly around a ruler, something has changed. Authority begins to feel its own weight. Silence becomes suspicious. Stillness begins to strain. The Titans gathered, not in panic, but in disbelief. They had ruled since the world first learned how to hold itself together. Mountains and seas had risen under their watch. Time itself bore their imprint. To imagine being challenged by their own descendants felt less like threat and more like violation of order. Zeus did not announce war. He did not claim the throne. He stood among his siblings and allies as a presence that could no longer be ignored. The future had arrived, not asking permission, not offering reassurance. Lines were drawn without being declared. On one side stood the Titans, vast, ancient, bound to the first structures of the cosmos. On the other, the younger gods, sharpened by concealment, armed by what had once been discarded. Between them stretched a world that could no longer remain neutral. The Greeks called what followed the Titanomachy not simply a war, but a struggle over how the universe itself would be governed. This was not a battle for land or tribute. It was a conflict over succession, over whether power would continue to deny the future, or finally allow itself to be replaced. When the first clashes came, they were not swift. The Titans did not fall easily. Their strength was elemental. Each movement reshaped the world. Mountains trembled. Seas recoiled. The sky itself seemed uncertain which side it belonged to. The war was not fought on fields. It was fought across existence. Zeus wielded thunder, not as spectacle, but as declaration. For the first time, force spoke with direction. Lightning did not merely strike, it chose. The sound of it was unfamiliar, frightening not because it was loud, but because it was intentional. Cronus fought not as a tyrant, but as a ruler defending continuity. To him, the war was not rebellion. It was correction. The restoration of an order he believed necessary. His blows carried the weight of preservation, not cruelty. And yet, preservation had become indistinguishable from erasure. The conflict dragged on year after year, neither side able to secure final advantage. The Titans knew the terrain of the old world. The younger gods moved unpredictably, drawing strength from what had been hidden and released. Victory remained uncertain because the war itself was unresolved in meaning. What was the universe meant to become? The Greeks lingered on this war not for its violence, but for its duration. 10 years, they said, not as a measure of time, but as a symbol of exhaustion. The cosmos itself was learning how difficult change truly is. Old power does not yield quickly. New power does not arrive fully formed. Gaia watched once more. She had not chosen sides lightly. She did not favour youth over age, nor rebellion over rule. But she recognised stagnation when she saw it. The world had grown too heavy with what it refused to release. Balance now required rupture. So she guided Zeus again, toward what remained imprisoned. The 100-handed ones. The Hecatonchires. Forces too vast, too excessive, even for Titans. Once hidden for fear of their rawness, they were now necessary. War had reached the point where restraint could no longer decide its outcome. With their release, the struggle changed irrevocably. Stones flew like rain. Mountains were torn from their roots. The Titans, for all their age and power, began to yield. Not because they were weak, but because the world itself had shifted beneath them. The Titanomachy was no longer merely conflict. It was transition made violent. Cronus would fall. The Titans would be cast down. Not erased, but removed. Contained in the very depths they had once ignored. Tartarus would receive them, not as punishment alone, but as consequence. The age of Titans was ending, not with silence, but with upheaval. And from the upheaval, a new order would rise, carrying forward not only victory, but the memory of how power is lost. The world trembles under the weight of its own transformation, as ancient rulers begin to fall, and the shape of a new cosmos comes slowly into view. Time stretched until it lost its meaning. The war did not move like mortal conflict, measured in days or victories. It settled into the world, heavy and unrelenting, reshaping existence through repetition. Each clash felt decisive. None of them were. The struggle endured not because either side lacked strength, but because the universe itself resisted resolution. 10 years, the Greeks would later say. Not as a precise count, but as a way of describing exhaustion. A length of time long enough for certainty to erode. Long enough for even the gods to feel the weight of endurance. The Titans fought as they always had, vast, elemental, unyielding. Their power was rooted in the earliest structures of the cosmos. Mountains answered their movements. Seas swelled or withdrew at their presence. They did not adapt. They endured, believing endurance itself would be enough. Cronus stood among them, not roaring commands, but radiating inevitability. To him, the war was not chaos. It was correction delayed. He believed the world would eventually remember where authority belonged. Zeus fought differently. He did not rely solely on strength. He learned. Each clash altered his approach. Thunder was not just force, it was communication. A declaration that power could choose its moment rather than simply exist. Lightning struck with intent, shaping fear as much as damage. The battlefield had no fixed location. The war unfolded across the cosmos itself. Peaks shattered, valleys filled and emptied. The sky burned, then darkened. Even Nyx's shadows deepened, as if night itself were listening. Neither side advanced without loss. The younger gods felt the cost of resistance. They were not born to rule yet. They were learning authority through conflict. Each injury reminded them that succession is not granted. It is fought for, often against those who once made the world safe. The Titans, too, suffered. They were unaccustomed to being challenged. Their strength had always been enough. But war revealed something unsettling. Power that never learned to change eventually turns against itself. Their blows were immense, but predictable. Their certainty became their limitation. The Cyclopes watched from a distance, their work already done. The Hecatoncheires entered the fray only when restraint failed entirely, their 100 hands hurling stone and force beyond measure. With them came devastation on a scale that could not be reversed. The world did not cheer. The Greeks did not tell this story as triumph. They told it as endurance pushed to breaking. The war scarred existence. It left marks that would never fully fade. Mountains formed from violence. Seas remembered impact. Even the sky bore traces of fire. Gaia felt each blow. The earth does not stand apart from conflict. It absorbs it. She endured again, not as victim, but as witness. This war was not a mistake, it was consequence. The price of generations refusing to yield. As the years wore on, fatigue replaced confidence. The Titans began to retreat, not because they were weaker, but because the world itself had shifted against them. The structures they embodied were giving way to something new. Zeus felt the weight of what he was becoming. He was no longer merely the future denied its place. He was the agent of upheaval. Each decision pulled the world further from what it had been. He learned that leadership does not arrive cleanly. It arrives stained by what it must undo. Cronus felt it too. The prophecy he had tried to escape was no longer abstract. It stood before him, embodied, relentless. But even now, his resistance was not hatred. It was refusal. To yield was to accept that his reign had been temporary, that what he had preserved had already passed. 10 years passed not because the war was evenly matched, but because letting go is harder than fighting. Eventually, inevitability took shape. The Titans fell one by one, not erased, but overwhelmed. The Hecatoncheires bound them. Tartarus opened once more, not as forgotten depth, but as destination. The old rulers were cast down into the place that had waited since the first age. Cronus fell last. There was no speech, no final curse, only the sound of time giving way to what it could no longer hold. His defeat was not humiliation, it was completion. The pattern had run its course. The war ended not with celebration but with silence, a silence filled with aftermath. The world stood changed, uncertain, exhausted. The old order was gone. The new one had not yet learned how to stand without conflict. 10 years of divine war had ended. What followed would not be peace. It would be reckoning. The echoes of battle fade slowly into the wounded world, leaving behind a silence heavy with consequence and awaiting its next shape. Before order could claim its victory, it had to borrow from what it feared. The war had revealed a quiet truth the Titans had never accepted. Strength alone was not enough. Endurance could hold the world still, but it could not guide it forward. And so, in the moments when balance tipped and certainty failed, the younger gods turned not to the heavens for approval, but to the margins where rejected forces waited. The Cyclopes were not the only ones the old order had buried. There were others, being shaped in the earliest convulsions of creation, too excessive, too raw, too unsettling to fit within a stable cosmos. Monsters, the Greeks would later call them, though the word carried less judgment than distance. These were forms that existed before refinement learned how to disguise power as beauty. They were not evil, they were inconvenient. The world had learned early to hide what did not conform. Uranus had buried it, Cronus had ignored it. Stability demanded silence, and silence demanded exclusion. But war strips away preference. It forces necessity to speak. The weapons that would end the conflict could not come from harmony. They had to be drawn from imbalance. Thunder was forged not as light, but as sound made solid. The Cyclopes shaped it with hand that understood pressure better than grace. Lightning was not crafted to inspire awe. It was designed to fracture certainty. When Zeus raised it, he did not merely strike. He declared that the sky no longer belonged to one ruler alone. The trident followed, born from similar excess. A tool that divided as easily as it commanded. With it, the sea was no longer endless drift. It became territory, restless and responsive. Poseidon's weapon did not calm the waters. It reminded them they could be shaped. Even invisibility, so often misunderstood as absence, was forged in the same way. The helm given to Hades did not erase him. It granted withdrawal. The power to step outside struggle rather than dominate it. In a war of overwhelming force, the ability to vanish became its own kind of authority. These were not divine gifts bestowed from above. They were solutions wrested from what the world had tried to forget. The Greeks lingered on this detail because it unsettled them. The victory of the Olympians was not pure. It was aided by beings the cosmos had once rejected. Monsters, excess, rawness, these were not enemies of order. They were its hidden foundation. Weapons forged by monsters carried a cost. They did not end conflict cleanly. They reshaped it. Thunder scarred the sky. The sea learned violence as language. The unseen gained leverage over the seen. Each tool changed the world in ways that could not be undone. Zeus understood this, even as he wielded them. Power borrowed from chaos does not return unchanged. The future king of the gods did not mistake these weapons for symbols of virtue. They were acknowledgements of necessity. He was not building a perfect order. He was surviving a transition. The monsters who forged these tools did not join the celebrations that followed. They receded again into distance, their purpose fulfilled. The world would remember their creations but not their faces. This too was part of the pattern. What makes victory possible is rarely allowed to remain visible afterward. The Titans fell soon after. Not solely because they were weaker, but because they fought a world that had already decided to change. The weapons accelerated what was inevitable. They did not invent succession, they enforced it. When the war ended, the tools remained. They did not disappear with the monsters who shaped them. They became part of the new order, reminders that Olympus itself was built with help from what it once feared. The Olympians would rule beneath a sky scarred by thunder, beside seas disciplined by division, above depths governed by disappearance. This was not a clean inheritance. The Greeks never believed it was. They saw in these weapons a warning as much as a triumph. Order that forgets what enabled it becomes brittle. Power that pretends it was born pure will eventually repeat the mistakes of those it replaced. The Olympians would inherit the world, but they would inherit it already marked by violence, by excess, by monsters whose hands had shaped the tools of rule. And beneath their temples and laws, those older forces would remain, waiting quietly, as they always had, for the moment order once again needed what it tried to leave behind. The weapons rest in divine hands, still warm from their forging, as the world adjusts to a power born not of purity, but of necessity. The end did not arrive all at once. It came in stages. Through silence where command once stood, through absence where presence had shaped the world. The Titans did not collapse in a single moment of defeat. They receded slowly like a tide withdrawing from a shore it had long claimed. Their fall was not a spectacle. It was a surrender forced by exhaustion. 10 years of war had carved fractures into the cosmos itself. Mountains bore the memory of impact. Seas remembered force. Even the sky, once a fixed canopy of rule, carried scars of thunder and flame. The Titans stood amid this changed world and recognized it no longer answered to them. Cronus felt it first. The weight he had carried as ruler, time itself, no longer moved in his favour. The future he had tried to consume now stood before him, armed not only with strength, but with momentum. Zeus did not need to prove himself. The world had already begun to shift around him. The Titans fought on not because they believed they would win, but because letting go felt more dangerous than resistance. Power rarely releases itself willingly. It must be pried loose by consequence. One by one, they fell. Not destroyed, not erased, but restrained. The Hecatoncheires, once hidden for their access, became the instruments of containment. Their 100 hands bound what could no longer be allowed to roam freely. The irony was not lost on the Greeks. What had been buried for being too dangerous now guarded the world from those who had ruled it. Tartarus opened again. It was not vengeance that cast the Titans downward. It was placement. A recognition that the old order could not coexist with the new without tearing the world apart. The Titans were not evil. They were incompatible with what the cosmos had become. Oceanus withdrew rather than fell, encircling the world as he always had, unchanged by ambition. Others were less able to retreat. The core of Titan rule, Cronus, and those who upheld his denial of succession, were cast into depth. Cronus's fall carried no final speech. There was no plea, no curse that echoed across the ages. only the sound of inevitability completing itself. The ruler who had swallowed the future was now removed from it. Time moved on without him. The Greeks remembered this not as humiliation, but as tragedy. Cronus was not a villain undone by cruelty. He was a ruler undone by fear. His greatest crime was not violence, but refusal, to accept that his reign was part of a sequence, not its conclusion. The fall of the Titans reshaped the meaning of power. Strength alone was no longer enough. Endurance was no longer sufficient. Authority now required adaptation. The world had proven that permanence was an illusion, sustained only by force, and force itself eventually turned inward. The Olympians stood in the aftermath, not triumphant, but burdened. Victory carried responsibility. The world they inherited was wounded, reshaped, and watching. They had won not because they were purer, but because they were willing to release what their predecessors tried to contain. And yet, the shadow of the Titans did not vanish. Their imprisonment beneath the world became a reminder, a warning etched into the structure of existence. Tartarus was no longer merely depth, it was memory, a place where old power waited, restrained but not forgotten. The Greeks believed this deeply. The past is never destroyed. It is stored, pressed beneath the present, shaping it through pressure and reminder. Zeus did not celebrate long. He understood that the fall of the Titans was not the end of conflict. It was a turning point. The world had chosen a new order, but it had not yet learned how to live within it. The Titans had fallen, but the questions they embodied remained. How does power yield without violence? How does authority pass without fear? How does a ruler accept an ending without turning it into catastrophe? These were not questions Zeus could answer yet. They lingered in the silence after the fall, in the depth beneath the earth, in the memory of a golden age that could not last. The age of Titans was over, but its lessons had only begun to echo. The world settles into uneasy stillness, carrying the weight of fallen giants and waiting to see what kind of rule will rise in their absence. Depth has a different meaning when it is chosen. Tartarus had existed long before the Titans ever dreamed of rule. It was older than crowns, older than rebellion, older even than fear. Born from the same early vastness as chaos, it was not created with purpose. It became purposeful only when the world required separation, when what could no longer belong above still had to exist somewhere below. When the Titans were cast down, they did not fall screaming through the void. There was no spectacle of divine agony. Their descent was heavy, inevitable, like stone returning to the earth. Bound by the hecatoncheires, they were lowered into a depth that did not rage against them, but received them without emotion. This was not revenge. The Greeks were careful with this distinction. Tartarus was not a place of hatred or cruelty. It was a place of distance. The Titans were not punished for evil. They were removed because the shape of the world had changed, and their presence within it had become destructive. Punishment in this early cosmos was not about suffering. It was about containment. The Titans remained whole. Their strength was not stripped away. Their awareness did not fade. What was taken from them was movement, access to the surface where their power once shaped everything. Tartarus did not destroy what it held. It restrained it. Cronus felt this restraint most sharply. As the embodiment of time, his imprisonment carried a quiet irony. He had tried to stop succession by swallowing it, folding the future inwards until nothing could follow him. Now he existed outside the flow he once governed, aware of time's passage, but unable to touch it. Moments moved above him without his consent. Ages formed without his name. This was not torment, it was recognition. The Greeks imagined Tartarus as vast beyond measure, a depth equal to the height of the sky itself. This symmetry mattered. For every elevation of power, there existed an answering descent. The cosmos balanced not through justice, but through structure. The fall of the Titans did not cleanse the world, it burdened it. Above, the Olympians inherited a universe marked by conflict and memory. Zeus ruled knowing what lay beneath his feet, not merely stone and darkness, but former rulers who had once shaped existence itself. Tartarus became a reminder etched into the foundation of the cosmos. Power that refuses to yield must eventually be held down. Zeus did not visit Tartarus often. To rule while staring constantly into the depths is to rule from fear. Yet he could not forget it. None of the Olympians could. Their authority existed only because something equally powerful had been restrained. Tartarus was not sealed shut. It remained open beneath the world, holding not only Titans, but the idea of consequence itself. Other figures would later be placed there, beings whose defiance or excess threatened the fragile balance of the cosmos. Each arrival reaffirmed the same truth. Some forces cannot be destroyed without destroying the world alongside them. The Greeks understood this with uneasy clarity. They did not imagine the Titans pleading or repenting in the dark. They imagined them waiting. Time behaves differently in depth. What is buried does not disappear. It presses upward slowly, influencing what rests above through pressure rather than action. This was the quiet unease Tartarus introduced into the new order. The Olympian age didn't rise cleanly. It rose cautiously. The gods above were not ignorant of what had come before them. They ruled with the knowledge that beneath their temples and laws, older powers endured, unchanged and unforgetting. Punishment, then, was not limited to those below. It extended upward as responsibility. The world had learned that order is never permanent, only maintained. That stability demands restraint, not just of enemies, but of oneself. Tartarus was the memory of what happens when power refuses to release its grip. The Titans had fallen, but they had not vanished. They remained woven into the structure of existence, silent witnesses to the age that replaced them. Their presence beneath the earth reminded gods and mortals alike that no reign stands alone, and no authority escapes the shadow it casts. Tartarus did not promise closure. It promised continuity of memory, of consequence, of unresolved weight. The cosmos moved forward, carrying its depths with it, never free from what it had buried, never entirely secure in what stood above. And so the world endured, suspended between sky and abyss, learning slowly that punishment is not always pain. Sometimes it is distance. Far below the living world, the old powers endure in silence, shaping the present not through action, but through their unending weight. Order does not arrive fully formed. It must be divided. When the war ended and the Titans were cast into depth, the world did not instantly become stable. Victory had removed resistance, but it had not answered the deeper question that lingered in the silence that followed. Who would hold what remained? The cosmos had grown vast. Sky, sea, and underworld had all emerged with distinct weight and character. To allow one ruler to grasp all of it would be to repeat the very mistake that had broken the Titan Age. The Olympians understood this instinctively. Power needed limits, even among gods. So the world was divided. Not through violence, but through agreement shaped by memory. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades stood at the centre of this moment, not as conquerors, but as inheritors burdened with consequence. Each had endured concealment, darkness, and loss. Each knew what it meant to be denied a place in the world. They did not draw borders on land. They divided realms of existence itself. Zeus took the sky. Not the oppressive arch Uranus had once forced upon the earth, but the open expanse that allowed space and distance. The sky became a place of movement, of weather, of watchfulness. Zeus ruled from above, not to suffocate, but to oversee. Thunder and lightning marked his presence, not as constant force, but as reminder. Authority would be visible but not unbroken. Poseidon claimed the sea. The oceans were never meant to be still. They carried memory, danger, and abundance in equal measure. Under Poseidon, the waters remained unpredictable, refusing complete order. His trident did not tame the sea, it disciplined it. The Greeks saw this clearly. Some realms resist mastery. They respond only to negotiation and threat. Hades received what lay below. The underworld was not a reward. It was not a punishment either. It was necessity. A realm for what had ended. For what could not remain above. Hades ruled without spectacle, without ambition. His power was quiet, but absolute within its bounds. The dead did not return. The living did not linger. Balance depended on this boundary holding firm. The earth itself, Gaia, remained shared. She belonged to none of them exclusively. Mortals would walk upon her. Life would rise and fall upon her surface. Even gods would rely on her endurance. This, too, was a lesson learned from the past. No single power could claim the foundation of all things without repeating tyranny. The division was not perfect. Borders between realms were porous. Storms touched the sea. Earthquakes bridged surface and depth. The underworld pressed upward through memory and ritual. The cosmos was divided, but not sealed. Interaction remained inevitable. The Greeks understood this as wisdom rather than flaw. Complete separation leads to stagnation. Absolute unity leads to domination. The balance lay between. Zeus ruled the sky, but he did not own the world. His authority depended on cooperation, on restraints, on the shared memory of what happened when one ruler tried to hold everything at once. This division shaped the character of the Olympian age. The gods were powerful but limited. Each ruled a domain rather than the whole. Each carried responsibility rather than total control. The world no longer revolved around a single axis of power. It turned through negotiation, tension, and shared consequence. Yet even this order carried unease. The Titans remained in Tartarus. Monsters still roamed at the edges of the world. Prophecy lingered like an unspoken presence. The division of the cosmos did not erase conflict, it organized it. The Greeks did not imagine this moment as harmonious. They imagined it as necessary, the best arrangement possible after ruin. A structure built not on innocence, but on experience. Above, the sky learned restraint. Below, the depths held memory. Between them, the world endured. The Age of Olympus had begun, not as perfection, but as an attempt. A fragile architecture of power, shaped by lessons learned too late to avoid loss, but soon enough to prevent repetition. Whether it would succeed remained uncertain. The cosmos settles into its divided form, balanced not by peace, but by memory, as the new order quietly tests its own limits. The world did not celebrate its new rulers. After war, there was no chorus of triumph, no sudden harmony spreading across sky and land. There was only a pause, a long, careful breath, taken by a cosmos still uncertain whether the violence had truly ended. The Titans had fallen, the realms had been divided, but order, newly born, had not yet learned how to stand without trembling. This was the beginning of Olympus. Not as a place first, but as an idea. A centre elevated not merely in height, but in intention. The Olympian gods did not inherit innocence. They inherited consequence. The memory of what had come before shaped every step they took. Zeus ruled from the sky, but he did not press it down upon the world as Uranus once had. Distance mattered now. Space mattered. The sky became something that watched rather than suffocated. Thunder spoke rarely, and when it did, it reminded the world that authority existed, but was not constant, not absolute. The Olympians gathered not as equals, but as participants in a fragile balance. Each god carried a domain, a limitation, a boundary that could not be crossed without cost. The age of singular rule had ended. Power was now distributed, and with it came tension. Hera watched closely. She had endured the darkness of being swallowed, the humiliation of return, the uncertainty of a world remade. Marriage, lineage, inheritance, these concepts gained weight in her presence. She understood better than most that stability depends not only on power, but on continuity that is honoured rather than feared. Poseidon tested his borders constantly. The sea does not accept division easily. Storms rose where authority pressed too tightly. Ships vanished where balance failed. His realm reminded the gods that not all domains could be governed with calm oversight. Some required force, others restraint, often both at once. Hades remained distant. His kingdom lay beneath all others, silent and unyielding. He did not seek worship. He did not interfere. The underworld existed because it had to. The living required a place to leave things behind. Souls, memories, endings. His rule was the most stable precisely because it was the least contested. Together the Olympians shaped a new rhythm. The world began to move again, not in suspension, not in suffocation, but in cycles marked by conflict and rest. Seasons found meaning. Time resumed its forward pull. Mortals would soon appear within this order, fragile and fleeting, reflecting in miniature the struggles of the gods themselves. The Greeks understood this transition with restraint. They did not imagine the Olympians as moral ideals. These were not perfected beings. They were powerful, flawed, reactive, shaped by what they had survived. Their rule was better than what came before, not because it was just, but because it allowed movement. Change had returned. Yet beneath Olympus, Tartarus remained open. The Titans endured in depth, not forgotten, not erased. Their presence pressed upward through myth and memory. The Olympians ruled, knowing that what they had replaced still existed, waiting, watching. This awareness defined the new age. Authority was exercised with caution. Excess was feared. Prophecy was listened to even when it unsettled. The gods no longer believed themselves eternal in the way the Titans once had. They had seen what happens when power refuses to yield. And still, they were not free from repetition. Zeus, for all his restraint, carried the same inheritance as those before him. Desire, fear, control, all stirred beneath his rule. Olympus was not immune to the patterns of the cosmos. It was simply more conscious of them. This was the quiet tragedy of the Olympian age. It began not with purity, but with awareness. The gods knew the cost of domination, yet they were still gods. They would love, rage, punish, and betray. They would shape mortal lives in ways that echoed the violence of earlier ages, even as they believed themselves more refined. The Age of Olympus didn't end myth, it began it. From this moment forward, the world would be shaped not by primordial forces or titan endurance, but by stories of interaction between gods and mortals, between power and fragility, between desire and consequence. The cosmos had found a new order. Whether it could hold remained to be seen. High above the wounded world, Olympus rises into quiet authority, aware of its strength, haunted by memory, and standing at the threshold of stories yet to unfold. Power did not heal what it replaced. When Zeus took his place at the centre of the cosmos, he did not inherit unity. He inherited fracture. The Olympian order stood not upon harmony, but upon the careful management of tension. Between siblings, between realms, between memory and desire. Zeus ruled a family shaped by betrayal long before he ever raised thunder in his hand. He had freed his brothers and sisters from darkness, yet freedom did not restore what had been lost. They returned bearing silence, each changed by confinement in ways no victory could erase. The bond between them was real, but uneven, stretched thin by the different wounds endured in the same dark place. Zeus understood authority early, but intimacy remained elusive. As king of the gods, he stood above the others, yet he could never fully stand apart. His power came from succession, and succession is born of conflict. Every command he issued echoed with the knowledge that he, too, had replaced another. The throne beneath him was not innocent wood or stone. It was memory hardened into structure. Hera stood closest and farthest. She was his sister before she was his queen, his equal in lineage if not in freedom. Marriage under Zeus became both alliance and restraint. Hera guarded continuity fiercely, not out of softness, but out of fear that disorder would return if bonds were allowed to loosen. Her anger was not sudden. It was accumulated, layered over years of betrayal that never quite healed. Zeus' rule was marked by movement. Unlike Cronus, he did not try to halt the future. He allowed change, even when it threatened him. But allowance came at a cost. Desire pulled him outward constantly, toward new unions, new creations, new expressions of power. Each act extended the world, but also fractured his household further. Children were born everywhere, gods, heroes, monsters. Each carried a fragment of Zeus's authority, and with it a question. Who belongs? Who inherits? Who is protected, and who is left to endure alone? Zeus expanded the cosmos through generation, but he rarely stayed to mend what expansion disrupted. The Greeks watched this pattern carefully. They did not see Zeus as a moral failure. They saw him as a ruler shaped by excess, of power, of possibility, of unchecked movement. His lightning could restore balance in moments, but balance within the family required patience he rarely practiced. Poseidon bristled beneath the sea, accepting his realm yet never fully content. His storms were not rebellions, but reminders that division does not erase rivalry. Hades remained distant, ruling the underworld with consistency that contrasted sharply with Zeus's restless presence above. Distance became his strength. Athena would later emerge from Zeus himself, wisdom born not of union, but of division within the body of power. Even this carried symbolism. Thought separated from desire. Strategy emerging where impulse had ruled too long. Zeus ruled a broken family because the cosmos itself was broken into parts. He could not return it to unity without becoming what he had overthrown. He walked a narrow path between control and collapse, aware that too much force would repeat the age of Titans, while too little would invite chaos back into the world. The Greeks did not imagine Zeus at peace. They imagined him watchful, awake, carrying the burden of knowing that order is temporary, maintained only through constant attention. His rule was not stable because he was perfect, but because he adapted, sometimes too late, sometimes imperfectly. Olympus thrived not as a sanctuary, but as a centre of gravity. Gods were drawn to it, repelled from it, shaped by it. Zeus stood at its core, not as a father who healed, but as a king who endured. In this, he was deeply human. His family reflected the world he governed, powerful, divided, bound together by history rather than harmony. Love existed, but it was strained. Loyalty existed, but it was conditional. Betrayal never vanished, it waited. Zeus did not end the cycle of conflict. He managed it. And in managing it, he ensured that stories would continue. Stories of rage and reconciliation, of punishment and mercy, of gods whose immortality did not spare them from consequence. The Olympian age did not rise above tragedy. It carried it forward, refined and intensified. High upon Olympus, the king listens to thunder echo through his own house, ruling a family bound by blood, memory, and wounds that power alone cannot mend. Hera did not choose her role. It was placed upon her, shaped by blood, survival, and expectation. She had been swallowed by her father before she could speak, hidden in darkness alongside her siblings, her existence denied at its beginning. When she returned to the world, it was not as a child restored, but as a goddess already marked by loss. Memory came before innocence, endurance before trust. Marriage followed not as romance, but as structure. To rule beside Zeus was not merely to share power, it was to anchor it. Hera became the visible promise that order would continue, that lineage would not collapse into chaos. She embodied continuity in a world terrified of repetition. Where Zeus moved outward, she held inward. Where he expanded, she guarded. This was not a gentle task. Hera ruled marriage not as ideal, but as reality. She knew bonds are fragile, held together by expectation as much as affection. Loyalty to her was not a virtue, it was necessity. Without it, the Olympian order would fracture into rival claims and endless succession. Zeus did not make this easy. His desire moved faster than his judgment. His unions were not acts of intimacy so much as expressions of power, moments where possibility overcame restraint. Each affair carried consequences that settled squarely upon Hera's domain. Children born outside her bond challenged the clarity she struggled to maintain. Hera's rage did not erupt without cause. It accumulated. Each betrayal added weight to her vigilance. Each reminder that she was expected to preserve unity while being denied respect hardened her resolve. The Greeks did not imagine her anger as irrational. They saw it as pressure seeking release. Her vengeance rarely struck Zeus directly. Power between equals is delicate. To confront him openly would have meant tearing apart the very structure she was sworn to uphold. Instead, her fury turned sideways, toward symbols and extensions, toward those who represented the fractures she could not repair. Mortals felt this most sharply. Those drawn into Zeus's orbit often became targets not because they were guilty, but because they were visible. Hera's punishments were not random. They were messages carved into lives and lineages, reminding the world that bonds matter, that promises carry weight even when broken by gods. The Greeks understood the cruelty in this. They also understood its origin. Hera had survived erasure once. She would not allow it again, not to herself, not to the order she guarded. Her wrath was not chaos. It was enforcement, born of fear that if boundaries dissolved entirely, the world would return to darkness. Yet even she was not immune to contradiction. She protected marriage, yet her own was defined by imbalance. She upheld fidelity, yet lived surrounded by proof of its fragility. Her strength lay in endurance, but endurance without relief becomes severity. Hera was not loved easily. She was respected, feared, endured. Among the Olympians, she stood as a reminder that stability demands sacrifice, and that sacrifice often breeds resentment. The world praised Zeus for movement and creation. It blamed Hera for the cost of holding everything together. This imbalance shaped her legacy. Stories remembered her punishments more readily than her patience, her fury louder than her labour. Yet without her vigilance, the Olympian order would have dissolved under the weight of its own excess. Hera understood something the others often forgot. Power multiplies problems faster than it solves them. Creation demands boundaries. Continuity demands defense. Her tragedies were quiet ones. She did not fall from her throne. She did not rebel. She remained watching, correcting, retaliating when necessary. The cost of her role was not defeat, but isolation. To be the guardian of order is to be blamed for its enforcement. In this, Hera mirrored the world she ruled. The cosmos did not reward those who maintained balance. It noticed them only when restraint failed. Hera endured anyway. She carried marriage as burden and weapon, rage as inheritance and shield. Her story was not one of softness, but of survival within an order that demanded her strength while denying her peace. She was queen not because she was gentle. She was queen because she refused to let everything fall apart. Beneath Olympus's shining order, Hera stands watchful and unyielding, carrying the quiet weight of bonds that hold the world together, even as they strain toward breaking. The sea was never meant to be calm. Before Poseidon ruled it, the waters belonged to motion itself. They shifted without memory of borders, pulling at the edges of the world the way chaos once had, restless, unfinished, unwilling to remain still. The sea remembered beginnings more clearly than land or sky ever could. It carried uncertainty in its depths and returned it without warning. When the cosmos was divided, Poseidon didn't receive the sea as a reward. He inherited it as a burden. It was a realm too vast to be governed by patience alone, too alive to be held through restraint. The waters resisted permanence. They reshaped shores, erased paths, swallowed what stood too confidently in one place. To rule the sea was not to tame it, but to endure its moods. Poseidon learned this through struggle. His power didn't quiet the waters, it sharpened them. Storms became expressions of his presence. Earthquakes rippled where sea and land pressed too closely together. The trident he carried was not a symbol of peace. It marked division. 3 prongs cutting through chaos, attempting to impose momentary order on something that could never truly be bound. Among the Olympians, Poseidon stood closest to Zeus in strength and farthest in temperament. He accepted the division of realms, but not without resentment. The sky was visible, commanding attention. The underworld was final, unquestioned. The sea existed between, neither surface nor depth, neither stable nor sealed. Poseidon ruled a domain that never rested, and so neither did he. His anger came easily, but it was rarely without cause. Resistance surrounded him constantly. Ships crossed his waters as if entitled to safe passage. Shores pressed outward, claiming space the sea would eventually reclaim. Mortals tested his patience simply by moving, believing that survival implied permission. The Greeks feared Poseidon more than they loved him. They prayed not for favour, but for restraint. Calm seas were not blessings, they were pauses. Storms were not punishments, they were reminders. The sea did not hate humanity, it simply did not care. Poseidon reflected that indifference when his patience thinned, yet beneath the violence there was depth. Poseidon was not only destruction, he was movement, change. The force that ensured no boundary remained untouched forever. Cities rose beside his waters, prospered through trade and passage, then fell when confidence outpaced caution. Empires expanded along coasts, mistaking proximity for control. They were often wrong. His rivalry with Athena revealed this tension clearly. Land against sea, stability against motion. Athena offered olive trees, roots, patience, continuity. Poseidon offered salt water, restlessness, danger, expansion. Athens chose Athena, choosing permanence over uncertainty. Poseidon didn't forget. His grudges moved like tides, receding only to return with greater force. The sea does not resolve conflict. It preserves it, reshaping it endlessly. Poseidon carried this quality into his relationships with gods and mortals alike. Forgiveness was rare, submission even rarer. Among the Olympians, he stood as a reminder that not all power seeks harmony. Some power exists to disrupt it. This made Poseidon dangerous but necessary. Without him, the world would stagnate. The sea carried trade, migration and story. It connected distant lands and scattered peoples. It made isolation impossible and ambition risky. Poseidon ruled that contradiction. His children reflected it. Heroes born of storms, monsters born of depth. Some brought salvation, others ruin. The sea does not discriminate. It gives passage and takes life with the same indifference. The Greeks did not imagine Poseidon as evil. They imagined him as honest. The sea does not promise safety. It offers possibility. It tests arrogance. It humbles certainty. Poseidon's violence was not random. It was responsive. Those who respected distance survived longer than those who claimed mastery. In this, he differed sharply from Zeus. Zeus ruled through oversight. Poseidon ruled through presence. Zeus watched from above. Poseidon surged from below, reminding the world that foundations matter more than thrones. The Olympian order depended on him more than it admitted. The sea fed the land, carried wealth, erased borders, and reminded every ruler that no dominion is absolute. Without Poseidon's restless domain, the world would have remained smaller, quieter, and far less alive. He stood at the edges of Olympus, never fully at ease among gods who favoured structure and balance. His realm would never fit neatly into order, and he did not try to make it. The sea does not learn obedience. It only waits. Across the darkened waters, The tide rolls endlessly onward, carrying memory, violence, and possibility in equal measure. Silence was never empty. Beneath the world shaped by sky and sea lay a realm without wind, without horizon, without change measured in light. The underworld did not announce itself. It did not rise or fall. It endured. When the cosmos was divided, Hades received this domain not through ambition, but through necessity. Someone had to rule what remained after life withdrew. He did not protest. Hades understood distance better than his brothers. While Zeus claimed height and Poseidon command of motion, Hades accepted depth. His kingdom was not a punishment for him. It was a responsibility others could not bear. The underworld was not evil. This mattered deeply to the Greeks. They did not imagine it as a place of torment by default. It was a place of finality, a boundary, a quiet enclosure where the living could not linger, and the dead could not return unchanged. Order required an ending as much as it required beginnings. Hades ruled without spectacle. There were no storms to signal his presence, no thunder to remind the world of his authority. His power was absolute precisely because it was invisible. Once something crossed into his realm, it did not leave without consequence. The dead were not punished for dying, they were simply held. This made Hades feared, but rarely hated. He did not deceive. He did not rage. He did not intrude upon the world above, unless invited through ritual or breach. Among the Olympians, he was the most consistent. His realm did not change hands. His laws did not bend. His authority did not waver. Yet his silence carried weight. The underworld reflected what the living refused to face. Loss without drama, endings without explanation. In a cosmos filled with gods who acted impulsively, Hades stood as reminder that some forces do not negotiate. Death does not argue, it waits. The Greeks imagined his kingdom as layered rather than chaotic. Meadows for those who lived quietly. Depths for those whose actions carried excess. Not moral judgment, but resonance. What one brought into death shaped where one settled within it. Hades did not choose favourites. Even gods were subject to his boundaries. When Persephone crossed into his realm, it was not through violence alone, but through inevitability. Her presence transformed the underworld, introducing rhythm where there had been only stillness. Seasons above began to echo what happened below. This did not soften Hades. It complicated him. He became not merely a keeper of the dead, but a figure bound to cycles beyond his control. The underworld was no longer sealed completely. It breathed through absence and return, through grief and renewal. Still, Hades did not seek attention. He did not dwell on Olympus. He did not compete for worship. Those who honoured him did so quietly, knowing that recognition didn't invite favour, but acknowledgement. You did not bargain with death. You respected it. The Olympians depended on this restraint. Without Hades, the world would dissolve into repetition. Without an ending, meaning thins. Life requires limits to feel weight. The underworld held that limit firm. And yet, Hades was never entirely separate. Rivers flowed between worlds. Memories seeped upward through dreams and ritual. Heroes would one day descend and return, altered by what they had seen. The boundary held, but it was not impermeable. This was the quiet power of Hades. He did not rule through fear, but through certainty. No one questioned his domain, because questioning it changed nothing. Death remained. The Greeks saw in him a truth rarely spoken aloud, that stability does not always belong to the most visible force. Sometimes it belongs to what remains unseen, holding everything else in place. Hades did not envy his brothers. The sky was loud, the sea was violent, his realm was patient, it accepted all without preference, and in doing so outlasted every reign above it. When the Olympian order formed, Hades did not celebrate. He returned below, to a kingdom that would never end, even when Olympus itself faded into story. His silence was not absence, it was permanence. And beneath every living step, beneath every throne and temple, his realm waited, unchanging, inevitable, necessary. Far below the light of gods and mortals alike, the underworld holds its silence, reminding the world that all motion in time must come to rest. War did not belong to a single god. It existed long before Olympus learned to name it, before spears were lifted or walls were raised. Conflict was woven into creation itself, into succession, into division, into the moment when one force replaced another. But among the Olympians, war took on two faces, shaped by two very different minds. Athena was born without a mother's touch. She emerged from Zeus fully formed, armoured, alert, thought separating itself from impulse in an act both violent and precise. Her birth carried meaning the Greeks did not ignore. Wisdom did not arise from softness or nurture, but from rupture, from pressure contained too long and released with intention. Athena did not love war. She understood it. To her, conflict was not a frenzy, but a problem to be solved. She watched before she acted. She measured terrain, morale, timing. Victory mattered, but so did cost. War, under Athena's gaze, became a tool rather than a release. She favoured defence over destruction, strategy over spectacle. The shield mattered as much as the spear. Cities that honoured her learned endurance, how to withstand siege, how to outlast chaos rather than meet it head-on. Ares stood opposite her. Born of Zeus and Hera, he carried war not as thought, but a sensation. The clash of metal, the cry of pain, the rush of momentum, these were his domain. Ares did not plan war. He entered it. He did not ask why a battle began. He cared only that it continued. To the Greeks, Ares was unsettling. Not because he was cruel, but because he was honest. He represented the part of war that refuses meaning. The moment when violence breaks free of purpose and becomes self-sustaining. Where Athena sought resolution, Ares thrived in prolongation. He did not care who won. Only that blood was shed. The Olympians did not trust him. Zeus himself regarded Ares with impatience, recognizing in him a force that could not be guided, only unleashed. Hera's protection could not soften him. Love did not refine him. He existed as a reminder that war does not always serve order. Athena and Ares did not oppose each other directly. They coexisted uneasily, each revealing something incomplete in the other. Strategy without force is fragile. Force without strategy is ruinous. War requires both, yet is corrupted by excess of either. The Greeks saw this tension reflected in their own lives. Battles were not won by strength alone, nor by wisdom without courage. Cities fell when planners ignored passion, and armies collapsed when fury drowned discipline. Athena and Ares were not moral lessons. They were conditions. Athena guided heroes who valued restraint. She favoured those who listened, who adapted, who understood that survival sometimes mattered more than glory. Her presence did not guarantee victory. It offered clarity, the ability to see consequences before they arrived. Ares followed where clarity failed. He appeared in moments when rage overtook reason, when pride demanded response, when insult became cause enough for slaughter. His presence did not decide outcomes. It intensified them. The Greeks did not honour Ares with affection. They acknowledged him with caution. Temples to Athena rose in cities. Shrines to Ares remained sparse. Not because war was denied, but because it was feared. The Greeks knew that once Ares entered a conflict, control slipped away. Yet Athena alone could not rule war. Even she required force to give her strategies weight. Wisdom without teeth invites conquest. Balance lay not in choosing between them, but in recognizing the danger of each. The Olympian order reflected this uneasy truth. The gods themselves could not escape the nature of war. They guided it, embodied it, suffered from it. The Titanomachy had proven that even divine conflict leaves scars no victory can erase. Athena remembered those scars. Ares revelled in them. Together they revealed war not as evil or necessity, but as revelation. Conflict shows what a world values, what it fears, what it cannot surrender without resistance. In this, war was never truly about enemies. It was about identity under pressure. And Olympus, for all its order, would never be free of it. Between the shield and the spear, the world learns that war wears many faces, and none of them can be fully controlled. Balance is rarely still. It moves quietly, adjusting rather than declaring itself, correcting excess before it becomes collapse. Among the Olympians, this principle took form not in a single god, but in a pair. Twins born into light and shadow, order and distance. Apollo and Artemis entered the world together, yet they did not mirror one another. They counterweighted each other. Their birth itself carried tension. They were children of Zeus and Leto, conceived in secrecy, pursued by Hera's vigilance. Leto wandered the world, denied shelter by those who feared Zeus's wife more than they honoured compassion. Only at the edge of the sea did land finally receive her. Even balance, the Greeks seem to say, arrives through endurance. Apollo emerged first, radiant and immediate. He belonged to clarity, to measure, to the clean edge of understanding. Light followed him not as warmth, but as revelation. Under Apollo's gaze, things were named, defined, exposed. Music, prophecy, medicine, all carried his imprint. He healed, but he also punished. He revealed truth, but truth was not always gentle. Apollo's arrows didn't always kill. Sometimes they brought illness. Sometimes they brought sudden insight. His power did not lie in chaos, but in precision. He struck where imbalance lingered longest, correcting through force that appeared calm only because it was exact. Artemis followed differently. She stepped into the world already turning away from it. Where Apollo faced outward, Artemis withdrew. She claimed the spaces beyond cities, beyond cultivation. Forests, mountains, untouched ground. She belonged to what resisted refinement. Artemis guarded boundaries, between wilderness and civilization, between childhood and adulthood, between life that flourishes freely and life shaped by expectation. She did not nurture passively. She protected fiercely. Those who crossed her limits without respect learned quickly that balance defends itself. The twins did not rule the same way. Apollo moved among people. He spoke through oracles. He guided kings and healers alike. His presence shaped institutions, temples, laws, traditions built on the belief that clarity could order the world. Artemis remained distant. She demanded no temples crowded with voices. Her worship occurred in silence, in breath held among trees, in footsteps, careful not to disturb what watched unseen. She accepted devotion only when it respected distance. Together, they formed a tension the Greeks recognized intimately. Apollo represented the urge to understand, to bring light where darkness unsettled. Artemis represented the need to leave some things untouched, unspoken, unclaimed. Too much light burns. Too much distance alienates. Balance required both. They were not gentle gods. Apollo could be cruel when offended. His plagues fell without warning, his punishment swift and uncompromising. Artemis too struck without hesitation when her boundaries were violated. Neither apologized. Balance does not explain itself. The Greeks did not see contradiction here. They saw necessity. A world without Apollo's clarity dissolves into confusion. A world without Artemis's restraint devours itself. Civilization and wilderness are not enemies. They are conditions that require separation to survive. The twins embodied this separation without hostility. They did not compete. They did not merge. They moved parallel, maintaining distance even from one another. Balance does not mean union. It means coexistence without collapse. Apollo's prophecies reminded mortals that knowledge has limits. Seeing the future does not grant control over it. Artemis's silence reminded them that not everything exists to be known. Some truths remain sacred because they are unapproachable. Together, they shaped the rhythm of the Olympian age. Light rose and fell. Seasons turned. Growth followed restraint. Healing followed harm. The world learned to breathe in cycles rather than strain toward absolutes. The Greeks understood that balance is not peace. It is tension held carefully. Apollo and Artemis did not remove suffering from the world. They shaped it into something survivable. They drew lines, not to divide out of cruelty, but to prevent erasure. In their presence, the cosmos learned a difficult truth. Harmony is not the absence of conflict. It is the refusal to let any single force dominate long enough to destroy the rest. And so the twins moved through the world, one illuminating, one withdrawing, each correcting the other without ever needing to speak. Between light and shadow, the world steadies itself, learning that balance is not found in stillness, but in the careful distance between opposing truths. Desire entered the world long before love learned how to speak. When Aphrodite rose, she did not arrive quietly. She emerged from the remnants of an old violence, the sea carrying memory, foam lifting what had been severed, the past reshaping itself into presence. Her birth did not heal what came before it. It transformed it. Beauty stepped out of brutality without apology. The Greeks understood the meaning of this. Aphrodite was not born of harmony. She was born of consequence. Desire, they believed, does not originate in peace. It arises where absence aches, where separation leaves behind longing too sharp to ignore. She did not rule a realm like the others. There were no borders to claim, no depths to guard, no sky to oversee. Aphrodite ruled movement, of hearts, of bodies, of decisions made without calculation. Her power crossed every boundary the Olympians tried to maintain. No god stood outside her influence. Zeus could command thunder, but desire bent his will as easily as it did a mortal's. Hera could enforce order, but desire slipped through enforcement and reshaped loyalty. Even Athena's clarity faltered when attraction clouded judgment. Aphrodite did not conquer by force. She dissolved resistance. This made her dangerous. Not because she sought destruction, but because she was indifferent to outcome. Desire does not plan. It does not weigh consequence. It pulls, and the world follows or breaks trying not to. Aphrodite was not gentle. Her beauty was not kindness. It was invitation without guarantee. Those drawn to her did not find safety. They found intensity, moments that burned brighter than reason and faded without warning. Love began under her gaze, but it rarely ended cleanly. The Greeks told her stories with caution. She united gods and mortals alike, but unity often led to fracture elsewhere. Families broke, cities fell. Wars began not from hatred, but from longing that could not be contained. Desire, once awakened, demanded satisfaction even when satisfaction meant ruin. Aphrodite did not intervene to prevent this. She did not punish betrayal or reward devotion consistently. Her favour was not moral, it was responsive. Those who honoured her felt her presence strongly. Those who dismissed her learned that denial does not erase desire, it sharpens it. She married Hephaestus, the smith, a god of patience and craft. The union was stable but not consuming. Desire does not settle easily into structure. Ares, raw and impulsive, drew her elsewhere. Passion sought passion. The result was not harmony, but exposure. The Greeks saw no scandal in this. They saw reflection. Love does not obey contracts. It resists containment. Attempts to bind it too tightly often drive it toward transgression. Aphrodite embodied this truth without shame. Yet she was not only ruin. Desire created life as readily as it destroyed stability. Without her, there would be no generation, no renewal, no reason for beings to reach beyond themselves. She compelled movement where fear had learnt to restrain too much. In a world recently shaped by tyranny and war, this mattered. Aphrodite reminded the cosmos that survival alone is not enough. Existence seeks intensity, connection, risk. Without desire, order calcifies. With too much desire, it fractures. Balance, once again, proved fragile. The Greeks did not ask Aphrodite to be fair. They asked her to be acknowledged. Those who denied desire's power were undone by it. Those who approached it with reverence survived its presence more often, though never unscarred. Love left marks. Longing altered direction. Beauty changed priorities. Aphrodite ruled that transformation. She was not the cause of ruin so much as its catalyst. She revealed where structures were weakest, where vows were thin, where ambition masked hunger. Desire does not invent flaws, it exposes them. Among the Olympians, she remained untethered. No single alliance contained her. No domain limited her reach. She moved through gods and mortals alike, reminding them that no system, divine or human, functions without acknowledging what pulls it apart. In this, Aphrodite was essential. She prevented the world from becoming purely mechanical. She introduced unpredictability into order, vulnerability into power. She ensured that stories would continue, born not of duty, but of want. Love under her gaze was never safe, but it was never insignificant. Desire moves through the world like a tide without shore, reshaping lives quietly and relentlessly, leaving beauty and ruin intertwined. Fire was never meant to belong to everyone. In the early age of Olympus, it burned at a distance, contained, guarded, withheld. It was the province of gods, a tool of creation and destruction kept safely beyond mortal reach. Fire shaped metal, hardened will, illuminated intention. To possess it was to alter the balance between those who ruled and those who endured. Prometheus saw this imbalance clearly. He was a titan, but not like the others. Born of an older generation, he had survived the fall by choosing foresight over defiance. His name carried meaning the Greeks didn't miss, one who thinks ahead. Where others embodied force or memory, Prometheus embodied consideration. He looked upon the new Olympian order and did not see only victory, he saw cost. Mortals were beginning to emerge then, fragile, exposed, bound to cold nights and raw hunger. They lived close to the earth, closer still to death. The gods watched them with distance, sometimes with amusement, sometimes with indifference. Mortals were not meant to rival divinity. They were meant to endure it. Prometheus disagreed. He did not oppose Zeus openly. He did not challenge Olympus by force. His rebellion was quieter, shaped by calculation rather than rage. He understood that power guarded most fiercely what it fears losing: fire. Without it, mortals remained dependent on daylight, on seasons, on mercy. With it, they could cook, craft, gather, remember. Fire did not make them gods. It made them dangerous in a different way. It allowed them to plan. Prometheus stole it anyway. Not in a blaze of battle, but in secrecy. A spark hidden in a hollow reed, carried downward from the realm of gods to the waiting hands of humanity. The act was small in appearance. Its consequence was immeasurable. Fire changed everything. Night no longer ended life's activity. Cold no longer dictated survival alone. Tools multiplied. Communities formed. Memory extended beyond individual lifetimes. With fire, mortals began to shape the world rather than merely endure it. Zeus noticed. The theft was not merely an insult. It was a shift in hierarchy. Prometheus had not attacked Olympus, but he had undermined its monopoly. Knowledge had crossed a boundary it was never meant to cross. Punishment followed swiftly. Prometheus was bound to a remote rock at the edge of the world. Each day an eagle descended to tear at his liver. Each night it grew back. The torment was precise, endless, and deliberate. Not designed to kill. Designed to remind. The Greeks did not see this as cruelty alone. They saw warning. Fire granted foresight, but foresight invites consequence. To elevate mortals was to invite unpredictability. Zeus punished Prometheus not because he hated humanity, but because he feared what unbounded progress could become. Prometheus did not beg, he endured. His suffering was not framed as martyrdom. It was resistance, sustained through patience. He had acted knowing the cost. Foresight does not prevent pain, it accepts it. The Greeks told this story with conflicted reverence. Prometheus was not innocent. He defied order knowingly, but he was not malicious. He believed the world required friction between power and compassion to remain alive. Without it, Olympus would harden into another Titan age, stable, oppressive, unquestioned. Fire, once given, could not be taken back. Zeus understood this as well. Punishment followed theft, but the gift remained. Mortals would not forget fire. They would build with it, war with it, dream by it. They would suffer because of it. This too was part of the balance. The gods did not owe mortals comfort. Mortals did not owe gods obedience beyond fear. Between them stood Prometheus's act, a reminder that compassion can disrupt order, and order can retaliate without resolving the disruption. The Olympian age continued, altered. Mortals grew more capable. Gods grew more watchful. The distance between them narrowed, not in equality, but in consequence. Fire had bridged something that could never be fully separated again. Prometheus remained bound, his foresight vindicated slowly through human survival and struggle. He had not saved humanity. He had complicated it. And perhaps that was the point. Fire did not end suffering. It made suffering meaningful. On a distant rock, the flame's first thief endures in silence, while far below its light spreads through the world, warming hands that will one day challenge even the gods. Punishment, when it comes from the gods, is rarely meant to end a story. It is meant to preserve a boundary. Prometheus remained bound long after the fire had spread across the world. The rock to which he was chained stood at the edge of things, where sky thinned, where land forgot its name. Each dawn arrived without mercy. Each dusk withdrew without relief. The eagle returned as faithfully as the sun, tearing at what would never fully be destroyed. This was not rage. It was policy. Zeus did not punish Prometheus to satisfy anger. He punished him to restore distance. Fire had closed the gap between gods and mortals too quickly, too dangerously. The Titan's suffering was meant to remind both sides that elevation carries cost, and that compassion does not override order. The Greeks understood this tension deeply. They did not imagine Zeus as purely cruel in this act. They imagined him as a ruler confronting a threat he could not undo. Fire could not be unlearned. Mortals would not return to darkness willingly. The only remaining response was example. Prometheus became that example. His punishment was precise, eternal but controlled. The liver, seat of regeneration, ensured that suffering renewed itself endlessly. The gods were not improvising. They were demonstrating consequence refined into permanence, and Prometheus endured it consciously. This mattered. He did not suffer blindly. He remembered why he had acted. Each cycle of pain reinforced foresight rather than erasing it. He had known this outcome. He had accepted it as part of the exchange. To the Greeks, this was not heroism. It was responsibility taken without illusion. Below him, humanity changed. Fire spread into ritual and craft. Metal took shape. Food softened. Night filled with story. Mortals gathered not just to survive, but to remember. Culture emerged, fragile, inconsistent, but persistent. Fire did not make humans divine. It made them aware. With awareness came conflict. Zeus saw this too. Humanity did not become orderly, it became complex. Fire magnified desire, ambition, fear. Progress did not align mortals with the gods. It pulled them closer to one another, and sometimes toward disaster. The punishment of Prometheus did not stop this. It framed it. The Greeks told this story not to celebrate suffering, but to explain limitation. Compassion without restraint invites chaos. Authority without compassion invites stagnation. The world survives in the space between. Prometheus represented that space. He was neither loyal servant nor open rebel. He did not seek to overthrow Zeus. He sought to complicate the order that had replaced the Titans. His love for humanity was not sentimental. It was deliberate. He believed mortals should not exist only to endure. Zeus, in turn, believed mortals should not exist unchecked. Both were right. This is what made the punishment unbearable and unresolved. Prometheus's endurance did not soften Zeus. Zeus's authority did not erase Prometheus's foresight. The tension remained embedded in the structure of the world. Mortals lived between these forces, beneficiaries of one, subjects of the other. Even the gods were not indifferent. Some pitied Prometheus, others respected him. Few dared challenge Zeus openly. The Olympian order depended on appearing unbroken. Internal dissent remained quiet, unresolved, waiting. The Greeks remembered that Prometheus was eventually freed, not as forgiveness, but as adjustment. Order shifts when it must, not when it is asked. Even Zeus, king of the gods, could not hold tension forever without consequence. But long before that release, the meaning of the punishment had already settled into myth. Fire was never free. Every use of it echoed with the memory of what it cost. Every tool, every hearth, every weapon carried the weight of a titan's suffering. Humanity's progress was not innocent. It was purchased. Prometheus did not regret this. Regret implies doubt. He had none. He watched the world change through pain sharpened into awareness. His foresight had been proven, not by harmony, but by endurance. The Greeks did not ask whether the punishment was just. They asked what it revealed. That gods fear what they cannot control. That compassion disrupts hierarchy. That progress demands sacrifice, often from those who do not benefit directly. Prometheus remained bound, but not silenced. His story endured wherever fire burned, quietly reminding mortals that their survival was not granted freely, and that every gift carries the shadow of its cost. High on the lonely rock, suffering continues without resolution, while below, humanity learns to live with a flame that can warm, illuminate, and destroy. The gods did not answer theft with silence. They answered it with balance. Fire had been given to humanity, and with it came warmth, craft, memory, and ambition. The world below Olympus no longer moved only by endurance. It began to choose, to want, to reach beyond what was offered. This unsettled the orders Zeus was sworn to maintain. A gift had crossed a boundary. Something else would have to follow. So the gods shaped a response. Not a punishment aimed at a single titan this time, but a correction aimed at the world itself. The Greeks remembered this carefully. When balance breaks, it is rarely restored by taking back what was given. It is restored by adding weight. They created Pandora. She was not formed in haste. Each god contributed deliberately, as if aware that what they were making would endure longer than any war. Aphrodite gave her beauty, not as kindness, but as attraction that disarms caution. Athena gave her skill and composure, the ability to move convincingly within human life. Hermes gave her speech, subtle and persuasive, capable of bending trust without force. Pandora was not evil. This mattered deeply. She was crafted, not corrupted. She embodied the world as the gods wished to return it to equilibrium, capable, appealing, and incomplete. Where fire had granted foresight and agency, Pandora carried unpredictability. She was sent to humanity not as a curse announced, but as a presence offered. The jar she carried was sealed, its contents unnamed. Its weight felt but unexplained. The Greeks did not imagine this as trickery alone. They understood curiosity as a force as powerful as hunger. To possess fire is to desire understanding. To desire understanding is to open what is closed. Pandora did not open the jar out of malice. She opened it because wanting had entered the world. When the seal broke, suffering did not rush out violently. It spread. Illness, labour, grief, envy, loss. Conditions that had waited quietly at the edges of existence now found a place among mortals. Life became heavier, not unlivable. Mortals did not perish immediately. They endured differently. The gods had not destroyed humanity. They had complicated it. The Greeks told this story without comfort. Suffering was not framed as punishment for wrongdoing. It was framed as consequence for consciousness. Fire had allowed mortals to imagine futures. Suffering ensured those futures would never be free of cost. Pandora herself was left behind, unchanged by what she had released. This was part of the design. She was not blamed within the myth, as later retellings would suggest. The Greeks saw her as the boundary made visible, the moment where divine intention and human experience collided. She did not choose what escaped. She revealed what had always been waiting. One thing remained inside the jar: hope. The Greeks argued about this for centuries, whether hope was mercy or cruelty, whether it softened suffering or prolonged it. Hope did not erase what had been released. It did not close the jar again. It remained as potential, quiet, unresolved. Hope allowed mortals to endure suffering without understanding it fully. This, too, preserved balance. Zeus did not rejoice in this outcome. Balance is not joy, it is necessity. Humanity would now advance with fire in one hand and limitation in the other. Progress would cost. Survival would require effort. Memory would include grief. Prometheus, bound above the world, understood this immediately. Fire alone would have lifted mortals too quickly. Suffering anchored them back into the rhythm of the cosmos. Neither gift was complete without the other. Compassion without consequence destabilizes. Consequence without compassion destroys. The Olympian order held. Not because it was benevolent, but because it adapted. Pandora lived among mortals, neither revered nor reviled in the earliest tellings. She represented arrival, the arrival of complexity. Life was no longer a simple act of persistence. It became narrative. Loss gave meaning to endurance. Hope gave shape to tomorrow. The Greeks did not ask why suffering exists. They asked when it entered. And in answering that, they revealed something darker and more honest than comfort. Suffering was not an accident. It was the price of awareness, the cost of stepping out of divine shadow and into fragile autonomy. The world continued. Fire burned. People laboured. Children were born into uncertainty rather than ease. The gods watched, no longer distant, but no longer indulgent. The age of humanity had begun, not as reward, as burden carried forward with hope as its quiet companion. The jar stands open, its contents dispersed into the world, while hope lingers behind, small, persistent, and impossible to silence. Human time did not move in a straight line. The Greeks imagined it as a descent, not sudden, not absolute, but gradual. An unfolding loss of ease, innocence, and closeness to the divine. After fire, after suffering, after the world learned how to ache, humanity did not simply continue. It changed in stages, each marked by what had been gained and what had been surrendered. The first age was called golden, not because it shone, but because it endured without effort. Humans lived then without labour, without hunger that cut too deeply, without fear of time pressing against their backs. Death came quietly like sleep, without violence or regret. The gods were near, not as rulers, but as presences that did not need to intervene. This age passed without resistance. It did not collapse. It faded. The Greeks believed ease cannot last, because it leaves nothing to struggle against. Without tension, meaning thins. The Golden Age ended not through punishment, but through transition. The Silver Age followed. Humans grew slower to mature, quicker to resent. Childhood lingered too long. Reverence weakened. Mortals learned how to ignore the gods without fully rejecting them. Seasons arrived, and with them the need to work. Life required effort now, and effort bred dissatisfaction. Zeus ended this age deliberately, not in anger, but in judgment. A world that forgets the forces that sustain it becomes unstable. The Silver Age dissolved, leaving behind memory rather than ruin. Then came the Bronze Age. Hard, loud, relentless. Humans were shaped by metal and hunger for conflict. Tools became weapons. Strength was valued over wisdom. Houses were fortified. Glory was sought through violence rather than endurance. These mortals did not fear death. They pursued it. The Greeks did not romanticize this age. They remembered it as necessary but destructive. A world where survival meant domination. Eventually, it devoured itself. War left nothing stable enough to inherit the future. The Bronze Age ended in noise, not reflection. After it came something different, the Age of Heroes. This was not improvement, it was interruption. A brief elevation shaped by divine blood mingling with mortal lives. Heroes emerged, stronger, cleverer, burdened by fate. They were not free. Their greatness carried cost. They suffered more intensely than ordinary mortals because they stood closer to the gods who shaped their destinies. The Greeks loved this age, but they didn't envy it. Heroes lived loudly and died young. Their stories endured because their lives could not. They were exceptions, not models. When the heroic age ended, it left behind ruins and remembrance rather than continuity. And then came the Age of Iron, the present. An age without divine closeness, without heroic interruption. Humans laboured endlessly. Injustice flourished, promises broke. Parents feared their children, and children outpaced their parents. Work did not guarantee survival. Virtue did not guarantee reward. The Greeks did not soften this portrayal. They believed they lived in a world stripped of ease and illusion. The gods were distant. Hope remained, but it did not rescue. It accompanied. This was the age shaped fully by Pandora's release. Fire burned in hearths and forges. Suffering lingered in every household. Progress existed, but it demanded sacrifice without offering clarity. Humans lived longer, struggled harder, and questioned more deeply than ever before. Yet this age endured, not because it was kind, but because it required resilience rather than favour. The Iron Age demanded adaptation, memory and persistence. It did not promise improvement. It allowed survival. The Greeks did not ask whether another age would follow. They suspected decline could continue indefinitely, that humanity might move further from the gods rather than closer. This was not despair. It was realism shaped by observation. Each age reflected a shift in distance, from gods, from ease, from certainty. The world did not fall because of sin or error. It aged. Like all things shaped by time, it moved away from origin toward complexity, burden, and endurance. In this telling, humanity was not cursed. It was tasked. The ages of man revealed not punishment, but condition. To live meant to carry memory of what was lost while navigating what remained. Fire, suffering, hope, all coexisted, shaping lives that would never again be simple. The Greeks accepted this without consolation. They believed meaning does not come from return. It comes from persistence. And so humanity continued in iron, heavy, flawed, restless, carrying within it the memory of gold, the violence of bronze, the tragedy of heroes, and the quiet refusal to disappear. The ages turn without promise of return, leaving humanity standing in iron time, burdened by memory and sustained by endurance. Fear did not begin with weakness. It began with resemblance. The Olympian gods did not fear humanity because mortals were strong. They feared them because mortals were becoming familiar. Fire burned in human hands. Thought sharpened. Memory extended beyond a single lifetime. What had once belonged only to the divine now flickered below, unstable but persistent. The distance that once protected the gods was narrowing. Mortals learned. Slowly at first, then with urgency. They shaped tools, built cities, told stories that outlived their tellers. They named the gods, argued with them, blamed them, praised them. Reverence did not vanish, but it changed shape. Worship became negotiation rather than submission. The gods had endured because they were unquestioned. The Titans fell when succession became inevitable. The Olympians ruled, knowing this history. They watched humanity advance and recognized a dangerous pattern, not rebellion, but reflection. Mortals began to resemble gods in miniature. They ruled, loved, punished, created, destroyed. They imagined futures. They challenged fate. They suffered not only from hunger and death, but from meaning itself. Consciousness, once ignited by fire, refused to remain small. The gods feared not overthrow. They feared unpredictability. Humans were not bound by immortality. Their lives were brief, their losses sharp. This made their actions volatile. They risked what gods preserved. They attempted what gods delayed. Mortals did not wait for balance, they acted. Prometheus had understood this. Fire had not made humanity divine. It had made them dangerous in a subtler way. Gods endure. Humans change quickly. Change, multiplied across generations, reshapes the world faster than divine decree ever could. The Greeks did not imagine the gods as jealous tyrants. They imagined them cautious. Zeus watched humanity closely. Not with hatred, but with calculation. He had seen what happened when power underestimated what followed. The Titan age ended because fear turned inward. He would not repeat that mistake carelessly. So the gods intervened, not always directly, not always justly. They punished excess. They humbled ambition. They reminded mortals of limits through flood, famine, curse, and fate. These were not acts of cruelty alone. They were attempts to preserve distance. Distance was safety. Yet each intervention carried risk. The more the gods acted, the more humans learned. Every punishment became a lesson. Every miracle became a possibility to imitate. Even suffering sharpened understanding. The gods could not erase what had been started. Humanity no longer existed only to endure the world. It sought to interpret it, to master it, to leave marks that lasted longer than flesh. Memory became humanity's answer to immortality. This frightened the gods more than strength ever could. A mortal who is remembered does not vanish completely. Stories extend life beyond the body. Names survive, influence lingers. The Greeks understood this deeply. Glory, they believed, was humanity's defiance of death. The gods could not compete with this. They were eternal but static. Humanity was fleeting but accumulative. Each generation inherited knowledge, refined it, passed it forward. Fire, suffering, hope, each became tools of persistence. Olympus was aware of this imbalance. The gods feared a future where mortals no longer needed them, not for survival, not for meaning, not even for fear. A world where gods became stories rather than forces. Ironically, this fear drove the gods closer to humanity. They took lovers. They sired heroes. They interfered in wars. They shaped bloodlines. Each attempt to control destiny wove divine presence deeper into human history. This only accelerated the process. The more the gods touched the world, the more the world absorbed them. Myths multiplied, rituals evolved. The divine became narrative, something told, remembered, debated. The Greeks did not see this as rebellion. They saw it as inevitability. Mortals would never surpass the gods in power, but they would surpass them in change, in adaptability, in the ability to endure loss without halting existence. This was the quiet truth behind divine fear. The gods were eternal, but the world was moving, and movement belongs to those who can die. So the Olympians watched humanity with caution, fascination, and restraint. They punished when necessary. They rewarded when useful. But always, beneath their actions, lingered the same awareness. That one day, the gods would no longer rule the world directly. They would live on as memory, as story, as warning, as meaning shaped by those who came after. And humanity, fragile, flawed, persistent, would carry those stories forward, not as servants, but as inheritors of a world that no longer needed divine permission to continue. Beneath the gaze of the gods, humanity moves forward quietly, feared not for its strength, but for its ability to remember, adapt, and endure. Monsters are rarely born from nothing. They emerge where balance fractures, where excess is left unattended, where fear hardens into form. The Greeks did not imagine monsters as intruders into an otherwise ordered world. They understood them as consequences, shadows cast by gods, mortals, and the fragile space between them. Before Olympus ruled, the world had already learned how to produce what it could not contain. The earliest monsters were born from the rawness of creation itself. In those first ages, form came before restraint. Strength arrived without instruction. Bodies reflected forces rather than intention. Giants, serpents, and hybrid beings rose not to challenge the gods, but because the world had not yet learned how to limit itself. Later, monsters changed. They became more personal. As the Olympian order settled, excess no longer belonged to the cosmos alone. It passed through desire, punishment, pride, and fear. Monsters began to emerge, not from chaos, but from judgment, from divine reactions that shaped flesh as warning. The Greeks watched this transformation closely. A monster was not simply something terrifying. It was something out of place, a reminder that boundaries had been crossed or enforced too harshly. Many were once human, or close enough to reflect human traits distorted beyond recognition. Some were born from unions that should not have occurred. Gods and mortals met without equality. Desire ignored consequence. Children inherited imbalance rather than harmony. These offspring carried power without context, strength without belonging. Their bodies reflected this confusion. Limbs multiplied, shapes twisted, instincts sharpened into threat. Others were shaped deliberately. The gods punished not always by death, but by alteration. To be transformed into a monster was to be removed from society while remaining alive. Exile made flesh, a living boundary marking where transgression ended and warning began. The Greeks did not frame this as cruelty alone. They framed it as correction taken too far. Monsters guarded thresholds, caves, seas, crossroads, labyrinths, places where certainty faltered. They existed at edges because edges are where rules blur. To pass them required confrontation. Not always violence, but recognition. Some monsters did not attack without cause. They waited. Their patience made them more frightening. It suggested purpose. Not malice, but role. They were obstacles placed into the narrative of the world, forcing mortals and heroes alike to face what had been denied. The gods did not hunt monsters indiscriminately. They tolerated them. Monsters absorbed fear that might otherwise rise toward Olympus. They redirected chaos outward. Where a god's punishment might destabilize the cosmos, a monster localized the consequence. Suffering became contained, if not resolved. This was the quiet logic behind their existence. Even so, monsters unsettled the gods. They were reminders that divine control was imperfect, that every correction created residue, that power reshapes the world, but never cleanly. The Olympians ruled through balance, but balance always left something behind. Heroes would later be sent to confront monsters, not simply to kill them, but to complete unfinished acts. Each monster defeated restored something: land, order, narrative continuity. But each victory carried loss. Monsters were not replaced by peace. They were replaced by memory. The Greeks did not see monster slaying as triumph alone. They saw it as maintenance. A necessary, recurring task in a world where imbalance could never be permanently erased. Some monsters were never meant to be slain. They endured as symbols, as warnings embedded in geography and story. Their presence explained why certain places remained forbidden, why some questions were not pursued, why some desires led only to ruin. The birth of monsters marked a shift in the cosmos. The world was no longer governed solely by gods and mortals. It was mediated by consequences given form. Monsters became the language through which the universe spoke when words failed. They were not accidents. They were messages. Each monstrous body told a story of excess, punishment, boundary, or fear. To encounter one was to encounter the history that produced it. To ignore that history was to risk repeating it. The Greeks lived among these stories, not seeking to erase monsters from their world, but to understand them. They knew that as long as gods desired, punished, and feared, monsters would continue to emerge. They belonged to the same order as Olympus, not as rulers, as reminders. And so the world moved forward, carrying them, creatures born from imbalance, waiting at the edges of the known, asking the same silent question of every age. What happens when power leaves something behind? In the quiet spaces between gods and mortals, the first monsters stir, shaped not by chaos alone, but by the consequences no one was willing to claim. Some monsters were not born, they were made. Medusa did not begin as a terror whispered about in fear. She began as a presence easily overlooked, mortal, young, unremarkable in power. Her life carried no prophecy, no warning of what it would become. That, more than anything, unsettled the Greeks. Monsters that choose violence are easier to understand than those shaped by it. Medusa lived within the domain of Athena, a temple meant to stand apart from disorder. Sacred space was defined by distance, distance from chaos, from desire, from the rawness of the world outside. To enter such a place was to accept restraint. But restraint was not shared equally. Poseidon came to Medusa not as a god seeking permission, but as force accustomed to taking. What happened within Athena's temple was not framed by the Greeks as seduction. It was intrusion, a violation made heavier by the setting meant to protect against exactly this kind of power. Medusa bore the cost. Athena did not strike Poseidon. Power among gods is negotiated carefully. Instead, the punishment fell downward. Medusa was transformed. Her hair turned to serpents. Her gaze hardened into death itself. What had been vulnerability became danger. What had been victimhood became isolation. The Greeks did not ignore the cruelty of this. They did not excuse it either. They understood the logic, and that understanding unsettled them more than outrage would have. Sacred space had been violated. Balance demanded response, but response chose the weaker body to carry consequence. Medusa was not punished because she was guilty. She was punished because she was available. Her transformation removed her from the world of people. She was exiled into monstrosity, where fear replaced sympathy. Her gaze turned lethal not as revenge, but as boundary. No one could approach her again. No one could touch her without consequence. This was not protection. It was erasure disguised as correction. Medusa's isolation hardened into legend. She lived at the edges of the world, where stories blurred into geography. Her presence warned travellers not of evil, but of what happens when power refuses accountability. The Greeks told her story carefully. They did not describe Medusa as hateful. They described her as dangerous. There is a difference. Monsters driven by rage attack. Medusa did not need to. Her existence alone was enough. She became a symbol before she became an enemy. A reminder that gaze itself can be weaponized, that to be seen without consent can destroy. That beauty and danger are not opposites. They can inhabit the same form when shaped by injustice. Perseus was sent to kill her, not because Medusa threatened Olympus, but because monsters born of imbalance must eventually be confronted. Heroes in Greek myth do not fix injustice. They resolve narrative tension. Perseus did not free Medusa. He ended her story. Even in death, she remained potent. From her severed neck emerged Pegasus and Chrysaor, life continuing through violence. The Greeks did not miss this detail. Creation follows destruction unevenly. Consequences do not end when the monster falls. Athena took Medusa's head and placed it upon her shield. This disturbed later storytellers, but the Greeks understood its meaning. What once punished vulnerability was now repurposed as defense. Medusa's gaze, once curse, became warning. Power absorbs what it cannot undo. Medusa's story was never about monsters alone. It was about systems, about how sacred rules protect some and expose others, about how punishment often falls where resistance is least dangerous, about how victims are transformed into symbols to preserve order rather than confront fault. The Greeks did not rewrite this ending to make it just. They left it unresolved. Medusa was not redeemed. Athena was not condemned. Perseus was not questioned. The discomfort remained. That was the lesson. Some myths exist not to comfort, but to accuse quietly. Medusa's face endured. On shields, on temples, on coins. A reminder that horror can be born from protection gone wrong. That turning someone into a monster does not erase what was done to them. It simply makes it easier to forget. Yet the Greeks did not forget. They told her story again and again, not as warning against her, but as warning about the cost of imbalance. Medusa did not ask to become symbol. She was forced into it, and in that forced transformation, the world learned that some monsters are not signs of chaos returning, but of order failing to take responsibility. At the edge of the world, Medusa's story lingers, her gaze no longer turning flesh to stone, but memory into accusation that refuses to fade. Some monsters are hidden not because they are rare, but because they are familiar. The Minotaur was not born in darkness, he was concealed within it. His story began not with chaos, but with pride. Pride that reached too far and mistook divine favour for ownership. When King Minos of Crete asked the gods for legitimacy, they answered in the language they always used, symbol and test, a bull rose from the sea, magnificent and unmistakable, meant to be honoured and returned. Minos kept it. What followed was not punishment aimed directly at the king. In Greek myth, correction rarely strikes the hand that errs. It reshapes the world around it. Desire moved where authority had failed. Pasiphae, Minos' wife, was seized by a longing not born of her own will. From that imbalance came a child who did not belong anywhere, the Minotaur. Half human, half bull, entirely out of place. The Greeks were careful here. They did not describe him as evil by nature. He was a contradiction made flesh. Human enough to suffer confinement. Animal enough to be feared. His hunger was not chosen, it was inherited. Minos did not kill the creature. He hid it. The labyrinth was built not as a prison, but as a justification. A structure so complex that abandonment could be framed as necessity. Daedalus shaped it with unmatched skill. Corridors turning back on themselves. Paths designed to erase memory and intention. Once inside, direction dissolved. Choice lost meaning. The Minotaur lived there alone. Not as ruler, not as guardian. As residue. The living remainder of a broken agreement. To feed him, Minos demanded tribute. Youths sent from Athens. Lives offered to sustain what should never have existed. Above the maze, Crete prospered. Order held. This disturbed the Greeks deeply. The city survived because suffering was hidden. The monster absorbed consequence, so society could remain untouched. The labyrinth did not correct injustice. It stored it. The Minotaur became story before he became threat. Children were warned of him. Sailors whispered his name. Yet no one spoke of Pasiphae's loss, or Minos' refusal, or the god whose sign had been misused. Monsters make forgetting easier. They concentrate blame into a single body. When Theseus entered the labyrinth, he did not bring brute force alone. He carried memory. Ariadne's thread was not merely a tool, it was remembrance made physical. The Greeks understood this clearly. Violence without memory only deepens the maze. To confront what has been hidden, one must also know how to return. The Minotaur died quickly. The myths do not linger on the killing. There is no celebration, no cruelty. His death is described almost as release. A life ended that had never been allowed to exist properly. The labyrinth remained, but its purpose collapsed. What had been buried was now exposed, and exposure carried its own cost. Ariadne was abandoned. Daedalus fled. Minos' authority unravelled, not through conquest, but through consequence. The Greeks understood that systems built to hide wrongdoing rarely survive the moment they are revealed. The Minotaur's story was never simply about a beast in a maze. It was about architecture used to avoid responsibility, about power redirecting punishment downward, about how societies create complexity not to solve problems, but to delay confronting them. The labyrinth mirrored the human mind, desire twisting into guilt, guilt into secrecy, secrecy into cruelty. The monster at its centre was not the origin of harm. He was its container. Once removed, the structure itself lost meaning. This was the quiet warning embedded in the myth. Monsters do not stabilise a world forever. They postpone reckoning. Eventually someone follows the thread inward and asks what was placed there, and why. The Minotaur did not curse Crete. Crete cursed itself by hiding him. And when the phase fell silent, what remained was not victory, but recognition. The understanding that no order survives intact when it is built on concealment. At the heart of the empty labyrinth, silence lingers. heavy with the knowledge of what was hidden there for far too long. Some consequences do not end with the one who causes them. They learn how to inherit. The Greeks did not imagine curses as sudden strikes from angry gods. They understood them as patterns, forces set into motion that continue long after their origin is forgotten. A curse was not merely punishment. It was continuity turned dark, consequence given memory. Bloodlines carried these burdens quietly. A single act, often committed in fear or pride, could stain generations that followed. Children were born into stories already unfolding, their lives shaped by choices they did not make. This disturbed the Greeks, yet it felt honest. They saw in it the way violence echoes, how injustice repeats itself when unacknowledged. Curses did not always announce themselves. They arrived disguised as coincidence, as repeated loss, as habits that returned no matter how fiercely one tried to escape them. A family might prosper outwardly while rotting inwardly, trapped in cycles of betrayal, madness, or bloodshed. The house of Atreus was one such lineage. It didn't begin with murder. It began with violation of hospitality, with pride that mistook power for permission. From there, the pattern tightened. Children killed children. Fathers sacrificed daughters. Mothers avenged sons. Each act claimed justification. Each deepened the wound. The gods did not intervene to stop it. Divine justice was not preventative, it was reflective. The gods responded to imbalance, but they did not erase the memory of it. Families were left to carry what they refused to confront. Curses persisted because they were denied. Silence fed them. Rationalization sharpened them. Each generation believed itself different, more careful, more justified. Yet the same outcomes returned, reshaped but familiar. They did not imagine cursed families as evil. They imagined them as trapped. Blood carried history the way land carries scars, quietly but permanently. To be born into such a lineage was not to be condemned outright, but to be tested relentlessly. Attempts to escape often worsened the pattern. Parents lied to protect children, only to teach them deception. Kings acted brutally to prevent prophecy, only to fulfill it. Fear of repetition became repetition itself. The future collapsed inward, echoing the past. This was the cruel intelligence of the curse. It did not force action. It shaped perception. It narrowed choice until every decision seemed inevitable. Freedom remained technically intact, but practically unreachable. They believed the gods allowed it because interruption would erase responsibility. A curse revealed what a family refused to see. It forced confrontation, even if that confrontation came through destruction. Yet curses were not permanent. They could be broken, but not through denial or violence. They required acknowledgement, confession, a willingness to name what had been done and refuse its repetition. Such moments were rare, fragile, and often arrived too late. Breaking a curse did not restore the dead. It did not erase memory. It allowed the future to move without being pulled backwards. The Greeks valued this modest hope more than absolution. Bloodlines carried curses because blood remembers. It remembers betrayal, sacrifice, silence. It carries unresolved stories forward, demanding resolution. Those born into such families did not inherit guilt. They inherited responsibility. The Greeks lived with the awareness that they too were part of ongoing stories, that their actions would ripple outward beyond their own lives, that what they left unspoken might return through someone else's suffering. Curses were not supernatural interruptions. They were continuity without reflection. They persisted where accountability failed, where pride outweighed humility, where fear prevented truth from being spoken aloud. In this way, curses resembled history itself. They repeated until understood. The Olympian gods stood above these bloodlines, but they were not separate from them. Gods created families. Gods interfered. Gods punished selectively. Even divine actions fed these cycles. Olympus was not innocent of the suffering it observed. They demanded recognition. To understand a curse was to understand that harm rarely stays contained, that actions echo longer than intention, that families, like nations, inherit unfinished business whether they want it or not. And yet, within these dark lineages, moments of clarity emerged. A refusal to kill, a choice to speak, a silence broken not by rage but by truth. These moments did not undo the curse entirely, but they weakened it. Enough sometimes for something new to begin. Through generations bound by memory and consequence, the curse moves quietly onward, waiting not for punishment, but for the moment it is finally named. Change was never neutral. In Greek myth, transformation did not arrive as wonder or escape. It arrived as correction. When the gods reshaped a body, they were not granting freedom from consequence. They were sealing it into flesh. Metamorphosis was memory made permanent, a story that could no longer be denied or forgotten. The Greeks understood this instinctively. To be changed was not to be spared, it was to be marked. Divine punishment rarely ended life outright. Death closes a story too cleanly. Transformation prolongs it. A body altered becomes a warning that walks, flies, crawls, or grows in place. The world is forced to look at what went wrong every time it passes by. Those who were transformed were not always cruel. Often they were excessive, proud, unaware of their own limits. A voice raised too loudly against the gods. A gaze that lingered where it should not. A refusal to stop when restraint was demanded. The offence was rarely complex. The consequence always was. Metamorphosis stripped away choice. A human voice became bark. Arms hardened into branches. Feet rooted into earth. Movement ceased, but awareness remained. The Greeks lingered on this detail. Transformation did not erase consciousness. It confined it. The punished one endured their own memory without the ability to act upon it. This was the true severity. To remember what you were, and to be unable to return to it. The gods did not explain these punishments. Explanation invites debate. Metamorphosis did not argue. It declared. A body reshaped announced that a boundary had been crossed, and that crossing would now be visible forever. Some transformations removed the punished from human society entirely. Birds replaced speech. Beasts replaced reason. Isolation became permanent. The individual was not killed, but removed from participation. Their presence remained, but their role ended. Others were transformed into elements of the landscape. Trees, stones, springs. These figures remained close to the world they once inhabited, yet unreachable. People passed them daily, unaware of the memory trapped inside. The Greeks found this especially unsettling. Punishment could become invisible with time, normalized by familiarity. The gods did not reverse these changes easily. Once imposed, transformation settled into the order of things. The world adjusted around it. The punished one became part of the environment, their suffering absorbed into the scenery of myth. This was not mercy, it was permanence. The Greeks did not imagine the gods as eager to punish. They imagined them as enforcing proportion. Excess demanded reduction. Noise demanded silence. Movement demanded stillness. Where pride had expanded, form was diminished. Yet not all metamorphosis was purely punitive. Some transformations preserved what could not survive unchanged. A voice that could not be silenced without destruction. A grief too vast to endure in human form. The gods reshaped these beings not to erase them, but to contain them. Even then, the cost remained high. Transformation denied growth. Trees do not change their minds. Stones do not forgive. Birds remember, but cannot explain. The past became fixed, replayed endlessly without resolution. This was the tragedy embedded in these myths. Punishment did not teach through improvement. It taught through stasis. The Greeks recognized themselves in this fear. To be frozen in a single moment. To be reduced to one mistake. To lose the ability to revise oneself. Metamorphosis was the ultimate denial of becoming. And yet, the transformed endured. They remained part of the world's fabric. Their presence shaped rivers, forests, mountains. Human stories were forced to curve around them. In this way, metamorphosis did not erase influence. It redirected it. The gods, too, were shaped by these acts. Each transformation narrowed the distance between divine authority and visible consequence. The world filled with reminders of where limits lay. Mortals learned not from commandments, but from landscape. Do not look too long. Do not speak too boldly. Do not cross what cannot be crossed. Metamorphosis taught through silence. The Greeks did not soften this. They understood that the gods ruled not by persuasion, but by permanence. What they altered, they rarely restored. The world remembered their decisions even when the reasons faded. Transformation did not end suffering. It stabilized it. Pain was given form. Memory was anchored. The world continued without needing to ask forgiveness. And still, beneath bark and stone and feather, something human remained. Watching seasons pass, hearing footsteps fade, carrying awareness without voice. The punishment endured, and so did the warning. Across the living world, transformed figures remained still and silent, their altered forms holding stories that can no longer change. Heroes were never meant to be safe. In Greek myth, a hero is not defined by goodness, nor by victory. Heroes are defined by exposure, by how close they stand to danger, to the gods, to forces that unravel ordinary lives. To be a hero is not to rise above humanity, but to stand where humanity is most vulnerable. The Greeks understood this clearly. Heroes were often born from imbalance. A god and a mortal. A blessing mixed with a wound. From the beginning, something was uneven. Strength arrived alongside limitation. Favour carried cost. Fate leaned in early. A hero was marked not by freedom, but by narrowing paths. Choice existed, but never without consequence. Each decision closed other doors. The hero moved forward, knowing that retreat would not restore what had been lost. Courage in these stories was not optimism. It was acceptance of damage. The gods did not create heroes out of kindness. They created them out of necessity. Heroes were intermediaries, bridges between divine will and mortal consequence. When the gods needed something done that they could not do cleanly themselves, a hero was shaped. Monsters were confronted not by Olympus, but by those who could bleed. Curses were resolved not by decree, but by endurance. This made heroes useful. It also made them disposable. The Greeks did not hide this. Heroes were celebrated, but rarely protected. Their lives burned brightly and briefly. Glory compensated for longevity. Memory replaced safety. A hero's suffering was not accidental. It was structural. To act where gods and mortals collide is to absorb impact. Heroes endured loss early. Parents, teachers, innocence. They learned to function without guarantees. Many were driven not by hope, but by obligation placed upon them before they understood its weight. Strength alone did not make a hero. Plenty of figures were strong. Titans had strength. Monsters had strength. What separated heroes was their awareness of consequence. They knew the cost and stepped forward anyway, not because they believed they would survive, but because refusal carried its own destruction. The Greeks admired this, but they did not romanticize it. Heroes made mistakes, often catastrophic ones. Pride, anger, haste, these were not flaws added later by storytellers. They were essential components. A flawless hero would not be human enough to matter. Failure did not disqualify heroism. Sometimes it defined it. A hero who succeeds without loss teaches little. A hero who suffers publicly reveals the fragility of striving itself. The Greeks valued this honesty. They believed wisdom emerged not from perfection, but from exposure. Heroes did not fix the world, they stabilized it temporarily. After a monster fell, another would rise. After a city was saved, another would burn. The hero's role was not to end chaos, but to interrupt it long enough for life to continue. Even the rewards of heroism were unstable. Some heroes were honoured in death. Others were forgotten. Some were cursed after their greatest deeds. Divine favour shifted unpredictably. The gods admired courage, but did not guarantee fairness. This tension lay at the heart of Greek heroism. To act without assurance. To endure without promise. To be remembered without being spared. Heroes live between worlds, never fully belonging to either. Too powerful to be ordinary. Too mortal to be safe. They carried divine blood or divine attention, both of which isolated them. Loneliness followed them closely. Few heroes found peace. Fewer found happiness. Their stories ended not with resolution, but with transformation, into legend, into warning, into memory that others would measure themselves against. The Greeks did not imagine this as tragedy alone. They saw heroism as a role, not a reward. Someone had to stand where gods would not. Someone had to confront what could not be ignored. Someone had to fail visibly so the world could understand its limits. Heroes were that someone. They did not exist to be emulated fully. They existed to be contemplated, to ask what courage costs, what glory replaces, what survival demands when fate presses too closely. In this way, heroes were not answers, they were questions given form, and the world would continue to ask them again and again through figures who would rise, suffer, and vanish, leaving behind stories heavy with both admiration and unease. As the Age of Heroes begins, the world leans toward figures shaped by risk and loss, knowing that what saves it briefly may never be spared itself. Some journeys begin not with ambition, but with a trap set carefully by pride. Perseus did not set out to become a hero. He was manoeuvred into danger by a promise he could not safely retract. A boast made lightly, a king's hunger for spectacle, a demand designed to remove an inconvenience without appearing cruel. The task given to him was precise and impossible. Bring back the head of Medusa. The Greeks understood the cruelty of this demand. Medusa was not a beast rampaging across the land. She was isolated, lethal by proximity alone. To face her required not strength, but preparation, restraint, and distance. One mistake meant petrification. Life halted mid-breath. Memory frozen into stone. Perseus was young, not untested, but unshaped. He carried no army, no inherited kingdom. What he possessed instead was attention. The gods noticed him not because he was exceptional, but because he had been placed where intervention could alter an outcome without revealing too much. Athena guided him, not with comfort, but with instruction. Do not look directly. Use reflection. Keep distance even when close. Her guidance was not mercy. It was method. She had learned that power without precision repeats harm. Hermes followed differently. He offered tools, speed, clarity, a blade shaped to cut cleanly. Not to prolong suffering, to end it. Even divine assistance carried restraint. Perseus was not protected from risk. He was equipped to face it. The journey itself stripped him down. He passed through places where hospitality was uncertain, where information had to be extracted carefully. The grey, sharing a single eye, represented knowledge hoarded and rationed. Perseus did not overpower them. He waited. He negotiated. Heroism, the Greeks suggested, begins long before violence. When he reached Medusa, there was no battle. This detail mattered. Medusa did not charge. She did not roar. She slept among the statues of those who had failed to approach her correctly. The danger was passive, absolute. Perseus moved with care, guided by reflection rather than sight. He did not look at her as an enemy. He treated her as a force that could not be met directly. He struck once. The act was swift, almost quiet. The Greeks did not linger on Medusa's death. They understood that prolonging it would misunderstand the tragedy. Perseus did not conquer Medusa. He completed a task imposed by others, ending a life already shaped by injustice. From her body emerged Pegasus and Chrysaor, unexpected continuations. Life refusing to end neatly. The Greeks read this as reminder that violence, even when necessary, releases consequences that cannot be predicted. Perseus carried the head carefully. It remained powerful even in death. The gaze still petrified. Medusa's curse did not require her life to function. This unsettled the Greeks. Some punishments outlast the moment that created them. On his return, Perseus did not use the head recklessly. Each time he revealed it, it was in response to threat. A king turned to stone. A monster halted mid-attack. The power was not abused, but it was never neutral. Every use reminded the world that what had been done to Medusa could not be undone, only redirected. Athena took the head in the end. She placed it upon her shield, not as trophy, but as warning. The gaze that once isolated Medusa would now protect cities. The Greeks felt the unease of this transformation. Power absorbs what it cannot reconcile. Perseus returned, changed. He did not seek further glory. His journey ended not in conquest, but in responsibility. He had carried a curse and survived proximity to it. He understood now that heroism is not defined by triumph, but by restraint exercised under pressure. The Greeks remembered Perseus not as a warrior, but as a figure of careful action. He did not rage. He did not boast again. He learned when to look away, when to rely on reflection rather than certainty, when to accept that some victories carry sorrow rather than celebration. Medusa's head remained, a reminder that even when a monster falls, its meaning does not vanish. The world does not reset. It rearranges. Perseus lived on, but the weight of what he had done travelled with him. He had survived a task designed to erase him, not by force, but by listening. To gods, to instruction, to the limits of his own vision. This was the kind of hero the Greeks trusted most. One who knew that looking directly at horror is not always courage. Sometimes survival depends on knowing when to avert the eyes. The severed gaze is carried forward in silence, its power undiminished, as the hero walks away knowing that some victories must be borne rather than celebrated. Strength was never Heracles' gift. It was his burden. From the moment of his birth, his life was shaped by forces that did not ask his consent. He was born of Zeus and a mortal woman, carrying divine power inside a human frame that could not fully contain it. The imbalance was immediate. Where other children learned limits, Heracles shattered them instinctively. The gods noticed. Hera noticed first. Her anger was not sudden nor impulsive. It was sustained, deliberate, patient. Heracles was not her enemy by intention, but by existence. He embodied betrayal made flesh, a reminder that marriage, order, and restraint had once again been bypassed. Punishment would not be swift, it would be thorough. Heracles grew into his strength without understanding it. His power solved problems too easily, and in doing so, created new ones. What could not resist him broke. What could not endure him suffered. Even those he loved lived dangerously close to his excess. The Greeks were clear about this. Strength without proportion invites catastrophe. The cruelty that defined Heracles' life did not arrive through monsters alone. It came through madness. Hera struck not at his body, but at his mind. In a moment without warning, clarity collapsed. Rage flooded where love had been. When it passed, Heracles stood surrounded by what he could never undo. His family lay destroyed by his own hands. The Greeks did not soften this. They did not explain it away. They did not excuse it. They presented it as the most unbearable truth of the myth, that the greatest suffering in Heracles' life was not inflicted by enemies, but by forces that twisted his own strength inward. Heracles did not flee. He sought atonement. This mattered. He did not deny what he had done, even knowing it was not born of his will. He accepted responsibility without consolation. In doing so, he entered a different kind of trial, one that would not end with forgiveness, but with endurance shaped into purpose. The oracle spoke, a king was named, servitude was required. Heracles, strongest of men, was commanded to obey Eurystheus, a ruler smaller in stature, narrower in courage. The Greeks understood the humiliation embedded here. Punishment was not merely physical, it was social. Power was forced to kneel before fear. This was divine cruelty refined, not annihilation, not release, labour. Each task would place Heracles where strength alone was insufficient, where patience, suffering, and repetition would wear down certainty. The gods did not seek to break him quickly. They sought to reshape him slowly. Heracles accepted this, not because he believed it would save him, but because refusal would have meant collapse. His labours were not tests of heroism. They were instruments of survival. Through them, he learned restraint, repetition, and the cost of persistence. The Greeks watched this figure carefully. They did not see Heracles as noble. They saw him as punished. A hero not elevated by divine favour, but crushed beneath it. His cruelty was not self-inflicted. It was inherited, imposed, sustained. Yet something changed through endurance. Heracles' strength did not diminish. His awareness deepened. He learned that power does not cleanse guilt. Only continued action can contain it. His suffering did not redeem him. It kept him moving. The gods remained distant. Hera did not soften. Zeus did not intervene. The cruelty was allowed to continue because it served a purpose larger than mercy. Heracles became a vessel through which the world learned what happens when divine conflict plays out inside human lives. The Greeks did not call this fair, they called it instructive. Heracles survived because he refused stillness. He laboured because stopping would have meant facing silence too heavy to endure. Each task delayed confrontation with what could never be repaired. This was the tragedy of his strength. It allowed him to continue when perhaps he should not have been able to. It denied him rest. It denied him release. And yet, through cruelty, a kind of transformation began. Not into peace, into persistence. Heracles would face monsters, tyrants, and death itself. But none would wound him as deeply as the divine cruelty that shaped his path. His story did not teach victory. It taught endurance without consolation. Beneath the weight of divine punishment, Heracles moves forward endlessly, carrying strength that cannot save him, only sustain him through suffering. The labours were not meant to be completed, they were meant to continue. When Eurystheus named the tasks, they were framed as punishment, but structured as erosion. Each labour stripped something away: certainty, pride, rest, until Heracles' strength no longer stood alone. The Greeks understood this architecture. True punishment is not suffering in a single moment. It is suffering arranged into sequence. The first labour was meant to end him quickly. The Nemean lion could not be pierced by blade or arrow. Its hide rejected effort itself. Heracles strangled it instead, learning that brute force must adapt when tools fail. When he wore the skin afterward, it was not triumph. It was burden carried visibly, a reminder that survival reshapes the survivor. The Hydra followed, a creature that multiplied error. Each head severed, returned, doubled, teaching Heracles what violence without foresight produces. He did not defeat it alone. Assistance was required. The Greeks lingered on this. Even the strongest hero needed help when destruction learned how to regenerate. Not all labours were battles. Some demanded humiliation. Cleaning the Augean stables required endurance without glory. Filth replaced blood. Time replaced spectacle. The task mocked heroism itself. Strength meant nothing without patience. The Greeks admired this labour quietly. It revealed that suffering is not always dramatic. Others demanded pursuit. The Cheranean hind was sacred, swift, untouchable. Heracles chased it for a year, learning restraint through delay. Capture without injury required discipline sharper than force. To hold something gently without destroying it tested him more than any monster. The Erymanthian boar was driven into exhaustion rather than slain. The lesson repeated: overpowering is not always victory. Control can be quieter, colder, more deliberate. Some labours carried moral weight. Driving away the Stymphalian birds forced Heracles to confront creatures that fed on human remains. Violence here was containment rather than conquest. The birds scattered. They were not eradicated. The Greeks noticed. Not all threats can be eliminated. Some can only be displaced. Then came the tasks meant to break him inwardly. The girdle of Hippolyta required negotiation with an equal. Force would have been failure. Trust was shattered by interference, not intent. The Greeks saw in this labour a familiar truth. Even cooperation can be undone by suspicion seeded from outside. The cattle of Geryon demanded distance. Heracles travelled to the edge of the world, learning that heroism often requires leaving everything familiar behind. Strength must endure isolation as much as combat. The apples of the Hesperides ask something else entirely. Heracles had to rely on Atlas, a titan who bore the sky itself. The hero held the heavens briefly, tasting weight beyond endurance. The Greeks did not miss the symbolism. No individual strength compares to cosmic burden. Heracles returned the sky willingly, understanding that some weights are not meant to be carried permanently. Cerberus came last. Not because it was greatest, but because it was final in meaning. To descend into the underworld without dying, to confront death without escaping it, to return without conquest. This was not victory. It was permission to continue living with knowledge intact. The labours did not cleanse Heracles. They contained him. Each task prevented collapse by directing suffering outward. The world was stabilised through his endurance, but he was never restored. The Greeks did not believe the labours erased guilt. They believed the labours transformed guilt into motion. Eurystheus counted and recounted. Some labours were invalidated, rules shifted, punishment extended. This, too, was deliberate. Completion would have implied resolution. Resolution was never the goal. The 12 labours shaped a hero not into peace, but into legend. Heracles became known everywhere, but belonged nowhere. His strength saved others, but could not save him from himself or the gods who shaped his path. The labours ended, but the consequences did not. The Greeks remembered this clearly. Endurance is not healing. Completion is not absolution. Survival is not closure. Heracles emerged not purified, but altered, aware that labour can give shape to suffering without erasing it. The world benefited from his persistence, even as he carried what could never be set down. And so the labours ended, not with relief, but with continuation. The hero stood free in name, yet bound by memory, moving forward because stopping had never been an option. When the final labour is finished, the weight does not vanish. It settles deeper, carried forward by a hero who has learned that endurance, not victory, is what keeps the world from breaking. Cities, like heroes, are shaped by the choices they survive. Theseus belonged to Athens not simply by birth, but by burden. His story unfolded alongside the city's struggle to define itself, caught between inherited violence and the hope of order. He was not raised in the centre of power. He arrived there, carrying with him the marks of roads travelled alone, of dangers faced without witnesses. From the beginning, Theseus chose difficulty. He could have taken the safer path to Athens by sea. Instead, he walked the roads haunted by bandits and tyrants, confronting each as a mirror of what unchecked power becomes. These encounters were not trials imposed by gods. They were decisions. The Greeks paid close attention to this. Theseus sought danger not to prove strength, but to remove what distorted the land. Each victory reshaped him. He learned that justice requires proximity. To rule without understanding violence is to reproduce it blindly. Theseus killed where necessary, but he did not celebrate. The road taught him restraint through exhaustion rather than instruction. When he reached Athens, he entered a city marked by fear. The tribute to Crete still drained its youth. The Minotaur remained hidden, but its cost was visible in absence. Families thinned, futures interrupted. Athens endured, but it did not breathe freely. Theseus understood that a city cannot grow while it feeds its children to preserve stability. He volunteered to go. Not as sacrifice alone, but as interruption. His choice was personal and political at once. To end the tribute was to challenge a system that had normalized loss. The Greeks recognized the risk here. Ending a monster does not guarantee peace. It exposes what has been tolerated. Ariadne's thread guided him through the labyrinth. Memory again proved essential. Without it, strength would wander until it exhausted itself. Theseus did not defeat the Minotaur with cleverness alone. He defeated the structure that allowed the monster to remain unseen. When he returned, the city stood at a threshold. Victory created expectation. Athens could no longer justify its compromises. A hero had acted where leaders had deferred. Power began to shift from endurance toward intention. Theseus became king not through conquest, but through accumulation of trust. He unified Attica, drawing scattered communities into a single political body. This act mattered more than monster slaying. It required negotiation, restraint, and shared identity. The Greeks saw in this the difference between heroism and rule. One confronts danger. The other must contain it. Yet Theseus did not escape tragedy. His decisions carried weight beyond their intention. In forgetting to change the sails upon his return, he condemned his father to death. This moment lingered in Greek memory. Great acts do not exempt one from carelessness. Consequence does not measure intent. Theseus ruled with vision, but not without fracture. His later years were marked by conflict, exile, and loss. The city he shaped grew stronger than the man who shaped it. Athens endured beyond him, absorbing his achievements and his failures alike. The Greeks did not see this as injustice. They saw it as structure. A hero may found a city, but cannot remain its centre forever. Power must outgrow its origin to survive. Theseus's fate mirrored Athens' lesson. Unity demands sacrifice, and leadership rarely escapes isolation. Theseus mattered because he represented transition, from survival to governance, from fear to responsibility, from individual action to collective consequence. He did not cleanse Athens of suffering. He gave it form. He taught the city how to remember its dangers without submitting to them. The hero faded, the city remained. Athens would face wars, plagues, betrayals, and glory beyond Theseus's imagining. His name would be invoked, debated, reinterpreted, but the fate of the city no longer depended on him alone. This perhaps was his greatest act. He stepped aside, intentionally or not, allowing the city to become something larger than its founder. The Greeks understood the quiet bravery in this. Not all heroism ends in triumph. Some ends in disappearance. As Theseus recedes into memory, Athens continues forward, carrying both the shape he gave it and the shadows he could not outrun. Some quests are born not from courage, but from expectation. Jason didn't seek the Golden Fleece to prove himself. He was sent for it. A throne withheld, a promise delayed, a ruler who feared succession more than injustice. The task was framed as opportunity, but its design was removal. If Jason failed, the threat vanished quietly. If he succeeded, the cost would still be his to carry. The Greeks understood this arrangement well. Power often disguises exile as adventure. Jason was not alone. He gathered companions, heroes drawn by reputation, restlessness, or obligation. The Argo carried them across uncertain waters, a vessel of ambition and unease. This was not a solitary hero's journey. It was collective risk, shared without shared purpose. The sea did not welcome them. Storms tested resolve. Islands offered temptation and loss in equal measure. Each delay reshaped the company, thinning confidence, sharpening dependence. Leadership did not announce itself. It emerged unevenly, questioned often, trusted briefly. Jason learned slowly. He was not the strongest among them, nor the cleverest. What he possessed was endurance of uncertainty. He listened. He waited. He allowed others to act when they were better suited. The Greeks noticed this restraint. Heroism does not always command. Sometimes it persists. When they reached Colchis, the fleece waited beneath watchful danger. A king guarded it with conditions meant to break resolve. Tasks piled upon tasks. Fields sown with teeth. Warriors rising from the earth. Vigilance that never slept. Jason did not meet these trials alone. He could not. Medea intervened. Her aid was not incidental. It was transformative. Knowledge replaced strength. Magic replaced certainty. Love entered the story not as rescue, but as complication. The Greeks told this carefully. Assistance always carries a price. With Medea's help, Jason survived what should have ended him. The fleece was taken quietly, without triumph. It was not wrested from a monster in spectacle. It was removed through preparation, betrayal, and escape. The Greeks resisted romance here. Victory achieved through help does not simplify consequence. The return journey unravelled what the quest had assembled. Trust thinned. Violence followed. Choices made in urgency hardened into memory. Medea crossed boundaries that could not be uncrossed, binding herself to Jason through acts that severed her from all else. The fleece warmed Jason's hands while the cost spread outward. When Jason returned, the throne did not settle. Promises shifted. Power hesitated. The fleece proved insufficient to resolve what had been deferred. The Greeks understood this pattern. Objects do not heal injustice, they expose it. Jason aged into uncertainty. The hero of the quest did not become the hero of the aftermath. Leadership requires continuity. Jason had completed a journey, not founded an order. The skills that carried him across seas did not translate into stability on land. Medea remained. Her presence grew heavier, less containable. What had been necessary became inconvenient. Love, once risked, became something to manage. Jason chose distance where commitment was required. The Greeks did not soften this choice. Betrayal does not require cruelty, only withdrawal. The consequences were devastating. But the Greeks did not tell this story to assign blame cleanly. They told it to reveal fracture. Jason sought legitimacy through completion. Medea sought permanence through sacrifice. Their desires moved in opposite directions. The golden fleece faded from importance. Its glow did not sustain a life. It did not repair what had been broken to obtain it. The quest had proven possible. The living with its outcome proved unbearable. Jason's story didn't end in glory. It thinned into regret, into memory of a time when forward motion felt like purpose. The Argo decayed, companions vanished into their own endings. The sea kept what it had been given. The Greeks remembered Jason not as a conqueror, but as a figure shaped by expectation and undone by aftermath. He completed what was demanded, and found that completion did not equal belonging. This was the quiet lesson. Some quests measure success by arrival. Life measures it by what remains afterward. Jason reached the fleece. He did not reach peace. The golden fleece hangs heavy with memory. Its brilliance dimmed, by the silence that follows when a journey ends, but a life must continue. Love, when it enters myth, rarely arrives alone. It brings consequence with it, waiting quietly for the moment devotion turns into demand. Medea was not born into the world of Greek heroes. She came from its edges, where language shifted and customs unsettled those who believed the centre defined order. She was a princess, a priestess, a keeper of knowledge that did not ask permission. Her power was inherited, practiced, and controlled, until love disrupted its balance. When Jason arrived, he did not conquer Medea's world. He depended on it. The Greeks were careful with this detail. Jason survived because Medea chose to intervene, not through force, but through foresight. She saw the trials placed before him and understood what they were designed to do. She also understood what her aid would cost. She chose him anyway. Love didn't blind Medea. It sharpened her resolve. She acted knowing that return would be impossible. Each spell cast, each betrayal committed in Jason's name, severed her further from her past. The Greeks did not imagine her as reckless. They imagined her as deliberate. This is what made her dangerous. Medea did not drift into exile. She engineered it. She crossed moral boundaries not because she failed to see them, but because she decided survival required it. The golden fleece was taken. The pursuit began. Blood followed. The sea received what was sacrificed to ensure escape. Jason reached home carrying victory. Medea arrived carrying memory. At first, she was necessary. Her cleverness preserved Jason's claim. Her presence stabilized what had been stolen. The Greeks understood this phase well. Those who enable success are valued until success no longer needs explanation. Then distance grew. Jason's ambitions narrowed. He sought legitimacy that could be displayed publicly, unburdened by reminders of how it had been achieved. Medea's foreignness, once an asset, became inconvenient. Love, once urgent, became something to be managed. Jason did not strike her. He replaced her. This mattered. Betrayal in Greek myth is rarely loud. It arrives through omission, through futures imagined, without those who made them possible. Jason chose a marriage that promised order and erased debt. Medea was asked to accept this as necessity. She did not. The Greeks did not frame Medea's response as madness. They framed it as recognition. She understood what abandonment meant in a world structured by power. To be discarded was to be erased slowly, to watch her sacrifices reclassified as excess. Medea refused this erasure. Her revenge was not impulsive, it was surgical. She did not strike Jason directly. She dismantled what he valued: legacy, lineage, continuation. Blood answered betrayal because words had been exhausted. The Greeks did not soften this horror. They did not excuse it. They refused to look away from it. Medea crossed a boundary no hero crossed willingly. She destroyed her own future to deny Jason his. This was not triumph. It was refusal. The Greeks saw in Medea a truth they did not attempt to resolve. That love, when stripped of recognition, can become annihilating. That devotion without reciprocity corrodes into something uncontainable. Medea did not seek power. She sought acknowledgement that never came. When she fled, she was not pursued. Jason was left with aftermath rather than confrontation. The world did not punish Medea immediately. This disturbed later tellings, but the Greeks understood. Some acts ruptured a moral order so completely that no immediate response restores balance. Medea survived, not redeemed, not reconciled. She continued moving, carrying her story forward into new lands, new consequences. Survival did not absolve her. It preserved her as living reminder. Jason remained behind. Stripped of legacy, stripped of meaning. The quest that had once defined him dissolved into memory. The fleece meant nothing now. Completion had given way to consequence. The Greeks told this story not to instruct morality, but to expose fracture. Medea was not a monster born of chaos. She was shaped by choices made around her, by promises withdrawn, by a love treated as disposable. Her violence did not emerge from emptiness. It emerged from calculation sharpened by abandonment. They did not ask whether Medea was right. They asked what her story revealed. That love is not safe. That betrayal rarely ends quietly. That some sacrifices, once demanded, cannot be repaid without blood. And that the cost of using someone as a means is often paid long after the goal is reached. Medea disappears into distance, carrying her deeds with her, while behind her a hero remains surrounded by silence where legacy was meant to stand. Some losses do not arrive suddenly. They linger, asking to be followed. Orpheus was not known for strength or conquest. His power did not bend bodies or cities. It moved inward, through sound, through rhythm, through the fragile act of shaping silence into meaning. Where other heroes carried weapons, Orpheus carried a lyre, and with it the dangerous belief that grief could be persuaded. His music altered the world subtly. Stones leaned closer. Trees forgot to stand still. Even animals paused, caught between instinct and attention. The Greeks understood this power deeply. Music does not command. It invites. It makes space for feeling where resistance once lived. When Eurydice died, the world did not collapse. It narrowed. She was taken not by malice, but by accident. A step misplaced, a moment unguarded. This mattered. There was no villain to confront, no injustice to avenge. Only absence. Orpheus did not rage against the gods. He followed the sound of his loss downward. The underworld didn't resist him. This too unsettled the Greeks. His music softened what force could not breach. Hades listened. Persephone paused. For a moment the order of death loosened, not because it was wrong, but because it was moved. Orpheus did not argue for fairness. He offered grief shaped into sound. The gods of the dead agreed on one condition. Do not look back. The command was simple, its meaning was not. The Greeks lingered here. Obedience was possible. Understanding was not. To walk forward without confirmation, without reassurance, without proof, this was the true trial. Orpheus walked. Each step upward pulled against instinct. Silence pressed in behind him. Eurydice followed unseen, her presence defined only by faith in instruction and the memory of sound. The Greeks imagined the weight of this walk carefully. Trust stretched thin by longing, hope strained by doubt. At the threshold, Orpheus turned. Not in defiance, in need. The Greeks did not frame this as failure born of weakness. They framed it as human reflex. To love is to seek confirmation. To grieve is to fear illusion. Orpheus looked because belief without sight demanded more than endurance. Eurydice faded, not violently, not angrily. She receded, returning to the order that had briefly been bent. The Greeks did not dramatize her loss twice. They understood that repetition dulls truth. What mattered was that the cost was final. Orpheus returned alone. His music changed. It no longer invited. It mourned. Sound became withdrawal rather than offering. He rejected companionship, turning away from what could not restore what was lost. The Greeks watched this turn with restraint. Grief does not demand sympathy, it demands space. Orpheus's death came not as punishment, but as consequence. He had crossed too close to the boundary between worlds. His refusal to re-enter ordinary life isolated him. Those who cannot look forward eventually become incomprehensible to those who must. Violence ended his story, but it did not resolve it. His head continued to sing. This detail mattered deeply to the Greeks. Even in death, expression endured. The voice outlived the body, drifting toward the sea, carrying fragments of longing where no listener remained. Art, once released, does not require survival. Orpheus's failure was not unique. It was intimate. The Greeks did not tell this story to warn against disobedience. They told it to acknowledge a limit. Some losses cannot be retrieved without being lost again. Some truths dissolve when demanded too forcefully. Looking back was not a crime, it was a cost. Orpheus taught them that love is not proven by success. It is revealed by what one risks believing without evidence. The command not to look back was not cruelty. It was recognition that certainty kills what trust keeps alive. The underworld did not mock Orpheus. It received Eurydice again without commentary. Death does not argue, it persists. Orpheus's story endured because it named something unspoken. That grief tempts us to reverse time. That memory pulls harder than hope. That some threshold closed the moment we ask them to remain open. The Greeks did not imagine Orpheus as tragic because he failed. They imagined him as tragic because he tried. Because he believed that love, shaped carefully enough, could cross any boundary. And because, in turning back, he revealed the fragile truth that some boundaries remain, no matter how gently we approach them. At the edge between worlds, a final glance dissolves what love nearly reclaimed, leaving only a song that continues long after the voice has gone silent. Desire does not always reach outward. Sometimes it turns inward and reshapes what it finds there. Pygmalion lived among people, yet apart from them. He watched relationships with a quiet distance, unsettled by their disorder, their betrayals, their imperfections. The Greeks did not describe him as cruel or bitter. They described him as withdrawn. Disappointment had not hardened him. It had narrowed him. He turned to stone. Not as escape, but as control. Marble did not contradict. It did not change its mind. Under his hands, form obeyed intention completely. Each curve answered to precision. Each surface reflected a vision unbroken by argument or decay. The statue emerged slowly. It was not created to deceive others. It was shaped to satisfy an idea. A figure untouched by compromise, unmarred by history. The Greeks understood this well. Desire often seeks not connection, but relief from unpredictability. Pygmalion did not announce his love. It arrived quietly, disguised as admiration. He clothed the statue. He adorned it. He spoke to it as if presence might answer. His affection did not begin in excess. It deepened through repetition, through care given without resistance. The Greeks lingered on this discomfort. To love what cannot respond is to avoid risk. Stone cannot reject. It cannot leave. It cannot demand more than it receives. Pygmalion's devotion asked nothing back, and so remained safe. Yet desire does not remain contained. It grows toward fulfillment, even when fulfillment contradicts reality. Pygmalion wished not for possession, but for animation. He did not ask to be loved in return. He asked for the object of his love to become capable of receiving love at all. Aphrodite listened, not because the wish was virtuous, but because it revealed something essential. Desire seeks reflection. It longs to be mirrored, even if that mirror must be made. The statue warmed. Stone yielded to flesh. The impossible softened into form. Life entered where stillness had been absolute. The Greeks did not celebrate this moment without restraint. They described it with quiet unease. A wish had been granted. But what had been invited into the world? The woman who emerged was shaped entirely by Pygmalion's expectation. She carried no past, no resistance, no independent longing. She existed because she was wanted, not because she had chosen to be. The Greeks did not name her voice. This silence mattered. Pygmalion's joy was complete. His desire no longer strained against reality. He had brought into being what could not disappoint him. The world had bent to accommodate his inward gaze. And yet, something unsettled the myth. Desire fulfilled without negotiation risks erasing the other entirely. The Greeks sensed this danger. Love that does not encounter difference becomes ownership without violence. Control masquerades as devotion. They did not condemn Pygmalion. They observed him. He did not force life into stone. He wished it. The gods complied. Responsibility dispersed between desire and divine permission. This diffusion of agency disturbed later tellers, but the Greeks allowed it to remain unresolved. The myth lingered because it asked an uncomfortable question. Is desire safer when it shapes the beloved, or when it risks being shaped by them? Pygmalion avoided rejection by eliminating unpredictability. In doing so, he bypassed the friction that gives relationship depth. Love became completion rather than encounter. The Greeks lived with this tension. They knew desire could create. They also knew it could confine. When desire refuses difference, it builds beauty that cannot argue, cannot grow, cannot leave. The statue lived, but the story ended there. No conflict followed. No fracture emerged. The myth did not extend into consequence. This, too, mattered. Some desires are granted without immediate cost, only to echo later in silence. Pygmalion received what he asked for. The Greeks did not tell us whether it satisfied him fully. They did not describe the woman's future. They left the image intact, a perfect form animated by wish, standing still in narrative time. Perhaps this was the warning. Desire that fulfills itself completely leaves no story afterward. It closes rather than opens. It completes rather than continues. Without tension, there is no movement. Without resistance, there is no becoming. The Greeks did not resolve this contradiction. They left it for the listener, to consider whether love that never risks refusal can ever truly encounter another life, or whether it remains like stone once was, beautifully silent. In the quiet space where stone becomes flesh, desire stands satisfied and alone, having shaped its answer before it ever learned how to listen. Some dangers do not come from desire reaching too far outward. They arise when desire circles back upon itself and refuses to move. Narcissus was not marked by cruelty. He was marked by indifference. Those who loved him did not suffer because he rejected them loudly, but because he did not seem to notice them at all. The Greeks were precise about this. Narcissus didn't wound with intent. He wounded through absence. He moved through the world untouched. Beauty followed him without effort. Admiration gathered without invitation. Yet none of it settled. Narcissus remained distant, not because he believed himself superior, but because nothing outside him seemed real enough to require response. Desire approached him and dissolved. Echo was one of the first to fade. Her voice remained, but her presence thinned. Shui could repeat what was spoken, but not initiate. This detail mattered to the Greeks. Obsession silences others slowly. It does not argue, it echoes. Echo loved Narcissus without being seen. Her longing returned to her unchanged until only sound remained. Narcissus didn't notice her disappearance. This was his defining trait. The gods responded not with anger, but with alignment. They did not invent a punishment. They reflected Narcissus inward. Nemesis guided him to water, still enough to function as mirror, clear enough to deceive. When Narcissus looked, the world narrowed. The image held him immediately, not as vanity, but as recognition. The face in the water did not demand effort. It did not ask for patience or compromise. It responded perfectly, matching gaze, posture, longing. For the first time, Narcissus encountered something that did not resist him. The Greeks lingered here. Self-obsession does not begin in arrogance. It begins in relief. The relief of encountering no friction, no demand, no uncertainty. The reflection offered intimacy without vulnerability. Narcissus did not love himself as identity. He loved himself as object. He reached. The water broke. The image vanished, then returned. Desire sharpened. The Greeks understood the trap. What reflects cannot be held. What can be held is no longer reflection. Narcissus was drawn into repetition, circling the same gesture without progress. He did not eat. He did not sleep. Time stalled. The Greeks described his decline without drama. Obsession does not explode. It erodes. Narcissus remained fixed, attentive only to the surface that promised completion. The world beyond him continued, unnoticed. He did not recognize himself. This detail mattered deeply. Narcissus did not understand that what he desired was his own image. Self-obsession is not self-knowledge. It is fixation without awareness. He loved without knowing whom he loved. When realization arrived, it did not free him. Understanding does not always dissolve desire. Narcissus knew the truth and remained bound. The Greeks saw in this the cruelty of obsession. Insight arrives after attachment has hardened. His body weakened. His attention did not. Eventually only longing remained, stripped of strength. Narcissus faded without turning away, without reconciliation, without return to others. Where he died, a flower appeared, beautiful, downward facing, rooted near water. The Greeks did not treat this as consolation. The flower did not redeem him. It marked the place where movement had ceased. Beauty remained, but it did not look outward. Its gaze bent downward, fixed, repeating the posture that had ended a life. Echo's voice persisted. She survived as repetition without origin, answering calls without being seen. The Greeks placed these two figures together deliberately. One vanished into himself. The other remained only as response to others. Obsession consumes both the self and those who orbit it. The story was not a warning against self-love. The Greeks did not fear self-awareness. They feared enclosure. Narcissus did not know himself. He mistook image for presence, reflection for relation. He sought completion where only surface existed. Self-obsession, in this telling, was not excess of admiration. It was refusal of encounter. To see only oneself is to reject the unpredictability of others. To prefer reflection is to avoid risk. Narcissus did not choose solitude. He chose certainty, and certainty devoured him quietly. The Greeks told this story without moral correction. They did not offer a remedy. They allowed the image to remain still, the voice to echo, the flower to bloom by water that reflects but never holds. Some conditions, once named, are left unresolved, not because they cannot be healed, but because recognition is the only intervention offered. Narcissus remains beside the pool, forever leaning toward what answers perfectly and gives nothing back. At the water's edge, a figure bends inward endlessly, drawn not by love of self, but by the silence that never contradicts him. Madness did not descend at random. In Greek myth, it arrived with purpose, shaped by restraint broken or reverence withheld. The gods did not scatter chaos indiscriminately. When madness was sent, it was measured, targeted, and enduring. It was not confusion alone. It was clarity turned inward until it burned. The Greeks feared this punishment more than death. Death ends a story. Madness fractures it. Those struck by divine madness did not lose awareness entirely. They lost alignment. Thought separated from consequence. Emotion outran reason. The self remained present, watching as action spiraled beyond control. This was the cruelty embedded in the myth. Madness did not erase responsibility. It complicated it. The gods used madness sparingly. It was reserved for those who crossed boundaries not through ignorance, but through refusal. Denial of divine presence. Contempt for ritual. Excessive pride that dismissed limits as irrelevant. Madness corrected what argument could not. Pentheus was one such figure. He denied Dionysus, refused recognition of a god whose power dissolved order through ecstasy. Pentheus valued control above all else. Structure, restraint, hierarchy. He mistook stability for permanence. Dionysus answered not with destruction, but with exposure. Madness loosened Pentheus's certainty. He became curious, then vulnerable. Drawn into what he sought to suppress, he lost the clarity that had defined him. The Greeks watched this carefully. Repression does not eliminate force. It redirects it inward until it ruptures. Pentheus's end was not sudden. It was intimate. Those closest to him could no longer recognize him. Identity dissolved into frenzy. Madness erased distinction between protector and threat. The gods did not intervene to stop it. The punishment was already complete. Others suffered differently. Some wandered endlessly, unable to rest. Some spoke truth without control, burdened by visions that isolated them from ordinary life. Prophecy itself bordered on madness. To see too much is to stand apart from those who must live without knowing. The Greeks recognized this tension. Clarity can estrange. Insight can wound. Madness and vision shared a threshold, differing only in how the gods framed their arrival. Both removed the individual from comfort. Divine madness was not arbitrary. It followed neglect of balance. Where restraint hardened into denial, madness restored movement violently. Where pride refused acknowledgement, madness forced recognition through loss of self. The punishment extended beyond the individual. Families bore its cost. Cities fractured. Memory carried the aftermath long after the episode passed. Madness didn't conclude neatly. It left residue, shame, grief, silence. The Greeks did not ask whether this was just. They asked what it preserved. Madness reminded mortals that reason alone does not govern the world, that forces exist beyond calculation, that ignoring them invites intrusion. To deny the irrational is not to eliminate it. It returns amplified. Those who recovered were not restored. They returned altered. Memory of what they had done haunted them. Responsibility lingered without clarity of intent. This ambiguity troubled the Greeks deeply. Punishment without full comprehension destabilized moral certainty. Perhaps this was the point. Madness dissolved the illusion of control. It exposed the fragility of identity, the thinness of order when unsupported by humility. The gods did not send madness to correct behaviour alone. They sent it to remind mortals of their position within a cosmos that does not answer to reason exclusively. Dionysus embodied this reminder. He did not destroy cities, he loosened them. He revealed what had been contained too tightly. Madness followed where refusal had blocked movement. The punishment was no excess. It was release without guidance. The Greeks lived with this fear quietly. They honoured the gods not only out of devotion, but out of caution. They recognised that sanity was not guaranteed. It was maintained through balance between reason and ritual, order and surrender. Madness stood as boundary. Cross it unknowingly, and chaos follows. Cross it knowingly, and punishment arrives. The gods watched not for perfection, but for acknowledgement. Those who refused were not erased, they were fractured. And in that fracture, the world was reminded that the mind, like the cosmos, cannot be ruled by force alone. When divine madness descends, the self remains awake as order dissolves around it, leaving memory to carry what reason could not contain. Some stories do not end because they are never allowed to finish. They are passed on. In Greek myth, certain families did not merely suffer misfortune, they inherited it. The Greeks spoke of bloodlines, where sorrow repeated itself with unsettling precision, as if memory itself had learned how to reproduce. These were not isolated tragedies. They were patterns that refused to dissolve. A family curse did not announce its arrival. It settled quietly, shaping decisions before anyone recognized its presence. Children grew within expectations already bent by fear. Parents acted not from freedom, but from anticipation of disaster. Long before violence occurred, it was imagined. And imagination prepared the ground. The house of Atreus was remembered most often. Its name carried weight like a warning spoken too late. Betrayal fed betrayal. Vengeance followed vengeance until the origin disappeared beneath repetition. Each generation believed it acted in response, never realizing it was continuing the same motion. The Greeks understood this intimately. Curses endure because they feel justified. Every act appears necessary when framed as response to harm. Each decision narrows the next until choice feels ceremonial rather than real. The curse does not force action. It makes alternatives unthinkable. Children born into such families did not inherit guilt. They inherited context. They learned early which words carried danger, which silences preserved survival. Love existed, but it was cautious. Trust was measured. Affection learned to coexist with fear of repetition. The gods did not intervene to end these cycles. This unsettled the Greeks more than open cruelty would have. Divine justice was present, but not interruptive. The gods allowed families to exhaust their patterns, to confront what they refused to name. Some tried to escape. They fled cities, changed names, avoided memory. Yet the curse followed, not as fate chasing them, but as habit carried within. What is learned too deeply cannot be outrun easily. Distance altered setting, not structure. The Greeks saw curses as living things. They adapted. They waited. They resurfaced when vigilance weakened. Silence fed them more reliably than violence ever could. Unspoken history returned through repetition. Occasionally someone broke the pattern, not through heroism, but through refusal. A hand lowered instead of striking. A truth spoken instead of hidden. An act left undone despite expectation. These moments did not erase the curse. They interrupted it briefly, creating space where the future could breathe. Such moments were rare. They required accepting loss without retaliation, bearing injustice without echoing it. The Greeks did not idealize this choice. They understood how much it demanded. To break a curse is to disappoint the dead, to refuse loyalty to pain inherited. Often, the one who broke the cycle paid dearly. Isolation followed. Accusation, exile. Peace, if it arrived at all, came without celebration. Ending repetition rarely looks like victory from within the story. Some families never reached this moment. Their names became shorthand for ruin. Their stories were retold not for pleasure, but for recognition. The Greeks preserved these narratives carefully, not to condemn, but to remember what happens when harm is allowed to organize itself across generations. Cursed families haunted the collective imagination. They reminded listeners that time alone does not heal, that memory left unattended reproduces itself, that blood carries not destiny, but unresolved instruction. The gods remained present but distant. They shaped beginnings, not conclusions. The end of a curse belonged to mortals alone. Responsibility could not be transferred upward. This was perhaps the most difficult lesson embedded in the myths. Divinity could punish. Divinity could warn. Divinity could not absolve repetition without human refusal. The Greeks did not believe families were doomed by nature. They believed they were shaped by what they refused to confront. A curse was not an external force imposed forever. It was continuity protected by silence. To name it weakened it. To deny it strengthened it. This understanding lingered beneath Greek tragedy, beneath ritual, beneath law. Families were watched closely, not because they were distrusted, but because history was known to return where it was not addressed. The curse endured until recognition interrupted it. Sometimes that recognition came too late. Sometimes it never came. And sometimes, quietly, without spectacle, a lineage ended not in blood, but in choice. The Greeks allowed these endings to remain uncertain. They did not resolve them cleanly. They understood that some stories fade not because they are concluded, but because they are no longer repeated. Across generations bound by memory and silence, the curse moves forward patiently, waiting not for punishment, but for the moment someone refuses to carry it further. Wars do not always begin with hatred. Sometimes they begin with a choice framed as honour. Paris was not raised to decide the fate of cities. He was a shepherd by habit, a prince by blood, and a liability by prophecy. Long before the choice was placed before him, his life had already been shaped by avoidance. His parents had hidden him from fate, believing distance could dissolve prediction. The Greeks understood the irony immediately. What is denied often returns with greater demand. The judgment arrived quietly. At a wedding meant to unite gods and mortals, Eros was not invited. Exclusion, even among immortals, breeds consequence. She left behind a single object, an apple marked for the fairest. No threat accompanied it. No instruction followed. The gods themselves fractured around the question. Hera, Athena, Aphrodite. Each claimed the apple, and with it, validation. Zeus refused to choose. Power often declines responsibility when consequence outweighs authority. The decision passed downward into human hands. Paris was selected not because he was wise, but because he was distant enough to be expendable. Responsibility often flows towards those least protected from its outcome. Paris stood before the goddesses alone. Each offered him something different. Hera promised rule, dominance over lands and men. Athena promised victory, clarity, strategy, honour preserved through success. Aphrodite promised desire, the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. None of these were illusions. Each reflected a legitimate human longing. The Greeks did not mock Paris for hesitating. They understood the weight of the offer. Power, glory, love, three paths that shape history differently. Paris chose love. Not because he was foolish, but because desire feels immediate. Power and wisdom require distance. Love demands presence. The Greeks didn't absolve him, but they did not reduce him either. His choice was human, and therefore dangerous. Aphrodite kept her promise. Helen followed Paris, willingly or unwillingly, depending on the telling. The Greeks allowed ambiguity here. Desire complicates consent. What mattered was not blame, but consequence. Helen's departure destabilized alliances built on fragile trust. Menelaus demanded return. Agamemnon demanded response. Honour was invoked, oaths recalled, pride inflamed. What began as a personal choice expanded into collective obligation. The Greeks watched this expansion carefully. Private decisions rarely remain private when power is involved. Paris did not intend war. This mattered. He did not imagine armies moving because of him. He saw himself as recipient, not catalyst. The Greeks recognized this blindness. Responsibility is often invisible to those who benefit first. The gods did not intervene to stop what followed. They had already participated. By offering gifts, by shifting judgment downward, by allowing desire to function as currency, they embedded themselves into the outcome. War was not imposed by Olympus. It was permitted. The Trojan War gathered momentum slowly. Ships assembled. Kings argued. Sacrifices were made. Each step hardened intention. Retreat became unthinkable. To withdraw would mean admitting that pride had overreached. The Greeks understood this pattern deeply. Once honour is invoked publicly, peace becomes shame. War becomes maintenance of identity. Paris returned to Troy carrying Aphrodite's favour and Helen's presence. He did not return triumphant. He returned unaware of the scale of what he had set in motion. The city received him as prince, not as harbinger. Yet the apple's weight travelled with him. The judgment did not end on the mountain. It followed ships across the sea, sharpened blades, and shaped speeches that would send thousands to their deaths. The Greeks did not treat the apple as magical. They treated it as symbolic. Conflict does not require enchantment. It requires justification. The goddesses remained divided. Hera and Athena did not forgive. Divine rivalry does not dissipate with time. It embeds itself into events, choosing sides, amplifying violence where it already exists. The war would not be fought by men alone. Paris faded from the centre of the story quickly. This, too, mattered. Those who initiate conflict are rarely those who carry it longest. Warriors, cities, families would absorb the cost. Paris would remain present, but not central. The Greeks saw in this a familiar truth. The origin of disaster is often quieter than its continuation. The judgment revealed something essential, that choices made under pressure rarely reveal their full consequence. That desire, when elevated above restraint, can outweigh wisdom and power combined, and that when gods and mortals share responsibility, blame becomes impossible to isolate. The apple fell without sound. The war answered loudly. On a quiet mountain slope, a choice settles into history, while far away ships begin to move toward a war no one believes they chose. Helen was never only a person. She was a surface upon which others projected meaning. Long before the ships gathered, before blades were lifted in her name, Helen existed within expectation. Beauty marked her early, not as gift, but as gravity. Attention followed her everywhere, bending intention and inflaming desire. The Greeks were careful here. Helen did not seek the weight placed upon her. It arrived uninvited and remained. Men spoke of her as possession. Kings negotiated her marriage as if securing peace through exchange. Menelaus received her not simply as wife, but a symbol of alliance, legitimacy, order maintained through agreement. Helen learned early that her presence stabilized systems built without her consent. When Paris arrived, the world shifted subtly. He did not bring force. He brought recognition. Whether through persuasion, enchantment, or quiet dissatisfaction, Helen moved. The Greeks did not settle the question of agency. They understood its complexity. Desire rarely operates in isolation. It is shaped by circumstance, pressure, longing, and opportunity. Helen left. This mattered more than how. Her departure cracked an arrangement that had mistaken containment for harmony. The oaths sworn by kings were invoked. Honour transformed into obligation. Personal loss became collective mandate. Helen's body became justification. The Greeks did not absolve her. They also did not condemn her. They framed her as catalyst rather than cause. Wars do not erupt because of beauty. They erupt because structures are fragile and waiting for rupture. Helen revealed this fragility by moving within it. As the war unfolded, Helen remained in Troy. Not triumphant, not imprisoned completely. She existed in suspension, valued, blamed, protected, resented. Troy did not know what to do with her. She was too precious to discard, too dangerous to ignore. Helen watched. This watching mattered. She witnessed men kill for her, while rarely speaking to her. Her name travelled faster than her voice. Decisions were made in councils where she did not sit. Responsibility was assigned without proximity. The Greeks imagined her awareness carefully. She understood the cost of her presence, but lacked the power to reverse it. Return meant shame and continued war. Staying meant complicity without agency. Helen existed where all choices failed to restore balance. Her beauty did not fade. This unsettled both sides. Time passed, men aged, cities burned. Helen remained unchanged, as if insulated from consequence by the very quality that had sparked conflict. The Greeks found this unsettling not because it excused her, but because it revealed how beauty distorts accountability. She became a mirror. Each side saw what it needed to justify itself. Trojans saw prize and alliance. Greeks saw theft and insult. Helen herself remained unresolved, carrying memory without resolution. When she spoke, it was with restraint. She did not incite, she lamented. Her words did not end the war. They acknowledged its weight. The Greeks valued this restraint. Silence, too, can carry responsibility. Helen's story resisted closure. Even after Troy fell, her fate remained uncertain. She returned to Menelaus not through conquest, but through recognition. He raised his sword and lowered it. Beauty stayed his hand. The Greeks noted this moment without sentimentality. Desire does not vanish in the presence of consequence. Helen survived. This survival disturbed later tellers, but the Greeks allowed it. Punishment would have simplified her role. Survival forced discomfort to continue. She lived bearing memory, not absolution. Helen was not rewarded. She was endured. Her life afterward was quiet, marked by reflection rather than restoration. She remained what she had always been, a figure onto whom others attached meaning, blame, longing, and regret. Her inner life remained largely unspoken. This silence mattered. The Greeks did not grant Helen a final explanation. They understood that some figures exist not to be resolved, but to remain open. Helen embodied the intersection of desire, power, and consequence without offering moral clarity. She was not the war's cause. She was its language. Through her, the Greeks examined how easily honour converts into violence, how desire becomes pretext, how individuals are consumed by systems that claim to act in their name. Helen endured what others could not because she was strong, but because she was central. Centrality in myth is not privilege. It is exposure without protection. Her face did not launch the war. The war launched itself. Helen stood at its centre, carrying memory forward into a world that would never fully decide what she had been allowed to choose. As cities fall and heroes vanish, Helen remains, bearing the silence of survival in a world that still cannot agree what her beauty was meant to mean. From the beginning, Achilles was given a choice. Not once, but always. His life unfolded beneath a knowledge most mortals never carried. He would not grow old quietly. He would not fade into anonymity. Two paths lay before him, one long and unremarkable, the other brief and unforgettable. Glory or life, memory or breath, the Greeks understood the cruelty of this clarity. To know the shape of one's end is to live under its shadow. Achilles was raised apart. His mother Thetis moved between worlds, unable to anchor him fully in either. She sought to shield him from fate, hiding him, disguising him, delaying recognition. But destiny in Greek myth is not avoided. It is postponed until readiness turns into exposure. When Achilles came to Troy, he did not arrive as soldier alone. He arrived as consequence. The Greeks lingered on his presence. Where others fought for honour, alliance, or duty, Achilles fought for meaning itself. Battle was not his obligation. It was his instrument. Through it, he could become what he had been promised. Yet Achilles did not fight immediately. Agamemnon insulted him, and Achilles withdrew. Pride met pride. The Greeks understood this moment deeply. Even the greatest hero can step away from the very thing that defines him. Withdrawal became its own kind of violence. Men died because Achilles chose absence. This choice revealed something essential. Achilles was not driven by loyalty. He was driven by recognition. To be dishonoured was to be erased. Glory depends not only on action, but on acknowledgement. When Patroclus fell, everything shifted. Loss entered where pride had stood. Patroclus was not merely companion, he was balance, the one who softened Achilles' edge, who reminded him of humanity beyond battle. His death did not wound Achilles, it exposed him. Grief did not ask permission. Achilles returned to war not for honour, but for annihilation. Rage replaced calculation. He no longer sought glory. He sought saturation, violence sufficient to consume loss. The Greeks did not celebrate this, they watched it with unease. Achilles became unstoppable but also uncontained. His skill no longer served order. It served fury, Bodies fell without distinction. Mercy vanished. War narrowed into a single burning purpose. When Achilles killed Hector, the act did not resolve his grief. He desecrated the body, dragging it behind his chariot, refusing ritual, refusing closure. The Greeks lingered here. Even justified revenge corrodes when it denies the dead their place. Glory frays when it forgets restraint. It was Priam who broke through Achilles' rage, an old king kneeling before his son's killer. Not with threats, with memory. He reminded Achilles of his father, of aging, of loss that comes without warning. The Greeks understood the power of this moment. Humanity returned not through command, but through recognition. Achilles wept. This did not save him. It reminded him. His choice remained. Achilles knew his end would follow swiftly. He did not turn away. He did not ask for delay. He accepted the path he had been walking since birth. Glory once chosen demands completion. His death came quietly compared to his life. An arrow. A vulnerable place. No spectacle. The Greeks did not dramatize it excessively. What mattered was not how Achilles died, but that he died knowing he had chosen this ending. Achilles gained immortality through story. His name endured. His deeds were sung. His rage, grief, and brilliance became reference points for all who followed. The Greeks understood the trade. Life was surrendered to memory. Breath exchanged for permanence. Yet something lingered unresolved. Achilles' glory did not comfort him in death. Later stories place him restless, aware that no fame replaces living. The Greeks allowed this contradiction. Choice does not erase regret, it only defines it. Achilles was not a model, he was a measure. Through him, the Greeks asked what makes a life meaningful: duration or intensity, peace or remembrance. They offered no answer. They offered a figure who lived the question fully and paid for it completely. Achilles stood at the edge of human possibility, to live loudly and briefly, or quietly and long. He chose to burn. And in doing so, he illuminated the cost of choosing glory when life itself is the price. On the battlefield where names outlast bodies, Achilles falls, leaving behind a brilliance that survives him, even as the life that held it disappears into silence. Honour does not always protect those who serve it. Sometimes it demands their destruction. Hector was never promised greatness. He was shaped by responsibility. Where Achilles moved toward destiny, Hector stood still long enough to hold a city together. Troy did not rest upon prophecy or divine favour. It rested upon Hector's endurance. The Greeks understood this contrast immediately. Hector fought not for memory, but for continuation. He did not seek glory beyond the walls of his home. He sought to keep those walls standing long enough for ordinary life to persist within them. His courage was not loud, it was repetitive. Each day he returned to battle knowing the cost. His armour carried the weight of expectation rather than ambition. He was son, husband, father, prince, all roles that required survival more than spectacle. The Greeks lingered on this. Heroism rooted in duty resists celebration. Hector knew Troy would fall. This mattered. He did not believe in victory, he believed in delay. To hold back disaster, even briefly, was meaningful. Honour for Hector was not triumph. It was refusal to abandon those who depended on him. His confrontation with Achilles was inevitable. Not because Hector sought it, but because war compresses choice until only collision remains. When Achilles returned to the field, rage burning unchecked, Hector became the last barrier between Troy and annihilation. Before the duel, Hector hesitated. He considered retreat. He considered survival. The Greeks did not hide this hesitation. Courage that never doubts is not courage. It is impulse. Hector's pause revealed awareness of consequence, not weakness. When he stood his ground, it was not pride that held him. It was recognition. If he fled, the city would fall faster. His death might buy time. Honour, in this sense, became calculus rather than code. The Greeks saw this with painful clarity. Achilles did not fight Hector as equal. He fought him as outlet. Grief sharpened his blade. Hector faced not an opponent, but a force stripped of restraint. The duel was brief, its outcome never in doubt. The Greeks did not prolong it. Tragedy does not require suspense. Hector fell, not because he lacked skill, but because skill cannot withstand fury unchecked by law or ritual. His death marked the end of Troy's defence in spirit, if not yet in structure. What followed deepened the tragedy. Achilles dragged Hector's body, denying burial, denying rest. The Greeks watched this violation with discomfort. Victory that desecrates erodes its own legitimacy. Honour, once weaponized, fractures. Hector's family endured what he had tried to prevent. Andromache lost husband. Astyanax lost future. Priam lost son. Troy lost its anchor. Hector's death did not end war. It accelerated collapse. The Greeks honoured Hector differently from Achilles. They did not sing of his rage. They remembered his restraint. His farewell to Andromache lingered longer than his duel. In that moment, Hector acknowledged fear, love, and obligation without illusion. He did not promise survival, he promised effort. This made him tragic. Not because he failed, but because he understood. Honour asked Hector to remain visible when hiding might have prolonged his life. It asked him to accept death not for fame, but for others' chance to continue briefly. The Greeks saw this as the most demanding form of courage. Priam's journey to Achilles' tent restored something briefly. An old man kneeling before the killer of his son forced recognition where rage had ruled. Achilles returned Hector's body. Ritual resumed. Humanity flickered back into the war. But Hector did not return. His absence shaped everything that followed. Troy became a city, already mourning its end. The Greeks understood that wars are often lost emotionally before they are lost militarily. Hector's tragedy lay not in defeat, but in alignment. He aligned himself fully with duty, knowing duty would not protect him. Honour did not save Troy. It delayed its fall long enough for the cost to be fully felt. The Greeks did not offer consolation. They offered remembrance. Hector stood as counterpoint to glory. Where Achilles chose intensity over duration, Hector chose endurance over recognition. Both paths led to death, but only one left behind a memory shaped by care rather than fury. In this, Hector's story whispered a quiet warning that honour can demand everything and still fail, that responsibility does not guarantee survival, that sometimes the noblest choice is the one that changes nothing except how the end is faced. Before the gates of Troy, Hector falls carrying the weight of a city, leaving behind a silence that no victory can fill. The gods did not remain distant observers. They stepped onto the field where dust and blood erased the boundary between heaven and earth. The Trojan War was never fought by mortals alone. From its first stirrings, divine presence moved through it, sometimes openly, sometimes disguised, sometimes felt only in the sudden turn of fortune. The Greeks understood this not as spectacle, but as intrusion. When gods enter human conflict, the conflict ceases to belong fully to those who fight it. Olympus was divided. Old grievances followed new alliances. Hera and Athena leaned toward the Greeks, nursing the insult of Paris's judgment. Aphrodite shielded Troy, not out of loyalty to the city, but to preserve the promise she had made. Apollo moved with colder distance, defending honour rather than affection. Ares followed wherever blood gathered thickest. The war became extension rather than exception. Gods did not create its violence, they amplified it. When Athena guided a spear, it did not guarantee justice, it guaranteed accuracy. When Apollo spread plague, it did not distinguish guilt from innocence. Divine power did not refine human intention, it intensified it. The Greeks watched this with unease. They did not imagine gods as moral overseers of battle. They imagined them as participants with interests, wounds, and pride. The battlefield became a mirror of Olympus itself, fractured, competitive, unwilling to concede. Mortals felt this interference physically. A blow struck too hard. A shield failed unexpectedly. Courage surged without explanation. Fear arrived without warning. To fight such a war was to accept that skill alone was insufficient. Heroes learned this quickly. Diomedes wounded Ares, proving that gods could bleed, though not die. Divine presence was not invulnerable, but it was untouchable in consequence. A god injured withdrew. A mortal injured vanished. Even Achilles was not autonomous. His rage aligned with Athena's restraint. His mercy was recalled by memory stirred through Priam. The gods shaped not only outcomes, but timing, delaying deaths, hastening others, redirecting encounters. The war's length was not accident, it was maintenance. As long as gods intervened, resolution stalled. Each side was preserved just enough to continue. Suffering expanded because conclusion was postponed. When higher powers refused to decide, conflict becomes endless. The gods argued openly. They quarrelled above the battlefield as mortals died below. Zeus weighed outcomes without urgency. His concern was balance, not relief. This was divine governance stripped of sentiment. The gods did not feel hunger, cold, or exhaustion. They experienced loss symbolically, not physically. Their investment remained partial, allowing them to endure where mortals broke. The battlefield became a stage where power displayed itself without accountability. Cities burned because gods allowed it. Heroes fell because gods withdrew. The reasons were rarely explained. Silence preserved authority. Some mortals challenged this. They cursed the gods. They questioned fate. Their words did not alter outcomes. But resistance, even when futile, mattered. Divine presence did not elevate the war. It degraded it. Honour eroded under interference. Bravery lost clarity. When gods fought, human meaning blurred. Victory gained with divine aid felt hollow. Loss caused by divine obstruction felt unbearable. Yet the gods did not withdraw. They remained because war revealed their nature more clearly than peace ever could. Rivalries sharpened. Alliances hardened. Pride exposed itself. The Trojan War became an echo of earlier divine wars. Titans against Olympians. Order against resistance. The cycle repeated, scaled down into mortal flesh. Human suffering reenacted divine history. When the gods finally stepped back, it was not out of compassion. It was exhaustion of interest. Enough had fallen. Enough had been remembered. The war could now end because it had already fulfilled its function. The Greeks did not praise the gods for this. They remembered it. They understood that divine involvement does not sanctify human conflict. It complicates it, prolongs it, and empties it of clarity. The battlefield returned to silence. Weapons rusted, bodies decayed, stories remained. The gods retreated upwards, carrying none of the scars they had helped inflict. Mortals remained behind, tasked with memory. And perhaps that was the final imbalance, that those who suffered most were left to remember longest. As the gods withdraw from the dust of war, the field lies quiet at last, holding the weight of a conflict shaped by powers that will never need to grieve it. Cities do not fall all at once, they unravel. For 10 years, Troy endured by believing endurance was enough. Its walls stood, its people adapted. Loss became routine. Each dawn arrived with the same question unanswered. How long can survival replace resolution? The Greeks understood this quiet erosion. A city may remain standing long after its fate has already shifted. The fall did not begin with force. It began with exhaustion. War had consumed certainty on both sides. The Greeks had lost heroes, patience, cohesion. Troy had lost protectors, confidence, future. When strength no longer promised outcome, the nature of conflict changed. Deception entered where valour stalled. The horse appeared without threat. Wooden, silent, abandoned. A gift framed as surrender. The Greeks lingered on this detail. Troy was not conquered by overpowering its walls, but by inviting its enemy inside them. Victory did not arrive through courage. It arrived through misjudged trust. Warnings were spoken. Laocoon's voice rose against the calm. Cassandra foresaw ruin clearly, and was ignored. The Greeks did not romanticize this blindness. They recognized it as fatigue. When suffering lasts too long, even clarity sounds like nuisance. The horse was brought inside. Night followed. What happened next was not battle. It was collapse. Gates opened quietly. Fires spread deliberately. The Greeks entered not as warriors seeking honour, but as agents completing what endurance had already undone. Troy did not defend itself fully. Some ran, some hid. Some fought without hope. The Greeks observed this fragmentation carefully. The end of a city is not heroic. It is chaotic, uneven, intimate. Violence moves through homes before it reaches streets. Priam was killed at his altar. This mattered. The king did not fall in combat. He fell in supplication. The Greeks did not frame this as sacrilege alone. They framed it as boundary erased. When war enters sacred space, no distinction remains intact. Andromache watched Troy burn. Hecuba survived to mourn. Aeneas fled carrying his father and his gods. Each response reflected a different way of enduring collapse. The Greeks preserved these variations. Not everyone meets disaster with the same shape of survival. Helen stood among the conquerors. Not triumphant, not condemned. Her presence unsettled both sides. The cause of the war now stood amid its ruins, unchanged, while everything else had been reduced. The Greeks did not resolve this discomfort. They allowed it to remain. Children were not spared. This too was remembered. The Greeks did not hide from the cost of victory. The fall of Troy was not celebrated, it was recorded. The destruction exceeded justification. Revenge expanded beyond purpose. Violence no longer answered honour. It answered momentum. The gods watched silently. Some had already withdrawn. Others remained indifferent. Divine absence at this moment mattered more than presence had earlier. Troy fell not because the gods struck it down, but because they no longer held it upright. The city burned until nothing recognizable remained. Stone collapsed into ash. Names dissolved into memory. What had been invincible became uninhabitable. The Greeks understood this transformation as irreversible. Cities do not recover their meaning once their story ends violently. The war was over, but peace did not arrive. Survivors carried Troy with them into exile, slavery, wandering. The city did not vanish. It dispersed. Its memory seeded future conflicts, future myths, future claims. Destruction did not silence Troy, it multiplied it. The Greeks told this ending without relief. They knew victory did not erase loss. It redistributed it. Those who won inherited responsibility for what they had destroyed. Those who lost inherited memory without power. The fall of Troy marked the end of an age. Not because war ceased, but because something irretrievable was gone. Heroic combat gave way to aftermath. The world tilted from confrontation toward reckoning. The Greeks did not ask whether Troy deserved its fate. They asked what its fall revealed. That endurance delays but does not prevent collapse. That deception ends wars when valour cannot. That cities fall most completely when they mistake survival for safety. Troy's walls had held against armies. They opened to a gift. And in that opening, the world learned that the most devastating endings often arrive disguised as conclusions we are too tired to question. As dawn rises over the smoking ruins, Troy exists only as memory. Its silence heavier than the years of war that preceded it. The horse did not roar, it waited. When the Greeks left it behind, they left behind no army, no challenge, no threat spoken aloud. Only wood shaped into meaning. The Trojan horse was not designed to overpower Troy. It was designed to be interpreted. The Greeks understood this distinction with unsettling clarity. The most effective deceptions are those that invite explanation. The war had drained certainty from everyone. For 10 years, meaning had been forged through endurance. Walls held. Camps persisted. Loss repeated itself until suffering felt ordinary. In such conditions, silence becomes persuasive. When the Greeks withdrew, the absence itself carried weight. Troy wanted the war to be over more than it wanted to be right. The horse stood outside the gates, large enough to command attention, still enough to appear harmless. Its scale suggested intention, but not hostility. The Trojans gathered, uncertain how to respond to something that neither attacked nor retreated. They debated. Some urged destruction. Others argued caution. The Greeks paid careful attention to this moment in the telling. Collapse rarely comes from ignorance alone. It comes from exhaustion layered with hope. The horse promised an ending that did not demand further loss. Sinon was captured. His story was offered, not forced. He spoke of sacrifice, of abandonment, of appeasing gods whose favour had wavered. His words filled the gaps Troy needed filled. Deception works best when it aligns with what the listener already fears or desires. Warnings were spoken again. Laocoon hurled a spear into the horse's side. It trembled, hollow, responsive. Proof arrived and was dismissed. The Greeks did not soften this detail. Evidence does not compel belief when belief threatens comfort. Cassandra cried out. She saw what would happen and knew she would not be believed. The Greeks understood this cruelty well. Prophecy without authority becomes noise. Truth without trust cannot intervene. The horse was brought inside the city. This was the moment that mattered. Troy crossed its own threshold willingly. The enemy did not breach the walls. The city invited the instrument of its fall into its centre, framing it as symbol rather than threat. Night fell, celebration followed, relief loosened vigilance. When the gates close behind a choice, reversal becomes impossible. The Greeks lingered on the quiet of this night. Endings often arrive without spectacle. From within the horse, movement began. Controlled, deliberate, not frantic. The warriors emerged not as conquerors, but as facilitators. Gates were opened. Fires were lit. The army returned not to battle, but to completion. The Trojan horse did not destroy Troy. It enabled Troy to destroy itself. The Greeks told this story not as praise for cleverness, but as warning. Intelligence detached from responsibility corrodes meaning. Victory gained through deception carries a different weight than victory earned through endurance. The horse became symbol immediately, not of trickery alone, but of misdirected trust. It represented the danger of interpreting objects as intention rather than capability. The Trojans read the horse's message. They failed to consider it as mechanism. The gods were silent. Some had already turned away. Others allowed the moment to unfold. Divine absence here was not neglect. It was confirmation. The war had reached a point where human choices alone could end it. The horse's legacy extended beyond Troy. It entered language, memory, caution. The Greeks understood that it would outlive the war itself. Long after the ashes cooled, the image remained. A gift that was not a gift, an ending that concealed a beginning. The Trojan horse revealed something uncomfortable, that the most devastating strategies are not those that overpower strength, but those that exploit fatigue. That defences fail not only under pressure, but under relief, and that trust, once extended, cannot be recalled quickly enough to prevent consequence. The Trojans were not foolish. They were tired. This distinction mattered. The Greeks did not mock Troy's fall. They mourned it as preventable only in theory. In practice, the war had already hollowed the city long before the horse arrived. The horse stood where walls had once seemed sufficient. It did not need to fight them. It waited until belief did the work instead. And when the city burned, the horse remained intact briefly, silent witness to the fact that destruction does not always arrive with violence. Sometimes it arrives with acceptance. Within the quiet outline of the wooden horse, the end of a city waits patiently, needing only belief to open the gates. When the war ended, nothing felt finished. The fires died down, the screams faded, the walls collapsed into silence. And yet, the weight of the conflict remained suspended over those who survived. The Greeks understood this dissonance. War does not conclude when weapons are set aside. It lingers, reshaping those who walk away from it. The victors stood among ruins. They counted ships, spoils, captives. They spoke of success because language demanded it. Victory required naming, but beneath the words, something hollow persisted. The Greeks did not imagine triumph as celebration. They imagined it as disorientation. The Greeks had won Troy, but they had not escaped it. Heroes who survived carried wounds that did not bleed. Achilles was gone. Ajax would not return whole. Agamemnon's authority had hardened into something brittle and dangerous. Odysseus remained alive, but the path home had already begun to fracture. The war had rearranged them. Years of killing had rewritten instinct. Peace no longer fit easily into hands trained for violence. The Greeks recognized this fracture quietly. Survival does not guarantee restoration. Some skills do not reverse themselves. The defeated suffered openly. Trojans were enslaved, scattered, silenced. Their city erased from the map, but not from memory. Mothers carried loss without destination. Children grew into displacement rather than inheritance. Troy survived not as place, but as absence that shaped future stories. Helen stood among the survivors. Her return did not restore balance. It complicated it. The Greeks did not resolve her place in the ending. She remained what she had always been, present, enduring, unresolved. The war had moved around her, not through her. The gods withdrew fully now. Their interests had been satisfied. Rivalries exhausted. Balance restored through devastation rather than justice. The Greeks did not imagine divine satisfaction. They imagined indifference settling back into distance. This unsettled them deeply. If gods did not intervene to prevent war, and did not repair its ending, what remained for mortals was responsibility without guidance. The war revealed that divine presence does not guarantee meaning. It only guarantees scale. No one truly won. The Greeks repeated this, not as slogan, but as recognition. The victors inherited guilt alongside spoils. The defeated inherited memory alongside loss. Glory dissolved quickly into fatigue. Even the stories of heroism changed tone. Songs softened. Rage was remembered with caution. Brilliance carried shadow. The Greeks began to tell these tales not to inspire, but to warn. Excessive honour destroys what it claims to defend. The war had taught restraint too late. Those who returned home carried Troy within them. Its fires followed them across the sea, into sleep, into ritual, into governance. The war did not stay where it had been fought. It migrated. Families would feel it next. The Greeks understood this movement of consequence. Violence does not end at borders. It follows survivors into their homes, shaping the next generation before it can choose differently. The Trojan War became boundary in time. Before it, heroes still believed in clarity. After it, ambiguity ruled. The age of myth leaned toward reflection rather than action. The world felt older, heavier. The Greeks did not glorify this shift. They accepted it. Victory had cost too much to be repeated without question. The war remained as warning etched into cultural memory. Not a tale of conquest, but of exhaustion mistaken for resolution. No treaty restored Troy. No ceremony healed the dead. The war's end revealed what had always been true. Violence rearranges power, but rarely resolves conflict. It leaves behind structures weakened by what they required to survive. The Greeks carried this knowledge forward, into tragedy, into philosophy, into law. The Trojan War did not end mythic conflict. It matured it. It stripped away illusion of clean endings. When people said the war was over, they meant only that killing had paused. The rest would continue. And perhaps that was the final truth embedded in the myth. That wars are remembered not for how they begin, nor for how they end, but for what they leave unfinished in those who outlive them. The Greeks did not ask who was right. They asked what remained. Ash, memory, stories shaped by regret more than pride. In this, the war achieved its final shape, not as victory or defeat, but as inheritance passed quietly to those who would never stand on the battlefield, yet would carry its weight nonetheless. When the last flames fade, the war remains behind the eyes of the living, teaching them that survival is not the same as winning. Home didn't wait where it had been left. It moved. When the war ended, the sea opened itself not as passage, but as trial. The Greeks did not imagine return as reward. They imagined it as reckoning delayed. Those who survived Troy did not step back into their former lives. They drifted toward them, altered, uncertain whether recognition would follow. Ships departed separately. The unity forged by war dissolved quickly. Each leader carried a different burden, a different debt owed to gods or memory. The sea did not offer fairness, it offered exposure. Storms arrived without warning. Routes bent unexpectedly. What had been distant during war, home, family, ordinary life, now became unreachable in new ways. The Greeks understood this inversion. Violence compresses purpose. Peace expands uncertainty. Some returned quickly. Nestor reached home with little resistance, bringing stories shaped by caution rather than triumph. Others were delayed not by chance, but by consequence. Agamemnon sailed toward a fate already waiting, his authority intact, his awareness dulled by victory. The Greeks sensed the danger in this confidence. Survival does not cleanse judgment. The sea became a mirror. Those who respected limits passed through it. Those who carried excess were corrected. Sacrifices neglected demanded repayment. Pride unsettled the winds. Divine displeasure lingered longer than gratitude. The journey home revealed what war had concealed. During battle, roles are fixed. King, warrior, ally. At sea, identity loosens. Leadership must adapt to isolation. Commands echo differently when no enemy stands opposite. The Greeks observed how easily authority falters without shared threat. Some ships vanished, not dramatically, quietly. Names disappeared from the count. No closure followed. Loss resumed its earlier shape, uncertain, unresolved. The Greeks preserved this ambiguity. Not every ending receives witness. Home itself had changed. Time had not paused during war. Fields had grown without hands. Children had aged without fathers. Power structures shifted quietly. Return threatened balance rather than restoring it. Those who came back were not automatically welcomed. Presence disrupted what absence had allowed to settle. The Greeks found this deeply unsettling. The hero who leaves as protector may return as stranger. Memories clashed. Those who fought remembered intensity. Those who stayed remembered continuity. Neither experience invalidated the other, but they did not align easily. The Greeks recognized the silence that follows when stories cannot be exchanged without friction. The sea delayed return long enough for this misalignment to deepen. Wanderings extended. Detours multiplied. Each delay layered memory with fatigue. Home became an idea rather than a destination, shaped by longing more than reality. The gods remained involved, not always visibly. Favour shifted subtly. A current here, a wind there. Guidance offered and withdrawn. The Greeks did not imagine divine help as consistent. Assistance arrived where humility lingered. Obstruction followed arrogance. The journey home demanded patience rather than strength, endurance rather than victory. Those who rushed were scattered. Those who listened survived longer. The sea did not reward haste, it punished certainty. The Greeks told these stories slowly. They wanted listeners to feel a distance stretch, to understand that return is not reversal. What has been lived cannot be undone by arrival. Home awaited, but not unchanged. Those who reached it would find themselves misaligned with memory. They would be welcomed and resisted simultaneously. Peace would not feel immediate. It would feel unfamiliar. The long journey home was not punishment. It was transition. Between the world shaped by war and the world forced to absorb its survivors. The sea functioned as threshold, washing away illusion without offering replacement. The Greeks did not frame this as cruelty. They framed it as necessity. Without distance, return would overwhelm. Without delay, reckoning would be unbearable. The journey allowed grief to surface gradually, to be carried rather than collapsed under. Some never returned at all. Their stories ended at sea, suspended between departure and arrival. The Greeks preserved these endings without explanation. Not all lives complete their arc. Some dissolve into the spaces between places. For those who continued, the horizon remained both promise and threat. Each dawn asked whether home still existed as it had been imagined, or whether it would need to be rebuilt from fragments of memory and endurance. Across restless waters, the survivors drifted onward, discovering that the path back is longer than the war itself, and that home must be faced slowly if it is to be faced at all. Odysseus was not punished for hatred. He was punished for survival sharpened into excess. Among those who left Troy, he carried the war differently. Strength had not been his defining tool. Cleverness had. Where others endured through force, Odysseus endured through adaptation. He learned how to bend, how to wait, how to speak into silence until it answered. The Greeks admired this skill and feared it. Intelligence that outpaces restraint invites attention. His journey home did not resist him at first. It unfolded with possibility. Islands appeared. Hospitality was offered. Choices presented themselves quietly. Odysseus did not stumble into danger blindly. He stepped into it knowingly, confident that wit could navigate what strength could not. This confidence mattered. When he blinded the Cyclops, the act was necessary. When he named himself afterward, it was not. Pride surfaced briefly, unguarded. The Greeks marked this moment carefully. Punishment often enters not through wrongdoing, but through announcement. Poseidon heard. Not immediately, not theatrically. His response took shape as delay. Odysseus would not be destroyed. He would be prolonged. Each step toward home would open into another detour, another loss, another test of patience. Endless punishment does not strike. It stretches. The sea became his constant companion, not as guide, but as a corridor without end. Each island offered a different form of forgetting. Comfort without memory, pleasure without return, oblivion disguised as a rest. Odysseus resisted, but not always cleanly. Circe held him. Calypso offered immortality. The Greeks did not frame these as temptations alone. They were alternatives. A life without return. A self without obligation. Odysseus remained, not because he could not leave, but because leaving demanded acceptance of loss. Home required confrontation. The gods watched this slowly. Athena favoured him, but even her guidance did not shorten the journey entirely. Protection softened blows, but did not erase consequence. Favour is not exemption. It is adjustment. Odysseus learned caution. He listened more, he spoke less, he disguised himself. The hero of Troy became anonymous by necessity. Identity, once asset, became risk. To survive, he had to become unremarkable. The Greeks found this unsettling. The man who had named himself now avoided being known. Punishment had not broken him. It had refined him inward. His cleverness had turned toward concealment rather than display. Each delay carved away certainty. Crew members died, trust thinned, responsibility settled heavily. Survival demanded choices that could not satisfy everyone. Odysseus carried these losses silently. Leadership in isolation does not allow confession. Home remained distant. Not because the path was unclear, but because arrival required readiness. Odysseus could not return unchanged. The man who left Ithaca would not fit the place he remembered. Endless punishment functioned as preparation. The Greeks understood this cruel wisdom. Some returns must be earned through exhaustion. When Odysseus finally reached Ithaca, he did not announce himself. He tested. He watched. He endured insult. Punishment had taught him that presence does not guarantee belonging. Home must recognize you again. The suitors occupied his house. They consumed his wealth, his memory, his place. Odysseus did not respond immediately. Rage waited behind patience. The Greeks did not rush this moment. Restoration, when it arrives, is shaped by all that preceded it. The violence that followed was decisive. Not excessive, but complete. Odysseus reclaimed his position not as hero returned, but as survivor hardened. Justice in this telling did not feel clean, it felt necessary. And yet the punishment did not fully end. Peace required further appeasement. Odysseus was instructed to walk inland, carrying an oar until the sea was no longer recognized. The Greeks lingered here. Even return did not conclude obligation. Some debts cannot be settled in familiar places. Odysseus lived, but the war lived with him. His cleverness had saved him and extended his suffering. Endless punishment did not deny him home. It denied him closure. Life continued, but without illusion that endurance alone redeems. The Greeks did not portray Odysseus as victim. They portrayed him as case. A man who survived everything, and therefore carried everything forward. His punishment was not pain without purpose. It was memory without release. As Odysseus stands at last on familiar ground, the journey does not vanish behind him, but settles quietly within, ensuring that survival itself becomes the longest trial of all. Survival is often mistaken for victory. The Greeks knew better. To endure was not to escape consequence. It was to carry it forward, shaped into daily breath. Those who returned from war, from exile, from divine testing did not step back into life as it had been. They arrived altered, bearing weight that could not be set down without being named. The cost of survival revealed itself slowly. At first, there was relief. The body intact, the ground familiar, faces remembered. But beneath this surface calm, something remained misaligned. Time had passed unevenly. Memory pressed more heavily than presence. The Greeks understood this as fracture rather than failure. Survival stretches a life. It does not smooth it. Those who lived carried images others never would. They remembered the sound of cities breaking, the look of men at the moment hope leaves them. Such knowledge did not announce itself. It settled quietly, shaping judgment, patience, and fear. Survivors learned caution where others expected confidence. This unsettled communities. Heroes returned changed, less certain, slower to speak. Their silence was often mistaken for arrogance or ingratitude. Survival does not always produce gratitude. It often produces vigilance. Relationships shifted. Those who had waited expected reunion to restore what absence had taken. But waiting shapes its own strength. Independence grows, roles evolve. Return interrupted these new balances. Love did not dissolve, but it required renegotiation. The Greeks did not romanticize this tension. They recognized that survival fractures intimacy. To live when others did not is to occupy space differently. Survivors must learn how to be present without being consumed by memory. Some turned inward. They avoided gatherings. They limited attachment. They preferred routine over risk. Survival taught them that loss arrives without warning. To reduce attachment was to reduce exposure. Others turned outward. They sought distraction, noise, action, anything to outrun stillness. Survival left energy without direction. Peace demanded patience few had practiced. The gods offered no remedy. Survival was not a divine gift to be interpreted. It was an outcome to be lived with. Meaning did not descend from above. It had to be constructed carefully from what remained. Some survivors became leaders. Not because they sought authority, but because endurance commanded respect. Yet leadership born from survival carried danger. Those who have seen collapse often govern through prevention rather than trust. The Greeks saw this clearly. Survival can preserve order while hollowing it from within. Caution hardens into suspicion. Preparation replaces openness. Others chose obscurity. They withdrew into ordinary life, resisting mythic framing. Survival did not elevate them. It burdened them. They did not want songs. They wanted quiet. Memory itself became cost. To remember is to relive without agency. Survivors carried moments they could not alter, replaying them endlessly in the mind's quiet hours. Forgetting would have been mercy, but forgetting was not offered. Life did not reset after catastrophe. It accumulated. Survival meant bearing accumulation without collapse. Some succeeded, some did not. The stories preserved both outcomes without preference. Survival demanded choice, not once, but repeatedly. To engage or withdraw, to speak or remain silent, to risk attachment again or accept solitude. The cost was never paid all at once. It arrived in increments, in hesitation before joy, in caution before hope, in grief resurfacing unexpectedly. The Greeks did not offer consolation, they offered recognition. To survive is not to be spared, it is to be tasked, with memory, with responsibility, with continuation shaped by what has already occurred. Survival does not erase the past, it insists that the future acknowledge it. In this way, survival became its own form of labour. Not heroic, not celebrated, necessary. Those who endured carried forward what others could not. Their lives became bridges between what had been destroyed and what might still be built. Survival, they understood, is not the end of suffering. It is the form suffering takes when it decides to continue. Heroes do not vanish suddenly. They thin. At first they are still spoken of in the present tense. Their names are invoked in argument, in reassurance, in fear. People expect them to return, to intervene, to restore balance how they once did. The Greeks understood this phase well. Memory resists absence. It keeps heroes alive longer than reality allows. But time continues. And slowly the hero steps out of the world's immediate need. The age of heroes did not end with a final battle or a single death. It ended when their presence ceased to function. When strength no longer solved what confronted the world. When courage met problems that did not yield to force or sacrifice. The Greeks noticed the change quietly. Heroes were shaped for a world of direct conflict, monsters to be slain, cities to be defended, curses to be confronted openly. But as generations passed, danger changed shape. It became structural rather than singular. No spear could correct it. No quest could end it cleanly. Heroes aged. Those who survived their trials returned altered, heavy with memory. Their movements slowed, their decisions hesitated. They no longer leapt toward danger instinctively. Experience had taught them that not every threat should be met head-on. This unsettled those who watched. A hero who pauses feels like absence. A hero who reflects feels unreliable. What once looked like strength now looked like delay. What once inspired confidence now invited doubt. Some heroes withdrew deliberately. They stepped away from public life, retreating into obscurity, choosing anonymity over expectation. Not because they had failed, but because they recognized their limits. The world no longer matched the shape of their abilities. Others were pushed aside. New leaders emerged, less mythic, more pragmatic. Authority shifted from individual prowess to collective systems. Law replaced legend. Debate replaced combat. The Greeks did not present this as progress alone. They saw what was lost as clearly as what was gained. When heroes disappear, clarity disappears with them. The world becomes less dramatic, but more complex. Responsibility spreads outward instead of concentrating in a single figure. This diffusion demands participation from many, rather than faith in one. The Greeks felt the unease of this transition. Without heroes, there was no one to absorb blame fully. No one to embody courage so completely that others could step back. Ordinary people were required to carry what heroes once held for them. Stories lingered. Children were told of Heracles, of Achilles, of Theseus. Not to summon their return, but to remember a time when action felt decisive. These stories softened into distance, acquiring a sheen of unreality. The gods, too, receded. Their appearances grew rarer, their interventions less direct. Olympus did not disappear, but it stepped back, allowing human institutions to fill the space once dominated by divine conflict. Heroes belong to a threshold moment, between chaos and order, between myth and memory. Once the threshold was crossed, they could not follow fully without distorting what came next. Some heroes resisted this fading. They clung to relevance, forcing action where restraint was needed. These figures became tragic echoes rather than guides. Their attempts to relive former glory caused harm rather than resolution. Others accepted disappearance. They allowed their names to settle into story rather than command. This acceptance required humility greater than any battle demanded. The Greeks respected this deeply. They did not believe heroes were meant to rule forever. They believed heroes were meant to begin things, paths, cities, questions. What followed required different kinds of endurance. When heroes disappear, the world does not collapse. It becomes quieter, less guided, more responsible. People must decide without divine clarity or legendary precedent. They must act knowing there will be no figure large enough to redeem their failures through sacrifice alone. This was the final burden heroes left behind. Not inspiration alone, but expectation transferred. Heroes faded because the world could no longer rely on them, and perhaps because it finally had to learn how to stand without them. As the last echoes of heroic footsteps fade, the world remains, uncharted, unguarded, and newly responsible for what comes next. The gods did not die, they receded. Their withdrawal was not marked by catastrophe or decree. No final war emptied the heavens. No silence fell all at once. Instead, the gods loosened their hold gradually, as if the world no longer required their constant proximity. The Greeks sensed this change, not as loss alone, but as distance settling into permanence. Once, the gods had walked openly among mortals. They argued, desired, punished, and protected with visible consequence. Their presence explained chaos and justified order. When crops failed or cities burned, divine intention provided shape to suffering. Meaning arrived from above. But over time, something shifted. The world grew denser. Cities expanded, laws multiplied, memory thickened. Human systems began to absorb what had once been attributed to divine will. Fate no longer needed a face. Power no longer required thunder. The gods noticed. They did not retreat in anger. They retreated in recognition. A world capable of sustaining itself through custom, history, and consequence no longer needed constant intervention. What had once been instruction would now become reference. The Greeks understood this transition quietly. Ritual remained, but belief changed texture. The gods were still honoured, still feared, still invoked, but less as immediate forces and more as inherited presences. Their stories carried weight even when their actions no longer shaped daily life. Divinity moved into memory. The gods became explanations for origins rather than interruptions of the present. Zeus no longer hurled lightning in response to insult. Athena no longer guided hands directly in battle. Apollo no longer spoke with urgency. Their domains persisted, but their voices softened. This fading was not abandonment, it was transformation. The Greeks did not imagine a world without gods. They imagined a world where gods had become frameworks rather than actors, symbols instead of participants, patterns instead of personalities. Myth replaced encounter. Stories began to carry what presence once held. The gods lived on through language, through poetry, ritual, comparison. Their contradictions were preserved rather than corrected. Their flaws were remembered without demand for resolution. Human responsibility expanded. Without constant divine intervention, mortals could no longer assign every disaster to will beyond themselves. History replaced fate. Choice replaced prophecy. The Greeks did not celebrate this fully. Responsibility is heavier than submission, yet it was unavoidable. The age of myth yielded to the age of memory. The gods remained present as foundation beneath thought, beneath art, beneath law. Their stories shaped how people understood justice, excess, balance and consequence, even when the gods themselves no longer appeared. This was not disenchantment, it was maturation. The Greeks believed the gods had taught enough, through conflict, cruelty and contradiction. Their lessons remained, carried forward without divine enforcement. That power without restraint destroys itself. That desire unexamined corrodes. That balance must be maintained rather than assumed. As centuries passed, the gods travelled farther, into theatre, philosophy, art. They became subjects of reflection rather than fear. Their myths were retold not as instruction, but as inquiry. The world moved on. Empires rose and fell. New beliefs arrived. New names replaced old ones. Yet the gods remained embedded in thought, resurfacing whenever human experience echoed their ancient patterns. In this way, the gods never truly left. They dissolved into narrative, into metaphor, into the structures by which people continued to understand themselves. They became quieter, but deeper, less visible, but enduring. And perhaps this was their final form. Not thunder above the world, but meaning beneath it. As the last divine footsteps fade from the living world, the gods remain, no longer walking among mortals, but dwelling within the stories that continue to shape how humanity remembers itself. When the last tale is told, nothing truly ends. It only grows quieter. The gods no longer walk the earth. Heroes no longer rise to meet monsters at the edge of the known world. Cities are no longer founded by prophecy or broken by curse. And yet the patterns remain, woven beneath the surface of ordinary life. The Greeks understood this final truth. Myth was never meant to stay in the past. It was meant to drift forward, softened by time, reshaped by memory, but never erased. The names change, the forms evolve, the struggles endure. Power still tests itself against limit. Desire still mistakes intensity for meaning. Fear still disguises itself as necessity. What once belonged to gods now belongs to us. The heavens have grown silent, but the questions remain. How much ambition can a life hold before it fractures? How much suffering can be inherited before it demands reckoning? How long can memory be ignored before it returns in another form? These stories were not preserved to instruct obedience. They were preserved to invite reflection. The Greeks did not ask us to believe in their gods. They asked us to recognize ourselves within them, in the rage of Achilles, in the endurance of Hector, in the longing of Orpheus, in the silence of those who survived. Myth survives because it names what history alone cannot. It gives shape to forces that move through human lives without asking permission. It reminds us that meaning is not discovered fully formed. It is negotiated, often painfully, across time. The world no longer waits for divine intervention. Responsibility has shifted. What once descended from Olympus now rises from human choice. We stand where heroes once stood, without their clarity, without their protection. And still, the stories remain. Not as commandments, not as relics, but as echoes, quiet, persistent, and unfinished. They wait for us to listen. In this silence after the gods, myth does not disappear. It watches, it remembers, it endures, carried forward wherever humans struggle with power, loss, love, and the fragile hope that meaning can still be shaped from what remains. And as night settles over the old world and the new, the stories linger, unseen but awake, waiting to be told again.